explain why that belief is ridiculous?
Let's keep it on topic.
I mean, why is it okay then to kill a person who is robbing you? It's a sentient.
Because they're violating your rights.
I mean, sure, but
well, violating your rights doesn't make sense because a baby is violating your rights too. So you need to.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're the one through your own agency put that baby inside you.
Yeah, but you might not consent to it being there.
Really? Yeah.
Wait, what the hell are you talking about?
And I think the point of the responsibility objection is that the responsibility condition holds without consent. So for the same reason that if
Fuck around.
reason that if someone were to basically take a burglar and if they like picked a burglar off the street and forced the burglar into its home and said, "Aha, you have to be here," and the burglar happened to be like, "Okay, well, if you're going to keep me locked in here, if you're the one who's like forced me to be here in the first place, I might as well just help myself to your fridge." And the reason it wouldn't be okay to shoot the burglar at that point is because you're the one who put the burglar there in the first place, and whatever.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not that you consented to the burglar. It's not about whether you consented to the burglar opening your fridge or not. The point is that once you've done certain actions to the burglar, you're responsible for the burglar in some way.
Yeah, let me make a point about that. So let's say contraception failed, right? So like a pill or something, it's something failed, right? And you get pregnant, although you took precautions, but it kind of failed. Or maybe you were not like responsible enough. Maybe you forgot to take a pill or some shit, right? So isn't that, for example, if you leave like your door open and it makes it way easier for people to rob you, and you even not only you didn't lock it, you like leave it like open, like the door is there.
Or you just hurt someone, or you kidnap someone and put them in your house.
Well, like again, I don't think that analogy works too well. Like saying you left the door open, that's just plain and simple victim blaming. Like again, the only analogy that makes sense is you took somebody and put them in your house.
No, actually, I think Anna's analogy I think is actually perfect. Not only is it a good analogy, it's actually an analogy that Hunter Thompson uses in her paper when she talks about people seeds, where she says, imagine that we live in a room. where people seeds kind of float outside, and if they get through your window, a people seed plants itself in your living room and grows into a human person. And let's say that you buy a really expensive screen for your window, but for some reason the screen fails and a people seed happens to float through and plant itself in your living room, even though you tried to take precautions to keep it from being in there, do you have a right to kill the person that's now growing in your living room? I think that was an example that she used in that anti-abortion paper, so I think it's a fitting analogy.
So, if I can finish, like, please.
I've read
Just-
this.
So you left the door open, you were like very irresponsible, you basically invited people to fucking rob you at this point, right? But it's still your right if you come back and you see someone stealing your shit to engage them in that, and they're like attack you, for example, or something, or that don't even attack you, right? So you are irresponsible, you're a dumb, right? So same with a woman who doesn't take a pill or like fucks without like I don't know, like common protection, for
No,
example.
you was the
It's
same
also-
problem.
Why don't you let her finish your point? She can just finish her sentence. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, in both cases, you are irresponsible. In a way, it's your actions and your irresponsibility that led to harm, being done to you in a way, right? But in that case, it's still like okay for you to defend yourself from a robber, even if you're dumb to let the door open, right? And I kind of think it maybe applies as well in like a woman situation. No?
So when people talk about the responsibility condition, there's no univocal usage of the responsibility condition. You have to ask them what those conditions are. So for example, the people seeds analogy, or you've got a good screen, but you're leaving it open. If we analogize that to just someone, saying, okay, well, she's easy, she's spreading her legs, blah, 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 but she won't actually, she won't actually invite someone in, she won't take someone in and bring them inside her, but she'll be like, she'll be, she'll do things that make it easy for people to come inside her. She'll leave her door open, she'll walk around, and she'll offer, she won't offer resistance, she won't call the cops, and then someone rapes her, right? If something like that happens in like a people seed-esque type of scenario, one can hold the responsibility condition and just say, well, those conditions aren't met, because even if the requirement for responsibility condition is not, it is consensual sex. And yes, while you may have not been responsible in preventing unconsensual sex, it is still, that's not one of my requirements. My requirement for the responsibility condition to obtain is consensual sex. And so, yeah, the people seed analogy is a good analogy for that, but they could just reject that that's one of their conditions. And so that's why the analogy here that's being offered is not the people seed analogy. It's not the analogy in which you just left your door open and a burglar came in. The analogy is you forced the burglar in, right?
Yeah,
Well,
the analogy
not
only really
really.
makes sense in cases of rape.
It's not going to make sense. Well, yes, I agree it only works against rape, but the point...
Wait. Rape, obviously, right, is one thing. It's like you didn't want it happened against you, obviously, right? But I don't think it's like it only works in that case. For example, if your contraception just didn't work, like it's not your fucking fault, right? It's not like it's same shit. Like you might have not been very responsible, for example, like the door opening thing, right? But it's still like it doesn't make it your fault. Like for example, my friend got pregnant because her pill was not working properly, and it worked before, but for some reason, she had like, some different like hormonal situation, and it stopped working, and she got pregnant. She had a baby, by the way, but the point is just that in that case, it's not really her choice. She didn't kidnap anyone and didn't like brought them against. It's just I don't understand this kidnapping shit. It's not like in the sense that you are being responsible, sure, but you are being responsible with the door opening thing as well. But still,
I want to explain the kidnapping shit because it's actually really important. It's important to why that analogy is used. The point of the kidnapping stuff is it's the antithesis of it's essentially the difference between someone forcing their way into your house versus you inviting them or forcing them more so into the house. When the point is that when someone creates a child, that child has no say in whether they are in the womb or not. They are forced into that position through no choice of their own. It's not that they're invited into the
it
womb.
also doesn't have in that case any say if there is a baby there.
Yeah,
If they didn't hear, can you say it again? Sorry.
the point is that it's not that there was this open screen and then the child decided to climb its way into the womb. What happened was that there was a consensual action taken by the person who
But
had
not to get a baby.
what?
To sex. Not to sex, not to pregnancy.
Yeah, no, I didn't say to, but to an action that has some probability of forcing a baby into it, right? That's the point.
There is
Knowing
So
knowing
kind of what's the
like that.
probability if you open the door of your
Wait,
apartment?
I did let you finish. If you could just let me
Oh, sorry, Ian.
So now look, someone can go either way on that. They can say, okay, well look, someone can have a view and say, all right, look, if there's a certain amount of precautions that were taken, then that's enough to absolve you of the responsibility, even if the pregnant remains. Or someone can say, well, no, on my view of the responsibility condition, that's not enough to absolve one of a pregnancy of the responsibility condition if a pregnancy obtains. Someone could go either way. Someone could just say, well, I'm not sure. Someone can say, I'm not sure in the case where they've really taken everything. But it's overdetermined, surely in the case where they haven't been doing that, where they haven't taken birth control, they haven't taken polyphenol. By the way, the majority of pregnancies in the United States are not from highly effective birth controls. And the majority of abortions that take place are also not from pregnancies.
Yeah,
gestation,
sure. But there is like a big, pretty big percentage of, abortions. And as far as I'm concerned, like pro-life people generally want to ban like pretty much everything, right? So whatever it's like, even some cases like rape scenarios and shit like that. So I presume
I
that
don't know why
there-
you're bringing that up when that's not our position, like you're debating us.
I'm not arguing
She
with
didn't say
you.
it was your position. She literally just said, generally.
Yeah,
these are
who
what I'm-
cares? Then why even bring that
Fucking
up?
hell. What is wrong with
Because
you?
I was because I
the
wanted
main
to
point I'm
talk
trying
to
to make is
Stephen
that-
about pro-lifers arguments.
Who cares? You're
That's
debating this.
We
Wait,
do.
wait,
You can
I'm not
off if
debating
you
that.
don't like it.
I'm not debating this, but
Yeah.
we're having a conversation. The point
Yeah,
I'm
just
trying to
like
make here is
figure
that
out the good proportion. That's
Yeah,
what I'm doing.
the point I'm making here is that there is an objection called the responsibility appeal objection. The point here is that there's no univocal responsibility objection. The strongest form of the responsibility objection, I think, easily goes through, which is just to say that if the person isn't really taking any sort of precaution, if they're just having consensual sex, and they're not doing anything to prevent or minimize the chances of pregnancy. It's essentially like someone taking the burglar, not just leaving your door open, but actually just forcing the burglar into the house at that point. Like they're doing what they can. They're maximizing the probability.
I
It's
have
not
one
Yeah.
question. Who's going to be the responsibility of rape?
That's a different. Okay,
That's
so
a different
They
topic.
are ranked as a bit different.
I'm just curious because apparently this is really important, even though it's really difficult to actually implement
We
anyway.
think that's important. That it's important to mention that that type of topic is a fundamentally different topic than the principled conversation we were having. You're talking about policy now. You're talking about pragmatic solutions. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in principle, should or should this be done? In principle, should or should this be legal? Whether we have the effective means of enforcing it is a different conversation, or how can we enforce it is a different conversation.
Should this not be legal? I mean, leads to that, right? You can't enforce something as a legality.
it
if
doesn't.
It's ridiculous.
Not what I. Not
No,
what I-
it's a separate topic. It doesn't lead to that.
Well, I'm
No,
making it this topic. I'm making it this
Not what I-
topic because it is important.
Well, why don't you do us a favor and stop chewing on
I'm
your
not was here
food?
before you.
No, you
Like
weren't.
it or
These
leave.
are new people.
So, because I didn't say we do not have effective ways of enforcing it. I said to the degree that we have effective ways, we may or may not have effective and having a conversation about what the most effective way and efficacious way, while maintaining some form of justice, while maintaining some form of justice is a conversation that can be had. It's just a different topic. That's what I'm saying. And I'd like to stay on one topic and finish it before we go on another topic. We can have that conversation. I just don't want a conversation to be direct. That's all.
Again, what seems to be like the problem with this type of argument that I brought up is that it's hard to determine like a responsibility basically level, and people can say, well, you're responsible like either way if you have like sex basically. you kind of like consented to the probability of it ending up in pregnancy, right? Which I
Well,
kind
no,
of like.
that's not, to be clear, that's not the responsibility. The point of the responsibility condition is exactly opposite that. It's that consent is not required.
I see.
That there are conditions that, if met, it doesn't matter if you consent to it or not. You're responsible for it.
Well, I kind of like don't agree with that one, but.
No, I understand you don't agree with it, but I'm just
Yeah.
clarifying what the argument
Yeah, I
is.
understand. Yeah. The
Yeah.
point is, I understand. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, think about it a bit, I guess.
And
Yeah,
I think,
like, I don't know about Avi, but my position would be as long as sex is consensual and you get to a point in gestation where the fetus is sentient on principle, you probably shouldn't abort outside of like maybe other extreme cases like risk of death for the mother.
I see.
yeah,
So
and
you're
I'm sure.
like pro-life in all cases, aside from like that it's risk of health to.
No, he may be pro-choice in the majority of cases, actually, depending on when things become sensitive.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, vegan
after
gains? Do you think it's at like 8 weeks, like sentience?
Maybe?
Fair.
I'm not really.
But either,
So-
represented again, I'm going to respond if I'm misrepresented. I didn't say it begins at 8 weeks, or I didn't say I think it begins at 8 weeks. I say that's the mark where I draw the precautionary principle.
Yeah, I'd probably draw the precautionary principle at about 12 weeks, probably, a little later. But
Right, so he's pro-choice, then he's pro-choice in the majority of abortions.
I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
Most
Most abortions are like pre-12 weeks.
Majority, or it's
Yeah,
about
how we draw that line
8 weeks is
exactly?
about,
I mean,
8 weeks is
like
about
you say,
12. I mean,
this is my life. And
Yeah,
The imaginary line they draw with a crayon.
Yeah, so it's not something easy to do. There's a gray area. Just like I don't know how a pot, how many drops of water it takes for a pond to become a lake.
Well, by the way, if you're gonna claim you draw an imaginary line, do you think you should be able to, like, again, abort a 9-month-old baby that's just about to be born? Like, oh, what imaginary line do you?
Obviously,
I don't-
because it's
I don't
capable of
understand.
anything.
So if you're gonna make that claim, you're drawing an imaginary line, then how is
It's
that
not
like?
imaginary,
I
we
don't,
know what kind of
don't
level
understand
fetus
how
can
our
survive
position-
outside of the
I don't understand how our position is any more arbitrary or imaginary than yours.
Because we
There's
can take
many
it out
ways.
and see if it lives.
Yeah, there's many. Wait, but that has nothing to do with it.
That really has nothing to
That's
do
my
with.
position.
The
Me-
point. Wait, but no. The point in response to this line of attack is that there's some sort of we draw arbitrary lines for precautionary principles among continuous variables all the time, right? The
Yeah,
age
but
the age of
those
consent
are
is
certain-
an arbitrary line.
The making fun of you part was the part where I said it was with a crayon.
No,
Right.
well,
I mean, can I say, like, I agree we like determine things arbitrarily like all the time, but is it like this, the argument can be then used that we determine like the value of people's life in certain scenarios higher than others as well? For example, like women will be allowed on a, like in an extreme situation on a boat above men, right? So in that case, we value women's life higher than men. And same thing, for example, in war. So this is also kind of arbitrary, right? So why can't I value then the comfort of already living, like existing person over the, the
There's nothing you can,
non.
the claim here isn't that you are not able to value things. You can value all sorts of things. You can value the indiscriminate murder of adults.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, your life is arbitrary, and but
I'm not
that's
claiming-
same as this, no?
Yeah, but that's not being disputed right now. But that's not the point in contention. I'm fully willing to grant subjectivism about morality. I'm not claiming any form of objective morality there.
I mean,
the
it is
point-
mine. I'm trying to make like an argument that you can value women's comfort and health and shit like that higher
And that can be
than.
done as an anti-realist.
Yeah.
That doesn't, we don't need objective morality for that. The point here is that there are certain arguments and there are certain principles that may be appealing to a majority of people, or at least a plurality of people, and that might be persuasive to them. There's no requirement that someone take on a view that morality is objective in any way in order to deliver those arguments. If that's not persuasive to you, if you just have different values, fair enough, that's fine. But I think a lot of people would hear, at least the strong form of responsibility objections especially in cases where they're really overdetermined, and they would resonate with that. You might not, but I think a lot of people do.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Sure. Oh, my brain is soup. Thank you. Probably gonna go.
Gotta be responsible, Anna. You gotta be responsible.
I mean, I am plenty responsible. Yeah.
Wait, what was
I
there?
mean,
Did you have like
well-
one big question or whatever? I guess because this kind of got pretty muddied, I guess, for most.
Yeah, I forgot like literally everything I wanted to say at some point. Yeah, so
I
basically
remember.
my
I remember.
yeah,
It
my
was-
question
what
was
is it about
basically.
his consciousness?
No, sorry, keep going.
Yeah.
What was-
I mean,
Yeah, I
mean,
think that.
I wanted like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Steven, yeah. Oh, sorry, it's just lagging a bit on my end. But yeah, I wanted to ask, like, basically, well, I mean, we had this whole conversation, so it made me think about things as well, obviously. But I wanted basically to ask, like, about the consciousness thing. Like, it's, sounds pretty, like, disputed and, like, arbitrary in a way. So I pretty much just wanted to know why you chose that, exactly that as the argument, and why couldn't you use, for example, my thing, which basically what I wanted to talk about.
Sure, gotcha. I think just as a very quick thing, and we can talk about this later if you want, is that when it comes to abortion, I think the first rule or the first thing you have to figure out is like when is a life like a thing worth protecting? That's really important because if we decide that it's like a life at 9 months, then abortion is a really easy question. You should be able to have as many abortions as you want, as many times as you want, as long as the child's not born yet, right? But if we think that the child is like a human before that, before birth, well, we probably need a reason. Well, why do we think it has rights or protections before that? And then, if we want to have abortion still, we have to think of like, what are some things that we can do to overcome somebody's right to life? We can imagine a few of them. One can be punishment for a severe crime. One can be self-defense of extreme bodily autonomy. So if somebody's coming to murder me or chop my arm off. One
That
might.
was basically what I was trying to go by, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Those are like the two
for me.
things.
Yeah.
We can try
Yeah.
that next time. Okay? So, what am I wrong on?
I didn't call you a moron.
I didn't say it more, and I said, what am I wrong on?
Oh. Well,
Or rather, what am I pretty ignorant on?
well, I don't really know your position, but I gathered Ask Yourself said that you two are both pro-life, but for like a certain level of sentience.
That's a pro-sentience position, yeah. So what am I ignorant on?
Well, I don't know yet. That's why I'm understand that. So,
Alright, I mean, that's fine if you don't know. It's just weird if you saying, like, I really think Avi must be really ignorant on the matter if you don't know what I'm ignorant on. But, okay.
well, are you guys both like I talked with Ask Yourself for a little bit in the chat about it, and he said that he would feel that his pro-life position is a political position, not like just a moral position of like, well,
Yeah.
right. So that's where I feel like if you actually have that, like knowing how you guys are, you would have to be ignorant on certain issues.
What's the argument for that?
Well, I posted a bit in the chat about it actually, if you've seen it.
I don't care, just explain to me what the argument is, that someone needs to be ignorant on certain issues in order to have a pro-sentient, which is not a pro-life position, by the way, a pro-sentient political position. Like, what's the entailment there?
Well, if it's a political position, you're expecting that it should be enforced, correct?
Yeah, so what's the entailment that one must be ignorant on certain issues in order to, if they have a political view that entails force, that signs off on force in certain conditions? Like, what's the argument?
The argument basically is that if you believe in like, if you guys are not like like pro-lifers in the way that you believe God gives morality. Like you guys use reason to dictate morality. Like you guys are vegans. You understand that.
I already disagree. So
Wait.
yeah, so I wouldn't say that I use reason to dictate morality. There are certain things that may follow from it, but it's not that's not the ultimate truth maker of moral propositions, on my view. As a subjectivist, it's the attitudes of the subject. So it's essentially my value. And then there are certain, my values, that's right. And then there are certain things.
Where do you get those values from?
Well, it has to do with my brain state. There are certain neurons that are firing in my brain. There are certain chemicals. The axons are arranged in various ways, and through development of my brain, there are certain, and through the firing of such synapses, there are certain values that obtain.
So you're saying that like if I take a drug, then I'll have certain values because I've taken a drug.
I didn't say that. You may or may not. All I did say is that as a subjectivist, what is the truth maker of moral propositions is the attitude of the subject. In this case, the subject is me. So I'm getting something.
Wait,
what subjectivism is?
That's. I mean, like you cleared up what subjectivism is in your opinion, yet I don't see how.
I mean, it's the standard definition of subjectivism. It's a conjunction of three theses. Number one, moral statements espouse propositions. Number two, at least one of those propositions are true. Number three, the truth maker of the proposition is the attitude of the subject.
So what you're
Clear on what
saying.
subjectivism is, right?
So that, like, I'm trying to clarify to you,
Sure.
is that what you're trying to say to me though is basically that you're not using any reason to dictate your political opinions or
That's
whether
not
you think
that's not a different claim I'm responding to. Notice how that's a shift in what you asked me. First, you asked me if I'm using reason to form more my values of morality. That my answer is no. It ultimately, I mean, it's involved, but it's ultimately going to come down to my value, my attitude. If you're asking, do I use reason to form my political opinions? Then yes, I absolutely do. And the way that happens is that I have certain values, and there are these values I want to. There are certain values about how the world is, such that I want it to attain. And I use reason to figure out what are the most effective ways, or at least try to reason out what the most effective ways are of having those things obtained. So reason absolutely is involved in forming my political view, but it's not the foundation of my moral view. In fact, I think it would be a category I would have it as the foundation of moral views, because I don't think those are moral propositions.
you don't think that reason is like helping people to define morality in a like way that makes coherent sense.
Well, I
It's
didn't
like-
say that. That's a different claim. So you keep shifting the claim now. So what I said is that I said reason is not the foundation of morality because it's category. It's not what it is. It's
Okay, so then I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and I'm putting it in my own words, and you keep saying I'm shifting the claim because of that.
well,
so
yeah, it is. I mean, we can record it, and I can write out all
If
the
I-
things you said if you'd like. But
yes, no, if you'd like to, I don't mind. I'm not trying to shift the claim. I'm not making any claims. I'm asking.
yeah,
a
I'll
question.
try to explain this as it wasn't that. But logic is a system of deriving certain element or or making certain inferences. Inferences are things that raise the probability of a proposition to be true. And so there are different logical systems. There are proposition logic, global logic, there's fuzzy logic. But they're all, roughly speaking, what they're trying to do is start with certain propositions and show what derives from them or what does not derive from them, to show what a valid argument is, what not a valid argument is. It's the purpose of it is to ultimately raise the probability of forming a justification, forming an argument. What logic is not it's not a moral system. Moral systems, it's not morality. Now you can take certain value, you can take certain normative propositions and use logic to figure out what would best obtain, what would best result in fulfilling those moral values. But logic doesn't, what logic will not is it's not going to give you the answer to the question of what morality is. Because that would just be a category error. It's just, again, it's like, it's not even the is-ought gap. It's a tougher problem than the is-ought gap. It's just a category.
So, what do you mean by a category error? Because this is what I.
Yeah, sure. It's like, so if for example, if I asked you, you know, how much money do you have in your bank account? And you answered blue, right? That's how you answered the question. That would be a category error. Blue is not because what I'm asking for is something that forms the category of a certain amount of summation, like so a number. If you said $2 or $3, that would be in the category of things that would appropriately answer the question. But
so you don't think that logic? So you don't think that logic could be used to determine what we ought to do or ought not to?
Well, when you say it like that, it might because okay. So I'll repeat it again. So what I don't think logic can do is tell us what morality is, or what is good or what is not. What I do think, sorry, let me rephrase. What morality is? What I do think logic is, I think logic can do things such as, say, make conditional statements, like provided that we value these things, provided that these things are the good, then it follows that we ought to do this if we have the goal of achieving it. That I think is what we can do. That type of reasoning I'm okay with. Notice how that's different from saying, I'm using logic and logic has told me that this is the good. This is what morality is. That's a very different claim. Do you appreciate the difference between those two things?
No, I definitely can understand the difference between those two things.
Okay, so, and you understand that what I'm saying is that what logic can be used to do is answer the question of, okay, provided we have these values, or provided we have these, this is moral, then this is what we ought to do. But what I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that logic is just not in the business of doing, is telling us what morality is.
So when you say logic isn't the business,
yeah, it's just like it's answering a numerical question with a color, basically. It's just not. It's just a category. It's
okay. Now I get you. So my problem with that is I don't really believe that because I feel like maybe you have a slightly different.
Okay, if you don't believe that, derive what morality is using the axioms of logic. Good luck, buddy.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like I don't know exactly what your interpretation of logic is. To me, I see logic.
I'm using the standard. I'm using the standard. How it's standardly used among logicians or philosophers. That is, say either certain systems such as propositional logic, modal logic, fuzzy logic, etc.
Well,
it's standardly used among experts.
Would you agree then that fallacies are not logical?
Some fallacies are formally invalid, and some fallacies are informal fallacies, where they can still be logically valid. Depends which fallacy you're talking about.
Could you give me an example of that, like a formal fallacy?
So Yeah, sure. Example of a formal fallacy is um, uh, affirming the consequent or denying the antecedent. And an example of a informal fallacy would be something like begging for a question. That is not a logically invalid fallacy. It's actually valid. Question begging arguments are actually logically valid. So some logical fallacies are logically valid. Some logical fallacies are logically invalid.
Okay, so I think I can kind of understand that. I've never really thought of it that way. I just thought of it as a fallacious form of reasoning that it can't really be used in a coherent conversation for it to still it could be used, semantically correct, but it couldn't necessarily be used correct and still not be inconsistent.
Well, but no, okay, not correct and still not being. Look, there are fallacies that don't entail inconsistency. Like begging the question is a logically valid fallacy that does not entail any inconsistency.
And what would be like begging a question? Like, give me kind of an example.
When the conclusion of an argument is showing up in one of the premises. So
Right. So would you put it in kind of just an example for me, like
yeah, sure,
how?
Sure. If I am a mammal, then I am a human. This is premise one.
Mm-hmm.
Premise two, I am a human. Premise and conclusion. Conclusion is I am a human.
Right. So okay.
So that would be. So notice how that is a valid argument. It is. If the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true.
Right.
However, and it can also be sound. It is sound, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll notice that it commits an informal fallacy, which is begging the question.
Yeah, because you're basically just saying well, if I'm human, I'm human, and right.
The conclusion is showing up in the premises. Yeah. There's nothing illogical. Now, there's nothing illogical about that fallacy. There's nothing. There's no law of logic that's being broken. There's no contradiction. So I mean, it's just an informally. It's an informal fallacy because it's not expected to be persuasive to someone who already doesn't hold the conclusion. Because the premise, they're just going to ask you for that premise. That premise is
Okay. So, I'm not the greatest with formal logic. Like I said, I have a basic knowledge of informal fallacies and things like that. But this is where I feel like you guys must have some sort of ignorance if you're making political positions on sentience with pro-life, pro-life sentience. Pro-sentient, I guess, not pro-life.
What do I need to be ignorant? But what do I need to be ignorant on? You say I'm ignorant on something. What am I ignorant on? What is the intelligence?
If you're making, like I said, if you're making a political decision, it's not a moral argument. So you can use logic to.
Well, it is based on my political decisions are based on my morals. Of course they are.
Okay, so then if I make political decisions based on my morals, does that mean that I'm always going to have actually good outcomes from political decisions based on morals, or can moral things be bad politically?
If by bad you just mean in line with your goals, you can make political decisions that turn out to not be in line with what your goals are, but it's not entailed.
Exactly.
But it's not entailed. Wait. Sure. But it's not entailed. The point is, what I want to know is, look, you said that if I have this view, then I must be ignorant on something, and you pointing out that you making political, forming political, or making political decisions based on your. Wait, did you leave? Oh, he's there. But based on your values, is not going to guarantee you to get things things that comport with your values. Well, that's true. Yeah, you could have an epistemic error. You cannot have all the. It's possible that you're ignorant of something. I'm granting that, but you didn't say it's possible that Avi is ignorant. You said you really think you really think that he is, and really think that he must.
Well, that's yeah. So let me explain that for a minute. So the way I see it is, if you in logic, like you and Ask Yourself, obviously have come to these conclusions that you're not pro-life in the more religious way, to where you just believe life matters because it's life, but you're looking at it from a more scientific way, to where sentience matters. This is where I've explained this in the comments, that there's a few things that are obviously kind of contradictory, because again, I understand. Okay, and I understand that's why you'd ask that, because if you have arrived upon a...
Wait, just tell me what the contradiction is before we go for
Okay, the contradiction...
What propositions form the contradiction?
So, if you have arrived upon the conclusion that it is, wrong to have abortions past a certain date where a fetus gains some level of sentience, then you must have arrived upon that conclusion based on some sort of logic. So
I'm not appreciating what the contradiction. So I'll ask the question again, since we haven't answered it. Propositions. Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what a contradiction is.
A contradiction is the affirmation of a proposition and its negation. Proposition in conjunction with its negation form a contradiction. So if you want to say there's a contradiction, I'm going to ask you two questions. Question number one is, first of all, what is the contradiction, and what that means? The answer to that question is going to come in the form of a proposition and its negation. So you're going to give me two propositions that form the contradiction, and then you're going to derive how both the proposition and their negation are formed by my view, or entailed by my view.
So two propositions. I really am bad at formal logic. So
okay,
you're saying,
but you're claiming there's a contradiction. Right.
Okay, and again, I might be using it in a slightly different defined term. What I'm seeing is that there has to be some sort of
contradiction. What do you mean?
Okay, so the inconsistency more,
what do you mean by inconsistency?
Right, and that's what I'm trying to explain. It's so if you're arriving upon the conclusion that sentience matters, you must have some sort of baseline reasoning for arriving upon that conclusion. Then
you're not telling me what you mean by inconsistent. Before you get into how I'm inconsistent, can you just tell me what you mean by inconsistency?
Okay, hold on. Well, I guess inconsistency would just be you having a certain consistency with
your logic. We're regressive already. So the definiendum and the definiens are.
Well, okay, so if you are, then you're right. But if you are doing something that is providing a certain outcome by doing that, and then you do something that provides the opposite outcome by what you believe that it provides the same outcome, that is an inconsistency.
Okay, so I don't take that to be necessarily I can take that to be a mistake or an error. I will be okay with that being an epistemic error, because you can look. So, for example, someone can try to save someone and inadvertently end up killing them. That happens. It happens in medicine too.
Right.
But that doesn't mean the doctors are being inconsistent. It just means they're making an error, right? So just by trying to do one thing and end up doing the opposite thing doesn't entail an inconsistency.
Okay, and I might look, I'm really not the greatest with definitions of these
That's
terms,
the beauty
but,
of rounding up and investing the spare change.
If I were to explain it in detail where I feel there's an inconsistency, I might arrive at it, but then it might just be an error.
We're stuck on you. Well, the reason we're still stuck on you trying to tell me what an inconsistency is. You tried one definition, it turns out that didn't work. The reason I'm asking you for it is because there's standard usage for this, and you seem to be going on a proprietary definition. Now, if you were to just stick with standard usage, we would be fine. It's fine if you want a proprietary definition, but it seems like every time you're posing one, seems to not be what even you yourself agree with. So, again, like, if you're gonna claim, look, I'll give you an out here. Look, it seems like you've made a claim about me without knowing my view, without knowing what the very words that you said mean. Just own it and back off the claim and just learn more about my views before you say any shit like that.
Sure. I mean, look, I'm not. Well, I haven't really been able to even explain the actual like situation as to why I said that. Versus, we're just kind of defining terms here. So we're having a bit of a talk about semantics. That's fine. I'm all for that. But I still haven't really been able to try to actually communicate with you what it is that I.
Still hold the claim. Do you still hold the claim that I must be ignorant about the topic?
Well, look, I don't even want to make. I wasn't necessarily making that as a claim, by the way.
You said I really think Avi must be ignorant on the topic.
Yeah, and I'm not making that as a claim because if I was making it as a claim, I'd have to defend it with an argument. I'm just saying that as an assumption.
What do you mean? It's a proposition.
No, but it's an assumption. It's not me. I'm not saying that you are ignorant because if I said that,
you would say I suspect Avi must be ignorant of the topic.
I said I.
Yeah, you think. Well, that is a problem. Okay, so do you still think that I must be ignorant on the topic?
No, I suspect. I don't think.
Okay.
I'm trying to do my best to use formal words with you. Like, right.
Now, what do you think I'm ignorant about?
So, what I suspect that you are ignorant of is certain, like, political realities that come along with making political decisions. Like, if you were to argue with me about the legitimacy of a moral claim to whether a fetus has moral value based on sentience, I would probably agree with you.
Specifically, not really, I'm just not understanding. What specifically do you suspect I'm ignorant? Specifically.
Well, I think I suspect that you're ignorant of, like, the amount of problems that come with creating roadblocks for getting abortions.
Like what?
Like if you're saying that a person should only get abortions before 7 weeks, then you are effectively making it impossible for people to get abortions because as of right now, 91% of abortions, this isn't even like something that I brought up myself, somebody actually else posted it. As of right now, 91% of women who receive abortions receive them after 7 weeks of pregnancy. And I can tell you a bit about why that is because most women aren't getting a pregnancy test every single month on the 15th of every single month. Because if they did do that, then they would have the chance of constantly, like, they could get pregnant the day after.
So, I'll just point out the irony of you saying 91, telling me that I'm ignorant, while saying that 91% of abortion are before 7 weeks. Yeah, the data's already being posted. I didn't even have to post it. So it's a false claim. So you've made a false claim. It's not the case that 91% of abortion are prior to 7 weeks.
No, I said after.
After 7 weeks. It's not the case that 91 is after 7 weeks either. That's also a false claim.
Abortions by gestational age, percent of abortions by week of pregnancy. Okay, well, no, I didn't see the information for myself. This is
you
just,
made the claim.
I don't know where, well, I also don't know where you're getting
it's happy to share you the sources from the CDC.
Okay, so how many, let's see, that's still 60%, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's very different from 91%. So the percentage that are after, 34 plus 8 is prior.
So that's like 40%.
34 plus 8. And so it's 52, so 1 minus that. 1 minus 34 plus 18 is the remainder, which, so it's...
So that's still 50%.
So it's 48%. It's after.
48%. That's still close to 50% of abortions. And again, I didn't
that's not it. But you said 91%. What the fuck? You said, okay, I asked you when you thought I was ignorant. And then, in a hilarious twist of irony, you said that I was ignorant about the fact that 91% of abortion happen after 7 weeks, which is completely fucking wrong. It's not true at all. Now, the irony is that you were the one who was ignorant about that, not me. Is there anything else you suspect I'm ignorant about?
Yeah, I have one suspicion, and can you correct me? When did you find out this information about, like, how long have you known this for? Was it within the context of this conversation?
No, absolutely not. In fact, it's not the first time I posted it.
Okay, so this is some information that I literally just received today through the chat box in here because somebody posted that saying that 90% of abortions happen after 7 weeks. So I was like, I didn't know that. I'll probably bring that up. But this was not really my reasoning as to, but still, Augie, that's still 48% of people who get abortions get them after 7 weeks. Does that raise no alarms with you? Do you think that's complete?
No, it's not that it raises no alarm. Wait. Whether it raises alarms for me is not answering the question whether I'm ignorant. It's not. So I'll just tell you that this is not data that I'm ignorant. I've looked at the data on when abortions are performed and frequency. I've looked at various different sources. I've looked at. Also, I don't have this list on hand, but I've also looked at it by year, just to see if there were any major fluctuation by each year, and there were. But yeah, like, okay, so we agree. Where did you get the 91% figure?
Actually, I forget who said it, but somebody, they're not even watching the video. Oh wait, it was Engelberg. You dropped that information into the chat earlier today, and you said you did research for me, and I was like, oh.
Oh, set you up for failure. Oh.
Yeah, because I wasn't even gonna use. I wasn't going to use any percents because this is all that I was going to say, really.
Oh, look what he's saying. He's saying, I just made that shit up to show how it might be stated in argument form. I didn't say shit about doing research. Quote me.
No, it's not. It's not always about research because this has got to do with actual, like, human interaction. It's not always about
By
percentage.
actual, do you mean the made up? Do you mean the made up shit? And to quote your friends that he gave to you?
No, because I already stated the facts before he went and said that. So I just thought, okay, I
So
bring
do
it
you,
up.
let's do this part. Do you agree that when you said this, in your attempt to show what I was wrong about or ignorant about, do you agree
No,
that
I don't. I already know what you're going to say. I know. But okay, so this is what I was trying to say.
you agree? Wait, you agree that you were? You agree that you were wrong?
I disagree with everything. Let me.
So you think you weren't wrong about the 91%?
I don't know what you're going to say, but let me explain myself.
No. I'd like you to answer the question. Do you agree or disagree that you were wrong about the 91% claim?
Okay. Do I agree or disagree? I actually have not seen your information, nor have I seen the information that you
I've already posted it to you here, and
You posted the graph. How do I know that's
Okay,
not
here's the
true?
link.
How do I know the study is a doctor? How do I know the study is a full comprehensive study of all abortions that happen
Here's the
versus just the
CDC.
study
Do you
of
trust the CDC? Do you trust the CDC?
Do I trust the CDC?
Like, okay, here's
Sure.
the CDC.
Dude, I'm not going. I mean, look, dude. There might be other places that have studies that are even more comprehensive.
Okay. Do you think?
CDC
Okay.
is
Do you
American.
do you think that you can refute my data or defend your data or your claim?
Again, I didn't make a claim. I made an assumption, and the assumption was made without
You have an
the data.
argument against. Do you think you can refute the data that clearly shows that 91% figure, also as admitted by your friend who gave it to you, that he just made it up?
He just made it up.
Yeah,
He
he
said that.
literally said. Look at the chat. Look, you said it was Engelberg. Look at what he said. He said he just made that figure up.
Oh, he just made that. I wouldn't make that argument, but I'm wondering if that's a generally correct sketch of the argument. Oh no, I don't do. I told you I have had absolutely no
He
data
said, I just
about
made
this
that shit
particular
up.
thing.
Look, he said, I just made that shit up to show how it might be stated in argument.
Right. Okay. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Quote itself. More than 90% of abortions, essentially all abortions. In 90% of abortions are after 7 weeks. Essentially all abortions are after 7 weeks. Abortion after 6% possible rule 1. Essentially abortions. I wouldn't defend that. Just to clarify, I wouldn't make that argument, but I'm wondering if that's generally correct sketch of an argument forward. So just to be clear, Engelberg, you didn't actually have any data about 90% of abortions being performed after 7 weeks. He's saying, of course not. You
Yeah,
just
see
made
that?
that figure up. Is that right, Engelbert?
Okay, so that's fine.
Okay, so
Again,
as you agree.
that's inconsequential to what the point I was making.
Okay, but yeah, this is an intellectual honesty check. That's why I'm pushing you on this question, because people who are
No, I don't think that the data I got from Angle, he made it up.
So do you agree? So do you agree that when you tried to show how I was ignorant on something and made the 91% claim, you agree that you were wrong?
Yeah, I was completely ignorant because I didn't do
Okay.
any fact check. But I didn't
Great.
think it was relevant because at the end of the day,
Great.
I thought that that's
So now that okay, so we've tried one thing that I was ignorant about. Turns out you were the one ignorant about it. Is there anything else you think? I'm
No,
ignorant?
because again, if I made the claim that you were ignorant of data, then I would be making the claim that you're capable of using Google. And again, I made the claim
You
that
suspected.
ignorant.
So do we agree that your suspicion, you suspected that I was ignorant of that, the fact that 91% of abortions happen after 7 weeks? When in fact,
Because again, how is that?
if there's a recording,
How is that possible? Given the time, given the timeline, how is that possible? I made the statement before he posted it. How is that possible? How could I base my
Okay, did you make it up?
presumption?
Did you make it up too?
Did I ever state that I made that? That I literally said that
I
got
am
the
asking, it's a
I
question.
after
It's a
he
question.
flipped, after he
Look,
posted.
do you agree that in reality, look, that statement, you were actually wrong.
Based on what we've talked about so far, we haven't even gotten to the point where I
It's a
made the
yes or
statement.
no.
You
Okay,
thought
so
that
I'm gonna
any
answer-
time.
I'm gonna ask the question
I made
two
the statement
more
10
times.
minutes. Do you understand that? Do you understand how timelines work?
I'm
Do you
gonna try
understand how a
two more
simple
times, so that I'm gonna repeat the question. So, and then if you don't answer the question, it'll be a ban. So, try number 2. Do you agree that when you made the claim that
No, I don't agree.
Okay, so to be correct, do you think that you're correct when you made that claim that 91% of abortions occur after 7 weeks?
No, I don't think I'm correct when I made that claim because the guy who gave me the information said he made it up.
Do you think you're incorrect when you make the claim?
Yes, I do think I'm incorrect.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there anything else you think that I'm ignorant about?
Yes, and this is
Okay,
exactly
so let's go one by one. Okay, we're going one by one. So the first thing, turns out I'm not ignorant about that. The second thing, what is the second thing that you think I'm ignorant?
Okay, so the majority of women, well, obviously not the majority, but majority of women who have pregnancies past, or who have abortions past 7 weeks, they don't get abortions before 7 weeks because they are not taking a regular pregnancy test. Like the 52% of people who are getting abortions are most likely getting them because they're taking a regular pregnancy test. Or they're not having sex regularly enough to where they feel the need to take a regular pregnancy test.
I'm not
So-
aware. So I'll just ask you: do you have data that that's the case?
No, but
Okay.
at
So
the
is
same
this your
time,
intuition? Is it your intuition?
no, I heard it from somebody else, but I don't have data on
Oh,
it. It is actually
does this someone else happen to be the same person that told you about the 91% figure?
no, it's completely
Okay.
but
Okay.
at the same
All
time,
right. So look. I haven't seen data on it either. I have an intuition that might be the account for a good percentage of individuals, and so I'm open to that being the case. I would not take a strong position that is the case because I don't have data supporting that. However, I don't think it seems plausible. Now,
okay, so
given that I've said that, do you think I'm ignorant about it?
well, when you say it like that, you've actually just said that you are ignorant of it.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Do you
I
put
think
you didn't-
ignorant. I
you
think
have knowledge?
ignorant. Wait. When you say ignorant, right? Like, what do you take ignorance to mean?
Ignorance is the lack of knowledge on a subject. Is that correct?
Oh, it's a lack. Okay, well, if you take that, that's what you mean by ignorant. Then yeah, and there's ignorances all over the place. But I'm not ignorant of my but it's not the type of ignorance that the sense of you have some sort of knowledge that I don't, or that
Well, I was seeing it from the perspective of this is, like, again,
Wait, I'm cutting you off because I wanna be clear about what type of ignorance. So here's the type of ignorance that there can be. So let's say there's type 1, which is a type of ignorance that we just don't have access to certain data, and everyone doesn't have a certain knowledge, including experts in the field. They don't have knowledge of that. No one does. And then there's another type of ignorance where the data is there. The experts are aware of it. They know it. However, I don't know. Right? That's a different type of ignorance. It's a type of ignorance where the data is available, and I am ignorant of it, versus the data is not available, and we're all ignorant. Now, the type of ignorance I'm interested in knowing if you think I am ignorant of the type 2 ignorance, where the data is available, and I don't know it. So, do you think I have any of that type of ignorance?
Yeah, I would say that, like, I don't know whether you do or not. Again, I was putting forth a assumption and a hypothesis. It was not a claim to know your brain. If I was making that claim,
Okay, so just so we're clear, you don't actually stand by the statement that I'm ignorant. And by when I'm saying ignorance, is shorthand for the type of ignorance where the data is available and I don't know it.
But that was the
I'm not saying it's the claim you were making. I'm just asking a question, and I'd like an answer. So, just to be clear, you're not saying that, in virtue of me having this political belief, that I have type 2 ignorance.
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
Oh, you are saying that I have type 2 ignorance?
Yeah, because this is.
And just, okay, so what? Wait, so what do I have type 2 ignorance about?
Well, from the person that I heard it from, that they're most, like, they didn't say majority, but they said most women in circumstances to where they're not upper class are not judging, like, it's basically making abortion illegal because they are judging the pregnancy based on missed periods. So, if a woman misses a period, then that's when they start testing to see if they're pregnant. And by the time that goes by, it's already been like 4 to 6 weeks. So,
which is less than where my cutoff is.
7 weeks. So
It's actually more than 7 weeks. It's actually 8 weeks, and it's like 7 point something with like a 90% confidence at the lower bound. So it's actually a bit more than, and so what I'd like you to know is, are you making the claim that most women wouldn't be able to check to see if they were pregnant at that point in time by detecting the period? Okay. So what am I ignorant of then? What am I ignorant of? Give me a proposition that I'm ignorant of.
So my proposition is you're ignorant of the fact that a large amount of women, not most women, but a large amount nonetheless, are still basing whether they're pregnant or not with their periods, whether they miss it or not.
Oh, that's just going to be a false claim, because I already did that. So is there anything... Okay, so the first claim turned out to be a false claim and you were ignorant of it. Second claim, it turned out to be the false claim just in virtue of I was already aware of that. Is there anything else you think I'm ignorant of?
So then, if you're saying that you are knowledgeable of this, why would you still hold the belief that 8 weeks
That's tangential to my question. We can get into that. I'm happy to have that conversation.
Sure, no, I agree.
Not tonight, because I have to go to sleep, but I'm just establishing that I'm not ignorant of the things that you think I am. So I'm aware of that. Is there anything else you think I'm ignorant of?
Well, if you're saying that you're aware of those two things, my main basis for the claim that you were ignorant was that you were not going to be aware of those things.
Okay, great. So it turns out that was false, and I am aware of both of them. So we agreed that I'm not ignorant of the topic. Correct?
Sure. Sure. Yep.
Okay, great. Have a good night. Bye.
Now, critically, the reality of the resurrection is not an isolated event. It is part and parcel of a world and life view.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Not much, just playing and maybe winning at video games. Yeah, okay. So let's roll it out. You wanted to talk with me about some studies on beloved friends of the stream trans people.
Yes. Yeah. So we can actually start. Depending on wherever you want to, but we can start with the studies you sent. So I take it someone sent to you studies on puberty blockers and IQ?
Yes.
Okay. So we can go through them one by one. So the first, and just let me know if you want me to, like, send it to you in the chat or whatnot so we can go along at the same time, or if I could just give you a lowdown on each one that was sent.
Yeah, please do link the study to me as you say it. I can't look it on screen right now on account of the video games and all.
Okay, sure.
Link it so that I have a sort of chronological detail.
Yeah. Sure. So this was the first study that you referred. This is the MUL 2001 study. So this study had importantly, a couple things. When they look at studies on puberty blockers and IQ in children, what they're doing in all of the studies, whether it's the Mull 2001 study or even studies that actually do have a control group, this one didn't, by the way, what they're doing is they are looking at individuals with a condition known as precocious puberty. This is a condition where these individuals have puberty earlier than they normally are supposed to have. And as a result of that, one of the indications for a GnRH agonist, which is a gonadotropin releasing hormone agonist, is to treat precocious puberty. Now, the issue here with all of these is that the way it's set up, even when there is a control group, what they generally will present it to you is they will show you a study, say, oh, look what happens here. We have a group of, in the case of the Mull study, what they did was, we have a group of individuals with precocious puberty. We gave them a GnRH agonist, and from time point T1 to T2, it could be a given amount of years from follow-up time since they were treated, their IQ decreased. And it's going to be like maybe 5-7 points or something like that. It's not a clinically relevant, although it will be a statistically significant decrease. And it'll be like, aha, there it is. Like, see, GnRH agonists like decrease IQ. Right off the bat, the issue with Mull study is there's no control group at all. So the obvious concern here is that the obvious concern is that you could always say, well, wait a minute, it would have decreased. Maybe it would have decreased even more. Maybe a GnRH agonist actually prevents it from going as low as it would have otherwise.
The GnRH agonist you're referring to here, can you describe that to me, please?
Oh yeah, it's an acronym for a puberty blocker.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was thinking for a second, it felt like it was a substitute for that, but I didn't. I wasn't entirely sure.
It's gonadotropin release. Yeah, it's gonadotropin releasing hormone agonist. So the way your hypothalamus releases
and panels. So I am your host, Brittany. This is my co-host, Todd. How are you?
Good, great. How are you tonight?
And we have Justin, who started the show with us. He is back as more of our left-wing host, so since I've got my left-wing card about standing for that.
Yeah, it was mine.
All right, so yeah, we are going to be having a debate panel tonight. It's going to be on transgender issues and whether or not it's a mental illness. So let's bring on our guest. Let's start off with Melty Infidel. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay.
So yeah, you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
Yeah, I'm Mousy Infidel. I think I'm pretty far to the left, at least relative to most people in the US. I have a YouTube channel called Mousy Infidel, a Twitter account called Mousy Infidel. I do debates and other kinds of political content. So yeah, I've talked with Lauren Southern in the past about these issues. I thought it was a nice conversation, so I'm looking forward to discussing these issues again.
Next up, let's bring on Avi. How are you?
How you doing? For those who don't know, I'm Avi. I'm a doctor, and I debate as a hobby. I've debated here before on vaccines last time, so good to be back. Thanks for having me, and look forward to having this discussion.
Thank you. Next up, let's bring on Lauren Bisky. How are you tonight?
Hi. Thanks so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, so if you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
Great. So my name is Lauren Whiskey. I'm a former Republican nominee from Delaware for U.S. Senate. It was my first time ever running for office. I got involved in politics in 2018. On the political spectrum, I'm a strong Christian conservative and passionate about social issues and social conservatism, especially the issue of the restoration of the American nuclear family. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to talk to other people about transgenderism, classifications, mental illness, as well as effects on the nuclear family. So thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. And last up, let's bring on Lauren Southern. How are you tonight?
Hello, good to be here. I apologize, I'm on 2 hours of sleep, so forgive the yawns, I'm not bored. Excited to be here. I do political content on Twitch and YouTube, and yeah, Melty and I had a really good conversation about transgenderism before. Enjoyed that. I believe Ab and I have discussed this before. Lauren, nice to meet you for the first time. Great name. I like it. And yeah.
All right, so here's what we'll do. Each person can have like 1 to 5 minutes if you guys want to just get your stance on this topic. After that, we will just open the floor for a discussion. And for those watching, if you have any questions, tag politically provoked, so we know you're talking to us and not chat, and we will be jotting them down throughout the debate and get to them at the Q&A. After Q&A, we'll do closing statements and final thoughts. So I guess, Avi, what you guys go on?
Sure. So I'll be debating in the con position. So my conclusion is it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness. Here is the syllogism that I'm posting in the chat. I'll read that loud. Premise one, if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. That takes the form of P and implies not Q. Premise two, it's logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. That's affirming Q. Conclusion, it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, therefore not P. So this is, in logic, it takes the form of the modus tollens argument. P implies not Q. Q, therefore not P. It's a deductively valid argument. To reject the conclusion, they will need to reject either premise one or premise two. And they would have to show how premise one would be false. That would be very hard because it's an analytically entailed premise. If they want to try to reject premise two, then they would need to show what contradiction is entailed by a transgender person not having a mental illness. Things that won't work, rambling on about what it means to have a mental illness, that won't work unless you can show it's directly relevant to premise two. Other things that won't work, if you want to adopt proprietary definitions, if that's the strategy, that may work, but then the question will just be re-asked with respect to how the definitions are standardly used. So, step one, show which premise is false. If you want to say premise one is false, good luck, that's analytically entailed. If you want to say premise two is false, show the contradiction. And hopefully, the argument will be engaged with. All right, let's have fun.
All right, Malfi, you go next.
Yeah, I guess there's not much to say. I agree with pretty much everything Avi said, which is just to say that if you want to prove that transgenderism is a mental illness, you actually have to show that it's not logically possible for there to be a person who is transgender and doesn't have a mental illness. So you're going to have to derive some sort of a contradiction in there being a trans person who does not have a mental illness. Obviously, I don't think it can be done, but I'm interested to hear how one would argue for that. So,
I guess we can do Winsky.
Okay, so I'm reading this, and it just seems like a decorated word salad. Even clinical psychiatric studies say that gender dysphoria is a mental health issue. I look at the end result. So with transgenders, the whole community, the demographic, they struggle with a 40% attempted suicide rate. Am I correct or am I wrong? Or is there something funny? No, this isn't funny, actually, because 40% of people that end up transitioning or participating in the lifestyle of transgenderism do attempt suicide. The other 60% who do survive suicide rates suffer with suicidal ideation. They struggle with substance abuse. Many of them are victims of traumatic sexual childhood abuse. You wouldn't believe I actually ran a rehab center, a drug substance abuse rehab center, and you would not believe how many transgenders ended up with me. Now, it's not just a lifestyle they chose. This is years and years of trauma. And what we have been doing is we've been up in a document of the 3% is.
I suppose the debate is already over with Avi's big calculation here, so I guess I'll just have to agree with that. And because transgenderism is a mental illness and there's nothing wrong with transgender people, there should be absolutely no paid-for insurance company surgeries. In fact, I don't think they need treatment at all. We probably shouldn't have to use their pronouns since there's no risk of exacerbating their gender dysphoria because they've got nothing wrong with them. I don't think there should be any paid safe for treatment. I don't think we need clinics for that, none of that. Because that's nothing wrong with these people. No mental illness.
So I'll respond to Lauren Whiskey and Lauren Stuff. So in terms of Lauren Whiskey, just didn't engage with the argument at all, didn't show which premise was false. Went on a ramble about increased risks, which there are, but again, that doesn't engage with the argument. You can have increased risks without inherently being a mental illness. As to Lauren Southern's point, again, there's a distinction between something being a mental illness and something resulting in risks for mental illness. Certain medications.
Is gender dysphoria considered classified as a mental health issue? Is it?
It is, but that's not what we're talking about.
Exactly.
That's not what we're talking about.
Mental health issue.
We're talking about transgenderism.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Well, now you have to show that you'd have to. Now the argument just gets kicked back. You'd have to show that there's a logical contradiction in there being a trans person who doesn't have the condition of gender dysphoria, right?
Well, Matthew, wait a second. Because Winsky's clearly not tracking here. I just wanted to respond to Lauren Southern here because.
Sure.
So we can grant. Again, it's compatible. You can have a higher rate of mental illnesses. Having a higher rate of mental illnesses that do need treatment is compatible with something not being a mental illness. X can lead to a higher risk of mental illnesses. That doesn't entail that X is in itself a mental illness. What we're debating here is whether transgenderism is a mental illness. We can grant that transgenderism does lead to higher risks
So
of
should
things like
I
gender
only
dysphoria.
have to use someone's, like, because the argument for pronouns typically is if you don't use them, then you are exacerbating someone's gender dysphoria, right? So if pronouns are just a personal preference thing, does that argument then fall apart?
So it
And
doesn't.
there's no
However, that
mental illness
topic is.
involved here?
It,
Because I
it
feel
doesn't,
like,
however,
okay,
that-
can I just explain what I feel like the mental illness aspect of transgenderism is often used constantly in arguments to say you have to do X, Y, Z, otherwise you're going to cause suicides, you're going to cause mental illness exacerbation, we need to have transgender surgery, we need to promote that, we need to pay for this, otherwise you're going to exacerbate these people's mental health issues. And then when the topic comes up about whether transgender people are mentally ill, everyone's like, how dare you say that? We're all sitting here like, you've just been telling us that if we approach this from any approach other than a left-wing progressive one, that we are literally murdering children or murdering people because their mental health is so bad. But then suddenly, when we actually want to agree with you and call it mental illness, we're fucking idiots. I
No,
guess.
because so no one called you an idiot, Lauren. So real quick. So again, having a high rate of mental illness, and someone can still make the pronoun argument. That's not the argument I make, by the way. It's a different topic than what we came to discuss, which I'm happy to do so, by the way. Someone can make that argument saying, okay, well, there's a high rate of mental illness in this population, while it being compatible with that condition, not in and of itself being a mental illness. So someone can just as easily make the same pronoun argument while maintaining that transgenderism is not a mental illness. They can just say, well, it leads or it's associated with a high rate of mental illness, even though it is not a mental illness. And we make the same, they can make the same pronoun argument saying, okay, well, because that's the case, and because it just so happens to be that these individuals do have high rates of suicide and that can increase the rate, they can make the same pronoun argument. There's no entailment.
Okay, so let me ask you, is gender transitioning, like therapy, whether it be hormone therapy or surgery, is that a medical or a cosmetic procedure?
That is, it can be, well, technically it could be either one. So generally, it is a medical procedure for people who have gender dysphoria. And it has been shown to reduce the risks of suicide in the best data. Your an expert would agree with that. Who I just spoke to recently, today, by the way. Now, if the idea is to say, oh, well, if it's not a mental illness, then why are we giving them surgeries? Well, again, the reason we're giving these people surgeries by covering them is not because they're transgender per se. The reason we give them these surgeries is because they have gender dysphoria. They have something that is a mental illness.
Do you think gender dysphoria is a mental illness?
Yes.
Okay,
it is.
All right.
Classified as a
Most
DSM-5.
people who are transgender have
There's
dysphoria.
absolutely room to learn.
Wait, that's, well,
Gotta go.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait.
There's no difference. There is absolutely
Well, there-
no difference.
There,
in somebody that
well, there's
feels
a
like they
clear
were born in
okay, so
the wrong
yeah,
body.
well, wait a minute. Yes, there is. Yes, well, there absolutely is.
Okay, yeah, go ahead
Here
and
is,
explain.
sure. So the definition of transgenderism is the condition of someone feeling that they are not the same gender as they are the sex, or as the one they were assigned or said to have at birth. That's completely different from gender dysphoria, which is a condition that causes mental anguish or causes harm to someone's psyche, such that there's a disconnect between their mind and their body, such that they can't do certain things. They have impaired social function. They have impaired ability to, they start getting depression things. That's a completely different thing than just being transgender per se. Not everyone who has transgender dysphoria. And if you think it's not different, if any of you, Lauren Southern or Lauren Woods, think it's not different, then what's the contradiction between someone, for someone entailed by someone being transgender without having gender dysphoria?
What percentage of transgender individuals have dysphoria? Is there any research on that?
That's tangential to the debate proposition. Like, whether it's 99% or 1%, it would still be the case that transgenderism is still different.
Like, people in my chat have got this right. This is just like a silly semantic debate.
Mm-hmm.
People who have gender dysphoria, which is going to be a large portion of people with transgenderism because they feel they are in the wrong body, have a mental illness. And maybe, sure, there's this like 1% of people that feel perfectly fine with their body but think that they're the other gender or whatever. Like, I'm willing to accept that fine, but it doesn't get rid of the broader point that gender dysphoria, which is one of the main aspects of transgenderism, a very large part of it, which is why so many people want hormone treatment, which is why there is this massive movement for surgery for kids to get hormone blockers, is because gender dysphoria is one of the main aspects of the transgender community right now, and one of the main aspects of having transgenderism.
Well, so dismissing it, one second, dismissing it as a semantic argument is not going to work because again, it's a debate proposition. You can substitute. If I wish, if only that move would work, where to call something a semantic dispute when it actually means something else, to substitute it in with an argument and say, well, because this is correlated to that. It doesn't matter if it's 99 or 99.9%. I don't think it is.
Okay, define gender dysphoria.
Okay, so gender dysphoria is defined by the DSM-5, and I'll pull that up for you right now. No problem. Oh. Okay, give me 1 second.
Is the state of transgenderism not feeling like your body does not match?
No, there's an additional criteria. It's not just that. Okay,
All
so
right.
gender dysphoria in adolescents and adults. Yeah, sure. So, so it's a marked so it has the following criteria. So it has a marked incongruence between one's experience or expressed gender and assigned gender of at least 6 months duration, as manifested with at least 2 of the following. A marked incongruence. congruence between what experience. I'm just making sure this is from the DSM-5. Give me 1 second. The point is, and I'll read it out.
No, read it all.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
The second
So,
one.
yeah,
So the first
so
one is a marked
marked-
congruence.
Yeah. And second one is a strong desire to be rid of one's primary or secondary sex characteristics because of a marked
Well, that's
incongruence with one experience.
That's
Yep.
being transgender.
And then
So the DSM-5
a strong,
is being
that's not, if you,
Being
if you will-
transgender is
if
having
you'll-
an
if you'll-
incongruence with your
if
mind.
you'll- if you wouldn't interrupt me for a second, it's not the only criteria there. Let me finish. If you told me to read out the whole thing, I was going to read you the relevant part, but you wanted me to read the whole thing. And if I'm going to do that, don't interrupt me. Number 3, a strong desire for the primary and secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. Number 4, a strong desire to be of the other gender. Number 5, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender. Number 6, a conviction that one has the typical feelings and reaction to the other gender. And B, the B criteria, the condition is associated, this is a necessary criteria, condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. If you don't have that criteria, then it doesn't matter if you have all of the 6 A criteria. You do not have gender dysphoria, even if you are transgender. That's
So
how
you
it's
don't have
defined in the
distress,
DSM-5.
is what you're saying?
Dysphoria, social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. If you don't have that criteria, so with clinically significant C of gender, and B, the B criteria, the condition is associated. This is a necessary criteria. The B first desire relevant part, but you wanted me to read the whole thing. And if I'm going to do that, don't interrupt me. Number 3, a strong desire for the primary and or secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. Number 4, a strong desire to be of the other gender. Number 5, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender. Number 6, a conviction that one has the typical feelings and reaction to the other gender. And B, the B criteria, the condition is associated. This is a necessary criteria. Condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. If you don't have that criteria, then it doesn't matter if you have all of the 6 A criteria. You do not have gender dysphoria, even if you are transgender. That's
So
how
you
it's
don't have
defined in the
distress,
DSM-5.
is what you're saying? Well, we are looking at, I believe it's a 60% depression rate, 40% suicide rate.
Well,
if that isn't distress, I'm not really sure what is. We are looking at.
Or other important. This is a necessary criteria. B, or 6, a conviction that one has the typical feelings and reaction to the other gender. And B, the B criteria, the condition is associated. This is a necessary criteria. Condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. If you don't have that criteria, then it doesn't matter if you have all of the 6 A criteria. You do not have gender dysphoria, even if If you are transgender. That's how it's defined in the
distress is what you're saying. Well, you know, we are looking at, I believe it's a 60% depression rate, 40% suicide rate. If that isn't distress, I'm not really sure what it is.
I mean, we can say that there's a large number of trans people who have dysphoria and have certain negative mental outcomes, while still saying that there's no logical contradiction in someone being transgender and not having those mental outcomes.
So what you're basically saying is there's this potential small percentage of people that feel like they are in the wrong body. They feel like they are mentally a woman or a man, but in the sex characteristics of the other gender or sex. Man, got to keep up with the progressive terminology here. And that a small percent are entirely unbothered, or not unbothered to a degree that would be emotionally distressing whatsoever to them, and therefore they don't fit into the DSM-5 version of a mental illness. That's what you're suggesting.
What I am saying is that transgenderism and gender dysphoria are two different things, and transgenderism is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is, and the specific criteria that differentiates gender dysphoria is the B criteria as outlined in the DSM-5, which is the conditions associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. Now, given that, it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness. Now, I'm going to redirect this to the argument because I went along and answered 21 questions with the two Laurens here for quite some time. I just want, now Lauren Southern has conceded the debate proposition from the outset. Seems to be a little sarcastically, but I'll just confirm that it has.
Question about whether transgenderism and gender dysphoria are inherently connected. No, because now we have to answer the question of
okay, so we've answered
inherently connected.
Yeah, we've answered that. We've answered that. The difference. Well, by definition, well, here's the answer. Yeah, here's the answer. The difference between transgenderism and gender dysphoria is the B criteria in the DSM-5 that's necessary in order to have gender dysphoria, which is the condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. You do not need to have that in order to be transgender. That's the difference. The difference is one requires this, one does not require this. Now, what's the contradiction?
In the DSM-5, it suggests that.
How mental illness is standardly.
DSM-5 says, for sure.
Yeah, that's how it's standardly used in the medical. That's how mental illness is standardly defined in the medical community. You agree with that?
I mean, well, let me check the definition of how they identify something like schizophrenia, which also includes people thinking they are, in positions where they are not, seeing things that are not congruent with necessarily the reality they're living in.
What's the relevance?
If this could simply be, I could potentially disagree with the DSM-5 definition. I'm not going to for now, but, is the definition of mental illness by the DSM-5 you have to find something distressing that is not congruent with reality, right? Or is it just congruent with reality?
Wait, that's a different question, Lauren. That's a different question. You're jumping to a different question now. You asked me what the difference, I didn't say it was how it defined mental illness. I said, I gave you the difference between transgenderism and gender dysphoria. There are other mental illnesses that don't need to have that can have other things. Like, so you can be a schizophrenic who has delusions and has false beliefs and has disorganized speech. So the criteria, the DSM-5 criteria is going to be two of the following for a significant portion of time during 1 month period. 1, delusions, 2, hallucinations, 3, disorganized speech, frequently derailment or coherence, 4, grossly disorganized or counter behavior, and 5, negative symptoms, which would be things like diminished emotional expression. So I'm not saying that that's the only way you can have a mental illness, is to be gender dysphoria. All I'm pointing out to you is that gender dysphoria and transgenderism are accepted to be different things by the standard usage of the
And what I'm kind of suggesting is, if the DSM-5 says that, we're just going to be like, well, we all have to just appeal to what the DSM-5 says, then what are Lauren and I sitting here supposed to do? Well, I guess that's what the DSM-5 says, right? Like,
well, no, you could make an argument. No, you can make an argument. No, you can make an argument that given what this condition is, given what transgenderism is, it's entailed that there would be some sort of mental illness. So you could say, if someone has a gender that is not the same as their sex, then it follows that they will have either delusions or hallucinations or paranoid delusional disorder, for example. There are ways to make an argument. I don't think they work. I think they largely fail. But what I'm not doing here is I'm not saying the DSM defines transgenderism as not a mental illness. That's not what I'm doing. Again, I'm going to bring it back to the argument now. Now that we've heard that transgenderism and gender dysphoria are not the same thing, I'm going to bring it back to the argument and ask what premise do either of you reject. Premise 1 or premise 2. It's a simple argument.
Sure, like I think 99.9% of transgender people probably have dysphoria, and therefore I don't think it's a visual statement when people say transgenderism and mental illness are highly correlated. Like when someone says transgenderism and mental illness, they usually do mean dysphoria. I understand the semantic claim you're making, that technically transgenderism and gender dysphoria have two different definitions. I understand that. But when most people talk about it, they're like, yes, you feel in your mind that the gender you are differs from your body. It tends to distress you. As Lauren just highlighted, the suicide rates are extremely high, depression rates are really high. And so when people say transgenderism is mental illness, the only disagreement there really would be that slight semantic separation from gender dysphoria, which tends to afflict the majority of transgender people. And perhaps this unicorn transgender person who is not bothered whatsoever, feels they need no surgery, feels they don't need to change their appearance at all because they're not distressed by anything that's going on in their head, or not distressed to a significant enough level. Like I can sure maybe that exists, fine.
So,
again,
calling it a semantic difference doesn't change the fact that this is a debate proposition. That's, and we're not going to debate. That's a big. Okay.
Wait, so just to clarify, so
just to be clear, then, Mark. Just to be clear, so you agree with me then that it is not the case that transgenderism is mental illness.
Bro, sure, I don't care. The gender dysphoria is a mental illness, and like 99% of transgender people have it.
Wait, can you just give me the citation for 99? Wait, I'm actually, so now
the vast majority of people. All right.
Wait,
I know I have no citation. I just have never met a person who is transgender that feels no need, that doesn't feel bothered by the fact to a significant degree that their mind doesn't match their body. And I don't know.
Bother to a significant degree is not the. So bother to a significant degree is not the same thing as the condition associated with clinically significant distress or impairment. Well, look, I'm just saying.
I should have kept my initial premise. There's no mental illness, not at all, zero.
That's not what I. Okay, so when you say like that.
It's not a mental illness at all. There's
okay, cool. Now is Lauren, don't stop. We're not saying there's no association. We're granted. We agree with it. There's a clear correlation with mental illness.
Okay, then we agree.
Okay.
So when people say, all right, so transgenderism is highly correlated with mental illness. Does that fly with you?
Yes, it does fly with me. The only thing I'm defending here is that transgenderism is not even. And look, maybe it's 10%. I know that the last time I asked sociologists, 80% of transgender people didn't end up getting surgery. Now maybe that's because they had lack of access, but I know there are quite a few. I do know quite a few transgender people who don't have dysphoria, who have not gotten surgery. So I don't know the percentages on it, but regardless, it seems like Lauren Southern agrees on this debate proposition. That just leaves Lauren with me. So Lauren, do you agree as well with Lauren Southern that it's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, or do you disagree with Lauren Southern on that? Do you agree with me as well? Or?
No, actually, I'm still sitting here trying to allow you to convince me that it's not a mental illness, and every single thing you said has kind of reestablished what I was already thinking. As far as your first sentence, I'm not really sure what this is. Like, I don't know if you wrote this up beforehand. I don't know. But you said transgenderism is a mental illness, and it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. Well, as a doctor, you should know that people have coinciding conditions. People may struggle with gender dysphoria, transgenderism, but also substance abuse, depression. So that's not exclusive to just transgenderism. They can have multiple ailments, all triggered from childhood sexual abuse that triggered them into that lifestyle in the first place. So to be honest with you, I'm not convinced. I'm bored, and it's very interesting. I'm actually more so taken back to know that you have doctors like you, people who know that you're enabling a lifestyle that hurts people, that kills people, that ends up destroying lives. You're still just defending it. It's just shocking.
Wait, so if we want to talk about
what premise? So wait, keep it to the argument. What premise do you reject then?
Well, I believe it's a mental illness, and you have not convinced me otherwise. So.
Okay, well, what's the logical contradiction in there being a trans person who doesn't have a mental illness?
She didn't say what premise she rejects, Melody. Wait, just to be clear. So Lauren said. Agrees with the argument to sound. So we're done with debating hard then, right? We agree on the argument to sound on your view?
I honestly don't care. I think we need transgender people in all of our sports. I think that there's
absolutely nothing wrong with that. Stop.
I didn't say you said that. We're not even talking about transgender sports. that's genuinely my position as a play. I'm actually not trying to conflate your position. That's genuinely how I feel right now. I literally at the point where I'm like, we need to just open it all up and let people just see how it goes. Open the floodgates, have absolutely no inhibition.
That's fine. I actually don't. Okay, so that's regardless of what you have your views on that topic are. You agree with the argument I presented to sound or not?
Sure, it probably is. I don't doubt that you've probably written a conclusion here that is accurate in your equation, much like how there have been physicists that have been able to write on the back of a napkin an equation that shows bees can't fly. I'm sure you have written something that logically makes sense. But just in the real world, to me, when the majority of people with transgenderism have gender dysphoria, I don't think it's that crazy that people conflate that correlation. I think that once again is just a But actually, I actually do not see the point of this debate. I don't. Sure, transgenderism is not a mental illness, whatever, I can accept that. That doesn't change the fact that the majority of transgender people have gender dysphoria, and therefore when we talk about this issue,
Great, so that's fine, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, look, Lauren, and that's what I wanted to talk with you about, really. That's why I preferred you instead of a semantic discussion like this. But I'm glad, so just to be clear, we agree that it's not the case that transgender is a mental illness. The conclusion of this argument, you agree with that?
Sure, I don't even care.
Okay, well, that's fine.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, and then it's 3 against, I guess it's 3 against 1 then, because I don't think so. I will not be a part of this, and not tell me.
So just to be
But
clear,
it doesn't matter if you define it differently. It doesn't change the fact that transgender people have gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness. Like, it doesn't matter how you guys
hold on.
want to define all of this.
We're not define. When you say define it differently, if the implication is that we're using some sort of proprietary language here. I'm not using proprietary language in any of my terms. I'm just.
What?
Giving them to how they're standard used, either in the medical community, transgenderism, I'm using the Cambridge Dictionary, and in terms of, the reason I'm doing that because transgenderism never appears in the DSM. Only transsexuals never appeared in it historically. Transgenderism, I don't even believe it ever appeared in any version of the DSM. So I'm using a dictionary definition. I'm trying to use standardly used terminology here. So I'm not trying
So
to...
basically, you're essentially saying that it's not mental illness because it hasn't been clinically diagnosed as a mental illness.
Yes, that's
We're talking about that's what you're saying. Because it has not been documented as mental illness. But because it's written on paper or not doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is what it is.
You're not tracking.
I'm trying to say in reality, we can see that amongst this community, like,
The reason I'm saying it's not mental illness was given by argument. The definitions that are used for the terms that appear in the argument, I'm just trying to point out that I'm not trying to pull any idiosyncratic definitions or proprietary terms. I'm trying to do that I can, and I've done a good job of doing so. I'm providing terms of how they're standard used. The reason I'm saying it's not mental illness is because it's possible for a transgender person to not have any mental illness. And if it was the case that transgenderism was a mental illness, that would not be possible. So if you don't care about that, that's fine. Lauren Southern, we can agree on that, and we can move on hopefully and talk about the actual mental illness. What to do about that? That's the conversation that I'd like to have with you, rather than a conversation like this. But this was the debate conference topic, and so it's just trivially the case that transgenderism is not mental illness. You don't care about this one.
Here's the question. The reason I don't care about it too is I actually think mental illness weight in today's world and conversation. I think it's lost a lot of definition. Even when, so like I have ADHD, right? I've gotten therapy for my ADHD. I've been like, oh yeah, I've got an inability to deal with these things. And even my therapist would be like, we call it neurodivergent. We don't call it a disorder, right? So even something that is literally labeled as a disorder is being changed to just being neurodivergent. And I think that a lot of these definitions are going to change over time. So what is mental illness? What is it? Female hysteria used to be mental illness, right? That isn't anymore. So that's why I actually really only care about dealing with what we see in reality. And I think that's what Lauren is addressing here too. We can talk all day about your little dictionary definitions, what the DSM-5 says, and we see that, and there are probably a lot of doctors who do observe that and see that, but like in reality, the majority of people who are transgender struggle deeply with mental illness issues, and that's just why people tend to make.
So yeah, Lauren, I agree with you that the majority. I'll agree with you even the majority. Although I have to look through the literature to see exactly presented. But I'll agree with you that there's a strong correlation between people who are transgender and having mental illness. And the conversation that I really would like to have with you is what to do about that and the data involved in that. That's why I wanted. However, that's not what we're here today, as you agreed, as you told me. We're here to debate whether transgenderism. Now you can see it. You already agreed with me. It's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, and you don't care about that. Now it's fine if you don't care about that, but that unfortunately is what the debate topic is. I regret that. I'd love to have a more conversation with you.
I don't want to get your mouth please sometime, Ollie, because you're kind of getting a little bit
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Now, Malky, I want to just now Lauren out of the equation now because Lauren Southern is because she's conceded now. Malky,
because you're kind of being a little bit balls off here.
That's fine. Yeah.
Mouth please sometime, Ollie, because you're kind of being a little bit balls off here.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Now, Malky, I one thing just now. Lauren's out of the equation now because Lauren Southern is because she's conceded for this debate topic. It's just Lauren Witzke now. I would just Southern is. That's fine. Now, Malky, I one thing just now. Lauren's out of the equation now because Lauren Southern is because she's conceded for this debate topic. It's just Lauren Witzke now. I would just keep her to the argument. Yeah, I would just you'll lose. I would just keep her to the argument and which premise she rejects. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So which? Yeah. So I mean, I guess like which part of the argument do you like not accept? Like, so I guess do you agree that like if transgenderism is a mental illness, then that means that it's not logically possible for there to be a transgender person who doesn't have a mental illness?
Okay, so, all right, I'm going to reverse this back to what I understand, kind of. Okay, so I'm going to apply this to addiction because addiction is what I know through and through. Now, I understand where Ivy's coming from, where he is saying that transgenderism is a result of mental illness. You know, they say with addiction recovery, they classify addiction as mental illness, which I completely disagree with. I think choice is personal choice. Addiction is the result of mental illness or bad choices. So the end result is addiction. With transgenderism, the end result is transitioning, cutting your dick off, like all these things, I see the end result. So I'm trying to understand if he's saying that transgenderism is a end result of a mental illness or as opposed to being a mental illness itself. So I'm trying to understand.
So I'm saying that I'm saying that transgenderism is associated with, even strongly associated with mental illness. illnesses, however, transgenderism in and of itself is not a mental illness. Now, like I just point out that you didn't address what the premise was incorrect. So you're given an argument. You have two premises and a conclusion. It's a Motus Ponens argument. It's valid. So in order for it to not be sound, one of the premises needs to be false. Otherwise, the conclusion that's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness goes through. So which premise do you reject?
Well, I reject the premise that people have to be like, they can't have a mental illness and be transgender.
Well, I don't think that is a premise of the argument.
No, it says it right there. It's right there.
Well,
it's
we're not saying that.
possible for a transgender person to not have a mental
That's not
illness
a
because
premise.
we see it. I'm not
the
operating in
premise is-
delusions here.
The premise is if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness, right? We're just saying that as sort of as like an analytic component, like
And then the second premise, yeah.
Yeah, and so the claim is just that
the point is that
sorry, my internet's cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so
we had a little bit of a preload in this.
Yeah, the claim is just that if you're going to say that transgenderism is a mental illness, then you have to say that it's not logically possible for there to be a person who is trans and doesn't have a mental illness. We're not saying that a trans person can't have a mental illness. We're just saying that, like, it would be entailed by your view that, or it's a premise of the argument that if this is something that you want to say, you're going to have to show that it's not logically possible.
Okay, well, he said that, Avi actually said earlier, about how there was that sixth element that makes it differentiates between gender dysphoria and transgenderism, and that's distress. It causes them distress, it causes them mental pain to a degree. And I really honestly haven't encountered a transgender person who wasn't in pain. You can't tell me that after they self-mutilate themselves, that they aren't in excruciating pain. So I don't understand how trying to create a different, like, you're trying to make them different, but they're the same. And one is classified as a mental illness and one is not, because it's not written down on paper. And that has been your argument. So, from where I stand, it looks like a mental illness to me, and I don't operate in delusions. I'm not going to make excuses or try to twist things or throw some decorated words at the girls to try to confuse them. This is what I see. This is what I know. And I haven't been convinced any differently. So I'm going to stick with, I disagree with you. I absolutely 100% disagree because people that do struggle with gender dysphoria.
Motherfucker.
And are distressed, people that suffer with transgenderism, or wanting to transition, wanting to self-mutilate themselves, that is distress. And that is the part of gender dysphoria that makes it a mental illness. So let's operate in reality here. Let's try to operate in reality at least, and not participate in delusions. So, you know, I don't know what you're asking me. All I know is that, I mean, it looks like a mental illness to me. I haven't been convinced otherwise. And that's just what it is, you know, that is what it is.
So we've been through this
sorry,
already,
can I
so
just
one thing
jump
after.
in here? 'Cause
Sure.
I want to just clarify, like, Lauren's making a very similar point to what I was trying to get across, which is pretty much the point is, like, I'm reading the DSM-5 right now, and the definition of gender dysphoria just doesn't sound that different from the definition of transgenderism.
Yes, it is, and we can go through that again if you like. We can go over it today.
No, we really don't want to. But like
Well,
Lauren was saying, maybe.
No. The difference is very simple. Gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 requires the B criteria, which is the condition is associated with significant stress. Great. So it's you pointing out that it's similar is not the.
What the other Lauren is saying, which is also something I've experienced, I've had a lot of transgender friends, believe it or not, which means I'm obviously not transphobic. Look at my trans friend, okay? But no, like every transgender person I've ever met has dealt with significant distress. I've never met someone who hasn't. Lauren has said the same thing, and maybe we're just going off of our personal life experience, but when I watch media on this, when I watch debates on this, when I go out into the world and watch speeches at universities on this, one of the main topics that is always brought up is how much distress being transgender causes someone, particularly when they can't get treatment, when they can't get hormone blockers, when they can't present the way they want to. Like, this is what we say when we're like, the definitions actually don't sound that different of gender dysphoria and transgenderism, because anyone who has eyes can see transgender people explaining how being transgender and not being congruent with how they feel their sex and gender is causes them distress. And I do think that if you are a human being, any human being, if you feel there is something so drastic as your entire body, your genitals, like the way your face is not congruent with how you want to look, how could that not cause you distress? Like, I don't see how it could not.
So
I don't see a
again,
situation in which there is a person who is transgender that doesn't feel distressed by the fact that.
If all of that is true, it's compatible with transgenderism not being a mental illness. Because again,
you
we
just
keep
said
going.
distress was the main factor of the mental illness aspect.
No,
So you
because
agree
again,
with me that it causes
no.
distress.
It can cause
Yes, because something can cause someone a mental illness, but that thing that causes it is not a mental illness.
Okay, I have
There
another
are
question.
people who look. There.
But
Wait,
it's
wait, wait.
the
Hold
same
on. Like,
definition.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is,
the same definition.
because
No, it's not. The difference in the definition.
naturally causes distress.
No.
It's like
Wait. No, because no. You're not tracking that. Now you're not tracking. Look, if there is if A overlaps with B, no, you're really not. Look, if A overlaps with B, okay, and B and the fact that A overlaps with B doesn't make A and B the same thing. There is overlap in the definition of transgenderism, gender dysphoria. However, there is also a non-overlap. The non-overlap is a criteria that is not present in what is necessary to be transgender. And there are transgender people who don't have dysphoria. By the way, a lot of those people are people who already had their dysphoria removed with therapy. Now, if transgenderism was inherently a mental illness, then it wouldn't be possible for you to alleviate that dysphoria even, because, or not alleviate dysphoria, it wouldn't be possible even after those therapies to not have mental illness. Because by definition, you would still have mental illness because you're transgender, and that's it. You would always have it. The point here is just that they're not the same thing, and just because there's commonalities or similarities in the first set of definitions, in the first set of criteria, doesn't mean they're the same definition, because there is a required definition, there's a required criteria that is not present in the other one. And yes, I know trans people who don't have dysphoria. You may not admit, but just saying that I haven't had one, that doesn't mean they don't
ask.
exist.
You're trans,
Yeah, sure.
friend, or a person you know that doesn't have dysphoria. Do they just present as the gender or sex they were born, and they do nothing to change it?
No, they do certain things to change it, but they don't have
Why
they
do
don't
they
have
change it if
significant
they're entirely unbothered?
because they prefer it's not that they're entirely unbothered.
Or they're-
It's that they prefer it.
So like, how do we measure the degree of bothered? You
That's
know?
just
like
that's just going to be an so that's an epistemic question, and I'd be happy to discuss that with you. But that's not the topic of the debate. Like regardless of how we measure it, that's just going to be an epistemic question, not a
Well,
principle
no,
question.
I'm genuinely curious. I am. Like, if you went up to your friend and
I agree.
said, no. Like, if you went up to your friend and said, okay, you have to, is it male to female or female to male? Just for the sake of this question. Your friend, are they male to
It would,
female?
yeah, it would be, yeah, the person is male to female.
Male to female. Okay, so if you said you have to live appearing like a male for the rest of your life, you're not allowed to make any changes, do you think they would be significantly distressed by that?
According to that person, well, so if someone imposed that on them, I don't know. If someone like forced them to do it, that's introducing another variable. What this person is
but
telling
like
me is that what this
if
person
they're
has
doing something to alleviate it, do you think they'd be significantly distressed?
if they could do something to alleviate it, what this person told me is that they were still able to get along with their life just fine. It's just that they prefer it.
So they just changed their gender, but they prefer it. And if
They, yeah, well, yeah. But there's something. I'm not saying this
so, is transgenderism a choice then?
is being an agent. I don't think. Well, no, I don't think that's a choice. Well, having a preference doesn't mean
They can
the
choose
preference
what they
itself.
don't really care that much.
No. That's not that. Because you can have. Look, I'm just saying there are certain things that constitute their preferences. Those things form the gender. I'm not saying that they're making a choice to do this or not. There are certain inclinations that they've had that are just
If it
not to
doesn't
the level
bother
that they
them
cause
one way or
significant.
another,
Stop, Lauren. You're not.
it
Again, when you
barely
keep saying it
bothers
doesn't
them.
bother them, you know it's
But if
not what I'm saying
it
either.
doesn't, no, but if it doesn't bother them to the point where they could be fine living the other way, like you just said, you
No.
said that they would be fine living the other way, then it kind of
Stop.
sounds like it's a choice.
Lauren. You're okay. So what I said was that they don't get to the level where it's significant distress. Okay? That's what I said. Now every time when you go and you say, oh well, they're just fine, it doesn't bother them either way. I didn't say it doesn't bother them either way. When you keep framing it like that, it looks comedic to the other side. So it is, all I'm saying is it's possible for that to happen. Now again, I'll just point out that they're not the same thing, because one requires this, the other doesn't. I don't want to catch you off in the weeds here, because again, like all the questions of how we measure it, the questions of the nature of gender, questions about medical interventions, which I tried to have a conversation with you before. I would love to have these conversations with you, Lauren, but that's not the debate topic.
Well, Avi,
But I want to know.
Avi, I think that we can kind of switch gears because you guys are kind of talking in circles a little bit. So maybe if we talk more about like mental health and transgender and kind of the solutions. I think everybody here agrees that suicide rates are really high, and those that identify as
I would love to
transgender.
have, yep,
So,
and I'd be
because
happy
you
to
guys
do
are on
that.
like a
Yep.
semantic argument, you're just talking in circles.
Yeah, well, this was I'm sorry, but this is the debate proposition that was posed. What I would like to do. By the way, I would like and if Lauren Witzke will agree that she has no counter argument to the argument that I put forward, I'd be happy to talk with Lauren Southern and Lauren Witzke about what we should do about the mental health conditions. That's what I'd like. I'd like to talk about that data.
I think
instead
that'd
of
be
going
the
into this.
way to go with
Yeah,
this,
I'd
because
like to do that.
You guys are never
So,
going to
Lauren.
agree, and it's just going to be
Yeah,
circular.
so anyway, moving on to about the suicide rates. Also, I find it very interesting that every American institution, we're looking at academia, the US government, corporations, they all support trans rights. However, their suicide rates are still getting worse. Now this is an issue that we need to confront. Do we really need to start empowering something that is a self-destructive mental illness? Because the more we empower it, the worse things seem to get for this demographic of people. I'd like to ask Avi the question, listen, why are we empowering a lifestyle that is hurting people, that is driving people to suicide, that is driving people to self-mutilation? You can't make the excuse for the problem is because we oppose transgenders or we make them feel like we're less than. No, because every American institution supports them, and we're watching as they are deteriorating as people, as human beings, and getting worse. So why would we want to make increases for lifestyle? Actually, they even went to the extent of banning conversion therapy. It's banned in my home state of Delaware. People don't even have a right to change their minds, to talk through things, to work through childhood trauma that is causing them to have these self-mutilating, suicidal thoughts.
So I'd be happy to answer that question when you're going to tell me which premise. When we square up, when we finish up with the debate proposition, which is what we've been invited to debate, I'd be happy to go through the data with you with conversion therapies. I'd be happy to discuss on the effect of conversion therapies on suicide effects. I'd be happy to talk about all of them.
Avi.
Hi.
Because it's a panel, and I know you want a very direct debate topic, but when you're having these 4 different people, you're gonna have to kind of wiggle it a bit, because not everybody's gonna have the same exact positions. So I do want to kind of expand it a little bit and not just narrow on this one particular thing, and maybe have it.
Well, this was the debate. Well, Brittany, this was the debate proposition.
But I have to kind of wiggle it even with that alone, because you guys.
Oh, well, look, if Lauren, I'll tell you what. If Lauren Witzke will grant that she cannot say which premise she rejects or cannot substantiate which premise is false, then I'd be happy to move on to the prescriptive or other topics. But until that happens, I'm going to stick to the argument that I presented for the debate proposition that I've been invited to. That Lauren Witzke has also been invited to.
But I also do want to give Malfi some time to talk as well.
Sure, Malfi would be happy to do the same. Go ahead, Malfi.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like people are I guess objecting to me and Avi by saying that the argument is sort of semantic. I mean, it sounds like the issue isn't with our argument, the issue is with the proposition itself, right? I mean, if we want to just say that the proposition is irrelevant, we don't really care about what the topic actually is, I mean, that's fine, you can say that. I mean, I guess there hasn't really been a clear counter-argument to the argument as put forward on the issue of whether or not being trans is a mental illness. But
actually, I do want to make the point that when we talked about doing this, it was going to be a panel discussion. So that's why I'm kind of well, I guess I lost. You brought up the DSM-5. I didn't realize this was going to be we're trying to get someone to concede to our point, and point by point, here's my calculation, you lose, checkmate. I actually thought we were going to have a discussion today, but it doesn't sound like we're doing that. It sounds like you want
Lauren,
to get your big W.
Lauren, actually, a discussion is actually what I've wanted to have with you, and what I've tried to have with
And I think it's unfortunate that we're meeting in terms like this rather than having a good faith discussion, rather than.
I'm glad you admit you're not being good faith. I do appreciate
No.
it.
Just to be clear. No. I'm not saying I'm not. I think I actually am being good faith with respect to this. But I'm just saying it's a debate instead of a discussion, and it's more like it's more aggressive, and I would have rather had a discussion with you. That is good faith with both of us. Again, not saying I'm not being good faith here, but I'd rather have a discussion on the more prescriptive and meaningful topics, like does gender-affirming surgeries decrease the risk of suicide, or does conversion therapy for Lauren Witzke, does conversion therapy decrease the risk of suicide? I'd like to have a discussion with that, but unfortunately, here we are with this debate proposition. Now, I'm happy to move.
Because you've sat here and you've pushed Witzka, you've been like, you have to let me know if you concede on the premise now. But you haven't actually said, okay, that's an interesting, thought you've got there. You've met a lot of people that really, really struggle with suicide all the time. It's give me the premise, concede. Yeah, because
it's tangential. Yeah, because even if the reason is because even if what Lauren Witzke says is true, it still wouldn't falsify either of the premises, and therefore the conclusion would still follow. Now, if Lauren Witzke wants to say that she still wants to reject the conclusion, then she has to falsify one of the premises. What Lauren Witzke is
debate pro up here stuff again instead
calling
of
it. Okay, you calling it. Okay, you calling it. Okay, calling it debate pro. Calling it debate pro doesn't change anything about it. Calling it debate pro doesn't change the fact that the conclusion hasn't been falsified. It doesn't change the fact that either premise of the argument has not been falsified. And so it just seems like a way that, by the way, a lot of left-wingers use a weird code, calling something debate pro to get out of when they're stuck by an argument. It's really weak. Please don't do it. Calling it debate pro doesn't change anything. So, but I will say, Lauren, I still do want to have a conversation. The reason, and I'm disappointed that we're meeting at terms that, with a debate proposition like this, that is the debate proposition. I'm happy to debate that until.
But again, it is more of an open, because we said that we were doing it as a more of a panel and it's going to be a little bit more open. That's why Ask Yourself didn't want to be a part of it. So, we can have it expand a little bit instead of such a narrow discussion on this particular.
And again,
Can everybody see your viewers see the list that Avi has submitted? He wrote out a little paragraph that says, basically, it gives us 3 options on how we're going to concede. So if I had known, I would have prepared my own counter offer. I'll get that to you, but it's really funny. You guys should show your viewers because it's like, oh, this is how you're going to concede. Option 1. Option 2. Here's another way to concede.
I'm going to show my viewers.
He's like, what? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I see it. It's right there.
Is it the thing in chat?
Let's put it in the chat. This is what Abby decided to choose from.
Wait. Are you talking about the argument? Wow. Are you that stupid? Like, you're talking about the argument? That's not the ways that you can concede. That's what an argument is.
Yeah, it is.
It's premises and a conclusion.
No,
it's not the ways you have to. Wow, you are so. Oh my God. Okay, look. Okay, I'm gonna have to dumb this down for a second. Okay, look. When argument is there's a premises and a conclusion. That's not me saying here's how you're going to concede or that's how you're going to concede. Maybe you can reject one of the premises. Okay, well, maybe you can actually justify one of the premises. Maybe not. But that's not the same thing as me saying, oh, well, here's how you're going to concede. No, it's a formal argument that you haven't interacted with. So
I've given really good points, actually. I think. I'm just confused as to how you became the ringleader of the debate. And these are the, I think we have 2 moderators.
I think the point is that this is a panel discussion.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, if you want to look, I'll just point out. That's fine. We can move on to the discussion. I'll just point out that you haven't falsified in any premise. And if you want to move on to prescriptions, you think you have them? Then what premise is false? You keep every time I'm willing to move on, you keep bringing me back. if you are granting that you have no response to the argument, and if you, in the sense that you can't falsify premise, then just say so and we can move on. Otherwise, yes, I'm going to point out, if you haven't interacted with the argument, that you haven't.
I think I've made really good points about my arguments, presenting the data and, the end results of what transgenderism brings. I think that that's really all I need to do. I don't have to concede to any of your demands that you put in the beginning of the debate. If I had known, I would have brought my own. But, you haven't convinced me otherwise that it is. You're not going to change my mind.
Whether
I don't participate in your kind of delusions. Also, I think the DSM-5 was written by radical leftists. So you also have that side of data. There's hardly any clinical trials. They refuse to actually do these clinical trials or run studies on transgenderism. They don't want people to know how bad it actually is. Because if they knew.
What premise do you think that you falsified, Lauren? Go ahead. What premise? One or two? There's only two. Yeah, what premise? One or two? There's only two premises.
I don't agree with any of them.
Okay, so premise one is analytically entailed. So
I already explained the fact that transgender people can have multiple mental illnesses. This is like a common thing.
Wait, hold on. You think premise one is false? Is that the case? Wait, I want to hear this from you. Do you think premise one is false?
All right, if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. This is like a decorated word salad. What does this even mean? What are you trying to prove?
Well, if you don't know what it means,
I don't understand. I think it's a mental illness. You haven't proven otherwise because you said, they're not distressed, so it's not a mental illness. But I see a lot of people cutting off their parts. They look pretty distressed to me. I'm just going to say that they look pretty distressed. That was your argument.
You're not even understanding what the premise even said. It's a conditional statement. It's saying if transgenderism is, it's not even asserting that it's not or is. It's saying if transgenderism is a mental illness.
Okay.
If that's the case, then it wouldn't be possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. It's a material conditional statement. So it's like look, I think I could just forget schizophrenia. If schizophrenia is a mental illness, then it wouldn't be possible for a schizophrenic person, or a person with schizophrenia, to not have a mental illness. Do you agree with that? I agree with that.
But wouldn't that mean that they have a mental illness?
No, it wouldn't, because it's an implication premise. It's not saying, in an implication premise, the antecedent can be false and the implication can be true. So if not saying that a person does have schizophrenia, if someone has schizophrenia, then it's not possible for them to not have a mental illness. With eating, they must have mental illness. Do you agree with that?
I'm not saying, because I don't know what you're trying to say. I really don't know. I really don't understand. And I'm not agreeing to anything. I don't agree with any of it. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
What is hard to understand about it? I think.
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, but I know you are sneaky, and I am not going to make any commitments to any stance on anything because I don't trust you. So that's why I have a right to.
Well, that's interesting because you already now that you can go
Yeah, so it might be helpful to think about sort of like other examples of because the argument that Avi put forth is in sort of logical terms, it's called modus tollens, and so another example of that kind of an argument would be if I'm sleeping in my bed, then I'm in my room, but I'm not sleeping in my bed, therefore I'm not in my room. So all this argument is just trying to say is look, if you are going to take the position that transgenderism is a mental illness, then in virtue of you taking that position, it's going to be true that it isn't logically possible. There's some contradiction in there being somebody who is transgender but who doesn't have a mental illness. And so that's the first premise. And then the second premise is just saying, but look, it is clearly logically possible for there to be someone who is transgender but doesn't have a mental illness, and therefore, because the entailment of your conclusion is false, that means your conclusion is false. That's kind of the idea.
Someone in my chat made a good point here. They're like, he's not sneaky. He just speaks in a way that is so formally structured that it's alien to many regular people. And like, no, I agree that you obviously have got a structured, logical argument here, but once again, we come back to we're having a panel discussion, and I'm not. That's what I mean when I say debate bro tactics. I mean we're having like a normal level person conversation here. And I don't know if you could do that without getting deep into the philosophy, logic stuff, but could we try that?
Just like one thing to keep in mind is that the
Well, look,
audience
I'm happy. Look,
isn't like doctors, so they're not gonna be able to follow like this high level logical argument that you're presenting. If you could just
I'm happy to put it in natural language. That's fine. No, it's fine. I'm happy to put it in natural language. Look.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. So the point here is just that when you say something is a mental illness, that means that if someone has this mental illness, then it's not possible for them to not have a mental illness because they have a mental illness. It's really that simple. Now, if someone has a condition, and you want to say that this condition
Wait, sorry,
is a
repeat that
mental illness.
first bit.
Yeah. Look, if someone has a condition, let's call it condition X or whatever. If someone has a condition, if that condition is a mental illness, right? So long as this person has that condition, it's not possible for them to not have a mental illness. Clearly,
But if it
because
is a
they
mental
have a
illness,
mental
what do they have? That doesn't make any sense, because if they have a mental illness, then they have a mental illness.
Well, yeah, that's trivially true, is it not? Look, if someone has a mental illness, if someone has something, and that something is a mental illness, then is it possible for them to not have the mental illness while they have this thing? And the answer is no. Because they have this thing, and this thing is a mental illness.
Okay.
It's really just that simple.
So while someone is transgender and feeling incongruent with their body, technically, if you believe that transgenderism is a mental illness, they will always have a mental illness and they can never be cured of it. That's like.
So long as they are transgender. So long as they have transgender.
Why is that an inconsistent belief? Because like I could say so.
Well, no, that's premise one. That's just
they'll always have a mental illness.
No, that's just premise one.
Okay.
No, that's premise one. Premise one is just saying that if something is a mental illness, if someone has this thing, so long as they have this thing, it is not possible for them not to have a mental illness.
Right. Okay.
Because they have this thing, which is a mental illness. Okay.
Oh, okay. So
now
then
premise
you're saying...
two. Yeah, premise two is, but it is logically possible for someone to have transgenderism while not being mentally ill.
and that
Right,
people with
okay,
transgenderism
yeah,
is
yeah.
a mental illness.
Right. Sorry, because I'm following, but then this comes down to what I was trying to get at earlier. Maybe I didn't explain myself well enough, but we basically have to argue what level of distress then is, the limit. So like you said, well, your friend who doesn't feel that bothered or isn't entirely bothered by transitioning or not transitioning or presenting or not presenting, they don't have a level of distress to the point where it would be considered a mental illness by the DSM-5. Now, when I pressed you on that and I asked, well, if your friend was told they could never make any changes to their face and they had to live as a man their whole life instead of a woman, would they be distressed by that? This is going to come into a conversation of what is the level of distress, because I would almost go to the point of saying, if it is just a preference, if they could live as a man and they don't care, are they even necessarily transgender, or are they just cross-dressing, right? So then we're getting into that kind of stuff.
Well, the point just is that someone can meet the criteria for being transgender without meeting the criteria for gender dysphoria. Now, your question of how we measure it, the question of what level is enough versus not enough, these are just going to be epistemic questions. How we measure the level.
Is your friend just cross-dressing, or are they transgender? Like, let's...
I mean, I think they're transgender. I think they have inclinations such that
they want to be treated a certain way, prefer to be treated a certain way, they prefer to look a certain way, they prefer to act a certain way, in accord with the archetypical, the way the archetypical female is treated, the way an archetypical female looks, the way the archetypical female presents herself. So yeah, I mean, I think they are transgender. It's just that they
I disagree.
don't experience. Well, okay, well, look.
I think that cross-dressers, it's a sexual fetish thing that they have. Like where
Okay.
it is. It's not. I mean, it's not transgenderism. It's completely different. It's more so based on a sexual fetish type thing with cross-dressers as opposed to transgenders who literally are so broken on the inside that they feel like they need to transition into another gender, take hormone replacement therapy, cut off their parts, self-mutilate themselves. It's completely different, and that is, that's way different. Come on, Doc, you should know that.
But we're not talking about a. But we're not talking about a cross-dresser here. What we're talking about is
We just
someone
were.
who is transgender without gender dysphoria. No, but that's not what I was talking about.
Okay, Abby, no, I'm curious. What is, like,
Yeah, sure.
how would you separate someone who isn't transgender and is transgender? Like, are there any defined limits there
Sure.
for you?
Sure. So I think it's more of a cluster concept in terms of, like, when you say defined limit, if what you mean by that is that there is this line.
Barriers.
Yeah, if there is this line, so there are barriers, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is if what you mean is this a clear delineation without any gray area.
Well, what I'm basically,
that-
like, my argument, I'll let
Yeah,
you
sure.
just know so that we can be clear.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm suggesting is that I don't think there is actually much variation between the DSM-5 definition of gender dysphoria and transgenderism as I see it manifest in the day-to-day world. And that is why I don't think it's an entirely absurd statement when people say transgenderism is a mental illness. Now, perhaps when they say that they mean gender dysphoria, and you could be correct that on a technical level, transgenderism itself isn't a mental illness in this hypothetical, but because the definitions are almost so directly correlated, it's actually not that, like, inaccurate to make that statement is what I'm suggesting. So that's why I'm asking, like, I think what we've gotten down to that point is what is that level of distress? Is there actually, like, do you have to have a level of distress that makes you really want to transition to be transgender, or is transgenderism, and this is what I was getting to earlier, just a choice that someone can make on any given day?
So I don't think I think that's a false dichotomy. So I don't think those are the only two options. I don't think it's either you have to have so much distress or it's just a choice. I think people can have inclinations that are not their choices and act in accord with them. People can have dispositions that they act accord with. And they may make choices to do certain things, but that wouldn't mean that transgenderism is a choice, because transgenderism, and this goes to your question of asking me about your questions of gender, those are the inclinations that people have. There are certain characteristics that people have. The desire to be treated a certain way with the archetypical sex that they weren't assigned at birth, the desire to look a certain way in accordance with the archetypical sex they weren't assigned at birth, etc. Those things are not going to be choices. They're not.
But, like, I can literally
They are
wake
what
up.
they're
I have woken up and desired to be a man. Like, and been like, I wish I were a dude so I didn't have to pee sitting down this morning. You know, like, does that make me transgender, or is there a cutoff point? Like, is it just desire that we define?
No, there would be a cutoff point. Yeah, there would be it would be a cluster concept or similar to a cluster concept of different weighted characteristics and at some point, at some threshold, there would be a point at which you really actually are a man. If you really had enough,
So I have to feel hard enough to become a man. I have to, like, feel it.
No.
desire
Okay,
it
so
strongly
hey,
enough.
Lauren, this is the thing. Okay, wait. So
No, I'm genuinely curious there.
Okay. All right. So if you had enough of the mental characteristics that you consider yourself in line with the archetypical man, you want to be treated like the archetypical man, you want to look like the archetypical man, you want to interact with society in the way that an archetypical man interacts in society, etc. Those things. If you had
Do I have to
some
want
of
that to a certain degree? Like, do I have to want that really badly?
Really badly to the point that you would be distressed if not? No.
Right, because that would destroy your
Yeah.
argument. So you can't accept that premise, right?
Well,
But
well,
for
no,
some
well,
reason,
well,
when I
no,
say
the
I
answer-
just kind of
yeah.
feel it, that's not good enough. I have to.
Oh,
really
no,
want
it-
but
well-
I can't want it enough for it to distress
Well,
me.
no, I
because
didn't
then
say.
your
Wait, I
argument
didn't say that.
goes
Now
away.
you're misrepresenting what I said. Now, well, no, okay. So now this is bad faith. Now you're misrepresenting.
I'm
what I said.
genuinely not
I
trying
didn't
to be
say.
bad faith. I'm
Yeah.
saying if I agree with you that the definition of transgenderism is not just like a random
Sure.
preference one day where you feel that. I think you actually have to have a pretty strong desire. And
Okay, now this is bad faith.
that thing
Well, wait.
stresses you, especially when it's
I don't-
something
I
as
don't-
big as how you look, how your body is. Like that is
One-
very
okay,
distressing.
can
So
I
I'm
first-
saying that there's
I see
very-
the point of disagreement. If you let me talk,
Yeah.
I see the point of contention. So the response. So I don't think you have to have a very strong. If you have all of those characteristics, all those mental characteristics, or they lean masculine, and they're not very strong, but they do lean masculine, I think I would still consider this person a man. Like this person is gendered male. I mean, not male, man. This person is a masculine, has a masculine gender on my view, even if they didn't feel strongly about it. The confusion that we had was that when you just said, I wake up and I feel like a man one day, the confusion I had was that it seemed to me that there was only one domain in which you had this leaning. But if you actually woke up and you had all of the leanings in all the different domains, you said, you know what, on average, I lean. I don't have a very strong, an incredibly strong leaning, but I have some leaning, some moderate leaning. Not
Okay, so
tiny,
there's-
but not
there's
really.
there's a good question actually now. So would it be, why couldn't, if I woke up and had a moderate feeling, couldn't I just be a, masculine person with a female sex, right? Like I'm a masculine woman, right? At what point does it have to then be defined as I am the other gender?
Sure. Yeah. So gender is going to be differentiated from masculinity and femininity in several ways. So it depends how you define it, but the idea is that there are internal inclinations, there are internal mental characteristics that are gendered, and then there are certain characteristics that are just that are masculine and feminine that wouldn't weigh as much in the gender spectrum. So first, for
I'm sorry,
example,
that didn't make sense to me. Yeah, okay.
Sure. Okay. So I can elaborate. I can give. I'm just going to give an example. So for example, if someone is a woman and a female and they happen to have facial hair that they don't desire, for example, that facial hair is a masculinizing feature, right? It's a masculinizing feature, but we wouldn't say that this person is a man. We would say this is a woman who has certain masculine features. However, when we talk about people's internal inclinations and desires, and if this female had desires to look like the archetypical man, she desired that hair. She didn't just it wasn't unwanted. She wanted it because it was masculine. She desired to be treated like a man. She desired to do all these things. That's a different type of characteristic.
But couldn't I just
these are-
desire to be treated like a masculine female? Like, couldn't I just desire
You
to play
can,
that gender
okay.
role instead of
You can,
couldn't
but
I
the
just be
reason
like,
I'm
I am
separating,
Butch?
yeah, you can. There's a little bit of
So what's the why is there that separation? And here's the point where I think that separation is someone has gender
I don't know.
dysphoria, usually
cutting out.
to the point where it's so extreme that they.
Sorry, I think we just had a little bit of lag there. Well, I can, yeah.
I heard it fine. I think it's on
someone,
your end.
There could be two different desires. Someone can desire to be a. Okay, cool. So, all right, maybe it's mine. So someone can desire to be a masculine female. That's fine. Someone can desire to be a masculine woman, and someone can desire to be a masculine man. What I'm saying is, if someone desires to be a masculine man, that's a gender characteristic. If someone desires to be a masculine woman, that is not going to be the same gender characteristic. Yep. Go ahead, Lauren. You wanted to?
Oh no, sorry, someone subscribed.
Do you see the difference? Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So the differentiation is, yes, you can be a masculine woman, but I just wouldn't consider that to be the same gender characteristic as someone who desires to be a masculine man. Like that's going to have much more weight in the gender characteristic.
But like, what,
So that's
I'm
just
actually
one.
not
go ahead.
following. Like, I don't, why can't I
Why-
be
why
a
do you not
woman
follow?
that has a beard and is butch and does all these things? Like, what is inherently...
Yeah, what's
I think the inherent thing when we say man is they're actually talking about the sex instead of the gender, which is why people get surgery, which is why, like,
Okay,
it gets
so
to a
that-
deeper level like that.
No,
because
you- no,
actually
no,
haven't
we-
defined what is a
No, I
masculine
have.
man versus a butch female. What is that? What are the differences?
No, I have. No, yeah. So, well, I
Other
just
than
did.
the sex.
The different.
Other than
No.
their genitals.
Okay, so I did. So I'll do it again. So the difference is I gave you the distinction. One of the distinction is if this individual has a desire to be a man versus a woman, if they desire to be treated in accord with the archetypical sex that they do not have, they want to be treated in a certain way.
Right.
They want
desire to be
Yeah.
like the sex, not the masculine or the
Yes,
feminine.
yes. Oh, yeah.
They
That's
desire
fine.
to be treated
Okay, sure,
like
that's fine.
the biologically different sex, not actually a different gender, which means
Okay, sure. Yeah. Which means what?
then typically they would have an incongruence with what their body is, right? Like they would feel in their mind
At least to some degree,
because
sure.
that's going to be the biggest difference.
But not necessarily.
If masculinity and femininity are separated from sexual aspects, so your genitals, then it should, if they feel to be treated on a personal, emotional, societal level as a male, they can just be a masculine female. But it's when you talk about wanting to be a man, that's getting down to the sex aspect where they actually want to have a penis. They want to biologically be the other gender or other sex.
Or they want to. Well, that's one of the characters, sure. Yeah. So, but the point here is just that this desire to be treated to have things in accord with the archetypical sex that they aren't assigned at birth is not. It doesn't have to be to the point where they have severe distress in order for them to be transgender.
This is
That's
the point that we would okay, so I get that, and I accept your point. I understand that what you're making. I think it logically follows. But the point we are disagreeing on is I actually don't think, just being a human being, I don't think I could desire for my body to look so different and not be distressed to a great degree. I do not think I could desire to be something so different from what I am, and men and women are very different. I don't think I could desire that to even a bit of a degree, or a consistent degree rather. I don't think I could desire that on a daily basis and not be put in a significant amount of stress. And I think that we see that manifest regularly in the transgender community, which is why we have such high suicide rates, such high mental illness rates, because that is the average amongst humans. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is like a very small percentage that literally are unaffected by that. Sure.
Well, Lauren, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me just ask you this. Okay. So let's say, like, even if we grant that everyone who is transgender has this, it's to the point where they have significant clinical distress. Wouldn't they still have a mental disorder after they've been cured of their gender dysphoria? Like, let's say we do these transition therapies. We give them the hormones. We give them the surgery. And then, after that, they have no gender dysphoria. There's no incongruency. They have zero gender dysphoria. On your view, and let's just say it's cured. There's no chance of a relapse. They're not going to regrow a penis, right? So, let's just say, hypothetically, there was no chance of a relapse. They were cured. They were cured of gender dysphoria. Would that cure them of transgenderism as well, or would you say they're still transgender but they don't have dysphoria? Because there are plenty of people who do have that.
I see what you're saying there, and like, so you're saying if they get rid of the dysphoria, which is the thing that's causing them distress, will they have a mental illness? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd actually have to think about that one a bit. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, because the point is that
I think they're going to struggle with both, and I don't really think we have any cases of people who have worked through, like, it's going to be something that people are going to struggle with, and that's okay. You know, it takes work. It takes supplementary therapy, and you know, it's not just an insta-cure. I don't even think that's ever happened. It's always going to be something. I think it's more so goes back to self-torment, like where they're literally tormented. They were born into this world and they were shoved alive, told that hey, this isn't who you are. You were just born in the wrong body. You have to transition. You have to conform to this society, and it's a form of pressure and it's a form of torment. A lot of people, like we said, are sexually abused as children. They grow up to become transgenders, and they continue the cycle of molesting other children. It's kind of like it's like a projection from their own pain and hurt. But here's the thing, you can't just cure it. It's going to be something that people struggle with, you know, battle with. It's also spiritual as well. You can't tell me that there isn't a spiritual battle going on for people's souls, especially now. And I believe that transgenderism, the whole essence of the LGBTQ mafia, you know, there's some really, really strong darkness that operates in that wants people dead. It wants you to kill yourself. There's an enemy who hates you. He wants you to be confused about who God made you, your identity in Christ. And that's the truth. You know, so I don't really think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a good argument, because you're saying, well, what if they got rid of the gender dysphoria? Are they still transgender? No, this is something that people are going to struggle with. We all struggle with sin. And if it's not that, it's going to be something else.
Okay.
So I don't think that's a legitimate argument. I don't think we have ever documented a case where people have been healed of gender dysphoria, where it's just they went through therapy, went through treatment, and just cut it off. You know, it's a mindset that people have to work through. So yes, they would still be transgender.
Okay, so here's the
Just like I'll be an addict for the rest of my life. I still have those addictive things just because I'm not using. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, so there are certain, exactly. There are certain, so this is the point I was distinguishing between. There are certain conditions that we don't have cures for and that we treat, and they're chronic conditions. The reason we keep people with diagnosis of schizophrenia and we keep them have that diagnosis because we don't have a cure for schizophrenia. We can treat it. We can give them antipsychotics and treat them, but we don't have a cure for it. If we did, by the way, if we did have a cure for it, then we would not consider them schizophrenics. For example, we have this in other areas of medicine. Like if someone has an infection, if someone has a bacterial infection, we don't just have treatments for that, we have cures for that. And we don't keep that on their medical record that they have as an active diagnosis. Once we cure it, we acknowledge that it's gone. The point here is that gender dysphoria is a curable mental illness. It's a mental illness, not for everyone maybe, but for at least some people, not everyone, but for some people, their dysphoria goes away and just doesn't come back after a intervention. It does.
Right.
For at least some people, it's a curable condition. Now the point here is, if we acknowledge that for at least some people, gender dysphoria is a curable condition, then the question remains, if they don't have gender dysphoria, but they are still transgender, do they still have the mental illness? That's the $1 million question that I'm asking Lauren. So,
Well, I think it's the same thing. So, okay, I'll let Lauren answer. Sorry.
No, I'm thinking. I know my chat will probably take the piss with this, but I actually, I do think that is a bit of a more, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but that is getting into higher questions about what is even this conversation about mental illness. I do think it gets into aspects of spirituality. I think it gets into aspects of a sense of self. Like, even after you change your physical body to become what you believe you should be in your mind, let's put this into something else. Like, if someone is, we see people that are want to become animals, for example. If someone were to be able to get enough surgeries, oh, I'm getting feedback. Who's giving me feedback? All right, are we good? To become an animal, would you no longer have a mental incongruence with your body and therefore no longer be mentally ill? Or is the inherent aspect of you wanting to be an animal in the first place something that just never leaves you, something that will always technically be a little kind of crack in your brain that's a little odd and a little different from a regular person. Because, we must acknowledge that mental illness itself is kind of defined by our culture. Like I said, female hysteria was something that used to be a mental illness, right? So I do think this gets into a much deeper kind of philosophical question rather than I don't know. I'd have to really think on that.
Well, the point, Laura, is it's more simple. The point is just that there are plenty of people who are cured of their dysphoria, yet they remain transgender. Now, if the idea is to just say, well, there's just this huge overlap between, like, I don't know anyone who's transgender and doesn't have gender dysphoria, but clearly you certainly are going to know a lot of people, I suspect a lot of people would, who have had their dysphoria removed, who don't have dysphoria anymore, whether it be through given intervention or given surgery or given hormonal therapy. There are plenty of people like that. So there are plenty of people who are transgender but don't have dysphoria. That's the point.
Right, but like
so the
what,
point is
what
that
Lauren was saying earlier.
So you're saying that they've transitioned their bodies, but then they cured their dysphoria. Is that what you're saying? But they still have,
their dysphoria
they've
is
done
gone.
the surgery. Okay.
Well, it coincided with
the idea is there are plenty of
Okay. Well, no, I was just going to bring up I actually thought it was an interesting point that Lauren made, which was, she was saying, I may not be addicted anymore, but I'm still an addict. So was that what you were trying to say, Lauren? Like you still inherently
I get that, but also I get the difference between somebody being set free by Christ, from their torment, from their pain, from their depression, from their gender dysphoria. What's so funny? I was a Christian when you brought me on, but then there's a difference between people managing mental illness and the natural. So going to therapy, getting help, maybe taking the right medications because they have a illness. I was a Christian when you brought pain from their free by Christ, from their torment, from their pain, from their depression, from their gender dysphoria. What's so funny? I was a Christian when you brought me on, but then there's a difference between people managing mental illness and the natural. So going to therapy, getting help, maybe taking the right medications because they have a chemical imbalance. There's two different things. Like I truly do believe that Christ can set people free, and people can leave it all behind. However, there is also a process for recovery as well. So, they could help manage their gender dysphoria. Some people that go to therapy or get the chemical imbalances in their brain corrected, but they've already transitioned their bodies. I think I understand that's what you're saying.
The reason I was laughing wasn't because you mentioned it. The reason I was laughing is that if you believe that Christ can cure people of their gender dysphoria, then you also presumably believe that it's possible to be transgender without having gender dysphoria, because Christ can cure someone.
Actually, no. I want to suggest put something else forward. Would it be fair to say that you're actually not getting rid of it per se, but you've almost put it into there's a word I'm looking for, not
remission. You're putting it in remission is what you want to say.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I mentioned before. That's why I mentioned before that there's this doesn't tend to be a condition that is like that. Like for example,
dormant.
When we look at certain things like various cancers, right? Sometimes a cancer can go into. There are certain cancers that can go into remission. There are certain cancers that you can cure. If you have a basal cell or squamous cell carcinoma of the skin, you can cure that. You're not putting it in remission, you're curing it. However, if you have metastatic lung cancer and you give the person chemo, you put it in remission. The point I'm making here is that for some people, gender dysphoria may operate as if it's in remission. So, for example, their gender dysphoria is alleviated by hormonal therapy, but then it comes back and then they need surgery, and then maybe it'll come back after that. However, there are also some people that have gender dysphoria, and it's gone after surgery and hormonal therapy and never comes back.
No, but if the
and those people
if they were to start looking the other gender again, they'd still have that dysphoria, right? They still, for the rest of their life, will be wanting to be.
Well, the point is that but the point is that for some people they don't. That's the point. For some people that the point I'm making is that for some people they operate as if they really are cured. They are. It's not like it's a remission thing where it can come back
if they
time.
reversed the surgeries, then they would still probably, I presume, unless.
But that's not what. Yeah,
happy with their
no. But that's not what gender dysphoria is. Gender dysphoria is not it's not the condition of, well, if you did not look the way you currently look, then you would have severe distress. It is the case of you actually have severe distress in virtue of how you look now. So the point is that if you have these interventions, you can actually, for some people at least, cure dysphoria rather than put it in remission. And given that that's the case, there are quite a few transgender individuals who really don't have gender dysphoria.
Well, that's an entirely different debate that I'm sure we'll set up for another day. Yeah, I don't even know if I have anything else to say on this topic, I'll be honest.
We can get into the Q&A.
Before we do it, the one thing I'd like to discuss that with Ms. Thorne. I'd also like to discuss the gender affirming surgery video, the data. Because I spoke to Ada just today, and he agreed with me that the data does strongly, the best available data supports gender affirming surgery.
I think that's the big point, is the best available data, and that we don't have much or any good data, and it's almost gotten to a point where we don't even want to discuss
actually, we do have good data
anymore, because the data is so bad.
Well, we do have,
we can talk about that. We can talk about whether we have good data or not.
It's interesting. Yeah, we can, because it's interesting because you described the data for Brad Strucker and Pachinkas as okay instead of bad data. But now that we agree that there's even better data than that, all of a sudden it's pretty bad. I do think that's a little bit interesting. So at least
data?
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there is. Oh, you don't, because you cited the better data in your own video, even though you didn't use it. So that's interesting too.
I genuinely, I think that all of the data is poor, and that was the conclusion of my video, was that all of the data
Actually,
is poor. There is some better data and some worse data, but overall, we don't have enough data, was what the conclusion.
Actually, you described, your own words was that you described the Bradshaw and Pachinkas data as okay data. Those were your words.
Okay.
And presumably if transitivity holds, then if better data than Bradshaw and Pachinkas comes along, then it would be at least okay.
Right now.
Okay, well I can give you the quotes if you like. You described some data as bad, and you described some data as okay. You described Bradshaw and Pachinkas as okay. Well, the point is that it's not bad data; it's okay data. Like, data is not either good or bad.
Well,
some data
I
is
was
okay.
I was saying comparatively to other data available, I think that overall, Bradshaw and Pachinkas, I think that it's all still not great data. We need more. But comparatively to the other transgender data available, it had a high sample size. That's probably why I used the okay, but I really nitpicking to the point where I don't even know what I'm talking
that's fine.
about.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. No. The point I'm making is that there's far better data than Bradshaw and Pachinkas that has even greater sample size, but also got appropriately done controls. That it was done very rigorously, and so that's the conversation that I'd like to have with you, because I spoke to your data expert in your video, and your data expert agrees that not only were there errors in your video, straightforward, not necessarily your fault, but his fault as well, but that's fine. So I'd like that video to be corrected, and the best available data, which is better than Bradshaw and Pachinkas, to reflect that it does support gender-affirming surgeries. That conversation I'd like to have as well.
Now I know you're going to tweet at me for like 3 months of video of me saying I'd have this conversation.
Yeah.
It's going to be...
Well, no, I'll tell you what. Let's look. But wait, hold on. But Lauren, look. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do it. I won't do that. But like, here's my gripe. I'll level with you. My gripe is I see you accepting debates from people who aren't equipped to have debates on certain empirical topics. People like Destiny, who's not equipped to debate many of the empirical topics he debates. People like Lance, who's not equipped to debate anything at all, really. Complete idiots. And when it comes to people, who actually do have have some knowledge in statistics, when people who actually have published, like those people, like these are the people.
We had a conversation before. This is my second conversation with you.
Not
I
on
have
that.
more chats with you now than I have had with Lance.
We actually didn't have a conversation on the empirical. I said on the empirical topics. We didn't have a conversation on the empirical topic. What we discussed was more of the philosophical topics, and it was only 20 minutes because we had to break. But anyway,
well, of
that's
course I'm going to talk to you on a philosophical topic when I'm not a data scientist. Like, I'll even admit, I'll bring up data, I'll talk about it a little bit, but I'm not going... Yeah, okay. Like, we can... Gosh, I don't even want to say it because if I don't answer you for 2 weeks, you're gonna go off on Twitter.
No, no, it wasn't 2 weeks, Lauren. It was months, and you know, don't even try. Look, the
No one
look,
owes
the
you
point
a
is,
debate. No one owes you a conversation.
I didn't say you
don't
owe
feel
me
like
it. I
having
didn't
a
say listen.
conversation.
I didn't,
Like,
Lauren.
It's
I didn't
not
say
that I'm never
stop,
going to have
stop,
one with you. It's
stop,
that it may be
stop,
a year.
stop.
I'll tell you right now, it may be
Stop.
a year
Okay.
until I have a conversation
Lauren,
with you again.
Lauren, look.
If
look,
I don't feel like
that's
it,
fine.
I'm not
That's
gonna do
fine.
it.
That's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to. That's fine. All I'm saying is that when someone is going and they're debating lower tier people and getting away with bullshit, you can't blame someone for calling it out. That's all. Like, I'm gonna call, if you make a false claim,
Bro,
I
are
can
you
call
calling?
it out.
You're calling Destiny low tier? I think his DGG is gonna be
I think he's
mad.
mid, no, I think
Alright,
to be fair, I think he's middle. But okay, we can go into the, no, I think to be fair, I think he's middle. But okay, we can go into the Q&A. I think he's middle tier, At least on empirical. Yeah.
Man, this has been the Avi show, huh? Holy hell. Alright, so from Q Group, if trans surgeries are medically critical to treat gender dysphoria, should we also cover surgeries for people who have body dysmorphic disorder?
That's a really good question. So body dysmorphia is where they look in the mirror, say a girl who struggles with bulimia or body dysmorphic disorder.
We also cover surgeries for people who have body dysmorphic disorder. Also cover surgeries for people who have body dysmorphic disorder.
That's a really good question. So body dysmorphia is where they look in the mirror, say a girl who struggles with bulimia or anorexia looks in the mirror and she sees somebody obese, morbidly obese, but she herself weighs 80 pounds, is starving herself. So they're saying, would we do surgeries, like perform surgeries on the issue of anorexia, bulimia, body dysmorphia issues? Would we put a permanent solution on something that could be treated, is what they're asking. You know, and the same kind of applies with the transgenderism. You know, they struggle with, they look in the mirror and they see that they're supposed to be somebody else. So would we put actually, it's a really good example, would we put a permanent solution, especially when they're young, especially when they're like 16, 17 years old, you know, give them double mastectomies or, you know, start chemically castrating themselves. You know, these are permanent solutions to issues that can be treated with the right therapy, with the right community connections. And, you know, no, I don't believe that we should offer permanent solutions, especially when we've gotten rid of alternative solutions as well. You know, we treat anorexia and bulimia as a treatable mental health issue. And, you know, the same applies with transgenderism, because it's a mental health issue as well. And we should uphold to that. I'm not really sure why we've taken so much time to, you know, empower and enable a mental illness, especially in the mainstream American academia, government, corporations. Everybody supports this. However, it's hurtful and it's hurting people, and it's very treatable without self-harm or self-mutilation.
Okay, so the major difference is just that there's data showing that, there's good data, by the way, showing that if you treat one a certain way, they respond and they have a decreased risk of suicide. The other one, there isn't.
Yeah, I agree with what Avi said. It's sort of just going to be an empirical question. Like when we're asking, should we treat this condition in this way? We just ask, what does the empirical evidence suggest? And it tends to be the case that in the case of trans people, the best treatment is to transition. And I also just wanted to mention that there was sort of an appeal to like, it's a permanent solution, you know, as if almost the sense I sort of get is that the appeal is that these people will sort of like change their minds or desist, but it happens to be the case that we can actually look at factors in individual people which allow us to predict who's likely to desist and who's likely to not desist, such that like competent clinicians can actually select for people who have traits which make it such that we can be confident that they're not likely going to desist.
Oh, do I get to? You can ask another question. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we know that desistance, especially amongst younger people, is extremely common. We also know that gender clinics are coming out and publicly stating, there's been recent coverage in the mainstream media with gender clinics saying even they're uncertain how to treat this. They're treating people too quickly, and then they're coming back and desisting or wanting to detransition, which is horrific. So I do think, at the very least, the point being made that we need to try and be okay with alternative treatments. We need to try and approach things from perhaps instead of just instantly injecting you with something, instead of instantly assuming 100%, let's get you surgery in a 4-month period, which absolutely has happened. People getting surgery or treatment within mere months of reporting that they feel a certain way. I think we need to take, at the very minimum, a far more cautious approach, look into other data, look into other options, and if you actually care about people, you will want to do this. You will even want to look into therapy that suggests maybe you aren't transgender in the first place. Maybe you don't have gender dysphoria at all. Let's try to make you congruent with your own body. If you love people, you don't want them to kill themselves, you want them to potentially have the best options possible, then we should try all options available and not just throw away one as bigoted, which I'm not saying you guys are, but some people do.
Well, we do have data published in JAMA on alternative ways of treating dysphoria, like psychotherapy, and it just happens to not be as effective as transitioning. So yeah, I mean, I don't think
psychotherapy.
Yeah,
but would you not say that should be where you start?
Well, I don't think me and Avi are saying that we should transition people who were not confident in whose dysphoria we're not confident in, or that we shouldn't look into alternatives. It just happens to be the case that based on the current empirical evidence that we have, none of the alternatives seem to be nearly as effective as transitioning.
Yeah. And none of them have been shown to reduce the rate of suicide, except for transition.
So,
look into that.
Which doesn't reduce by much. It really doesn't. Still.
Over 50%.
It doesn't. I'm sorry?
Over 50% reduction in the odds ratio, actually.
I
Yep.
have to see that study because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's still, but 50% of them still end up attempting suicide.
No.
Of that demographic.
Yeah, you can go from
they transition and then 50%.
Wait, not 50%. No. It's an odds ratio. So you'll end up going from. So, for example, if you go from 10% commit suicide to 5%, that's a 50% reduction, right? It doesn't mean 50% of people commit suicide. So in the JAMA cohort, for example, if you look at the amount of people that ended up, that in the JAMA study, if you look at the amount of people who committed suicide attempt, it went from like 10 to 5, like 9.8 to 4 point something or something like that. So it wasn't 50%.
No, 40%
it just was a 50% reduction.
That's a statistic. That is a across-the-board statistic that 40% of them, even after transition, have attempted suicide at some time in their life. That doesn't. I mean, are you saying that it makes there's a percentage difference between after?
The issue is that I think the number you're citing isn't that 40% of trans people attempted suicide after transitioning. The study is that even 40% of trans people who have transitioned have also committed suicide. But I think that I'm pretty sure that the paper you're referencing didn't actually disaggregate whether or not those suicides occurred or suicide attempts occurred before or after the individuals in question transitioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that it improves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lifetime suicide goes through. Yeah, so typically what's done is you either do, you could do prior year suicidal attempt rates, and you could have it, have it temporally analyzed such that it's 2 years at least after the transition, or you could do 1 year after the transition, and when you do that, you see that the suicide rates, they do drop, and they do drop compared to what would have happened otherwise, and they drop by a dramatic degree, by over 50%.
Do you have the statistic of how many people end up detransitioning back, like regretting their decision and walking it back?
I've heard, I don't have it offhand, but I've heard around 3%.
Around 3%. Oh, I think it's more than that. However, I think, okay, maybe 3%. I have to look into that. I think it's more, because we also have to consider the people that regret their decision. and they walk it back. So we have to take that into consideration that it is not a solution. You know, transitioning, permanently mutilating your body is not going to make you feel better. It is not going to help. You are still going to struggle with those same thoughts, the same torment that's in your brain every single day. That's still going to be there. You can change the outside, but you got to restore yourself from the inside out. You know, so you know, it might slightly decrease suicide rates, but for how long? You know, we also have to consider the detransitioning demographic of that too, who made a mistake, regret it, and turned back. You know, that's included in that as well. You know, yeah. So I don't know. I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty close from what I've read. The studies in the UK that I read, it's about the same, maybe 1 or 2%. But it's about the same. The suicide rate remains pretty consistent. In fact, enabling it may potentially, we may see it makes it worse in the end. So
it's not the same at all. The issue with that data is that they either compare it to the general population or they compare it to transgender individuals who don't even desire surgery in the first place. When you actually have a proper control group, you see a over 50% reduction in those who have all desired surgeries compared to those who do not have the desired surgeries.
Okay. We have a super chat from Ryan B saying, "We love Lauren Witzke. Let's fucking go at PT. Great job getting her on here."
I love you guys too.
From Cheesehead, is sincerely believing you are a wolf or tiger a mental illness? What if it doesn't cause distress?
So one thing that you can add into it is a false. Right. For example, one of the criteria for schizophrenia are delusions, right? So yes, if what they mean by saying that they're a tiger, if they actually have a persistent belief that they are a feline with certain stripes, then they would then they would they could be diagnosed with delusional disorder. However, if someone is saying that they are the opposite gender and they don't actually mean that they're the opposite sex, they don't mean they have chromosomes they don't have a false belief, then no, then I wouldn't consider that a mental disorder.
Right.
So
I guess it's just sort of like, I guess like if we were going to analogize it, like somebody saying that they're sincerely like biologically a tiger might be analogous to somebody sincerely believing that they like biologically have like different chromosomes than the chromosomes that they actually have, and that would be a false or a delusional belief. But I think the idea is just that this belief that you have different chromosomes isn't entailed by being trans, right? And so if we were going to make the tiger case analogous to like what is actually entailed by being trans, it would be something more like somebody says they're a tiger, but what they mean by that is that they enjoy wearing like orange sweatshirts or something like that and like running in the grass. And if that's all they mean by I think I'm a tiger, then that's not going to be a delusional belief. Yeah.
Okay. From Cute Fruit, the delusion that they were born the wrong gender is the mental illness itself, regardless of the resulting dysphoria. Also, Avi clearly has autism. So,
well, you know, sometimes look, I'll take that as a compliment. That's fine.
Yeah,
but
we
look,
love our weaponized autism.
That's what the political debate is.
I'll add it.
Competitive autism.
Yeah.
That's what all of this is.
I'll add it to maybe I'll add it to my Twitter bio. But, you know, autism. I'll use that. I finally have to, but it would be self-diagnosis, so I won't do that.
But
yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Ooh. Anyway, so look, if you want to say that the false claim, the delusional belief is that they're the gender they're not, then you need to spell out what claim is or belief is entailed in false. right? Because if everything they're saying based on what they mean is just true beliefs, they haven't said it, they haven't claimed anything false. So then, when we say delusions, we typically think of things that have false beliefs. That's actually entailed in many definitions, at least the most standardly used definitions of delusions, that they have persistent false beliefs in the absence of, even in the face of evidence. But anyway, go ahead.
Guys, I gotta run here. I hate to be
Alright.
that horrible person with a real life, but I want to hang out with my child instead of weirdos on the
Thank
internet.
you so much for
Love you
coming
all.
on. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, everyone.
Yeah, and did you say you had to go too, or are you okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out of here in about 6 minutes if you have another question.
Alright, let's see if we have anything to do. A lot of these are for them, so they can stick around. One question was from Supreme Gentleman Hacker. The Lawrence, the DSM-5 estimates that 656,000 people suffer from gender dysmorphia, and the Williams Institute says that 19,680,000 people identify as trans. Is this correlative? I don't know. This is like a stupid question.
Yeah, probably because they go hand in hand. I'd have to look at the study though, because she just kind of, but yeah, usually they do go hand in hand. Avi made some good points about, transgenderism and gender dysmorphia having, a lot of likeness, but gender dysmorphia has one extra component to it. I still believe that categorizes transgenderism as a mental illness in itself, just because it hasn't been clinically documented. But they are affiliated together with each other. On this note, if you don't have any other questions, I'm gonna close out and say goodbye and thank everybody, if that's okay. Okay. Justin and Brittany, thank you so much for hosting this debate. Avi and Matthew and Vidal, what was your real name, Justin?
My name's Ethan.
Ethan. It was nice to meet you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come on here. If you'd like to continue following me, you can follow me on Telegram and Gab. I've been banned from Twitter. But also we do have a lot of discussions about people my heart is for broken people that struggle with things. I want people to get free from their addictions, their hang-ups, any kind of character flaws that you want to work through. I am somebody who would love to talk to you and help you through it. We're all in this together. And I think that encouraging each other is really important during this time. So please follow me on my pages. Please reach out to me if you need anything. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me, and you all take care, okay?
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Lauren. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Alright, and so Unleash, thank you for the super chat. Said thanks, Political Fuck Fam. Britt and Todd, thanks for hosting, and the panel. Thanks, Lauren, ×2 for coming on. Alright, so we have some other ones here. From Jack the Hat, gender is a social construct, Abby. Why would they need hormone treatment unless gender is the same as biological sex?
I just don't see why they, even if it's not the same as biological sex, I don't see how gender can't play a role in people being distressed. It should really be that simple. Why does something have to be biological sex in order to cause someone to be distressed to the point that they need medical attention? Yeah, I just don't see why that would need to play a role in not the same as biological sex. I don't see how gender...
Biological sex. Why would they need hormone treatment? Jack the Hat, gender is a social construct, Abby. Why would they need hormone treatment unless gender is the same as biological sex?
I just don't see why they... even if it's not the same as biological sex, I don't see how gender can't play a role in people being distressed. It should really be that simple. Why does something have to be biological sex in order to cause someone to be distressed to the point that they need medical attention? Yeah, I just don't see why that would need to be the case.
Okay, so from Complex to Avi and Infidel, if I see myself in the mirror as the Hulk, a big green monster, but I'm actually a 5'2" skinny white male, is that not related to my mental health?
So again, As we, you can answer.
It's a lot of these.
Did you want? I mean, we answered
mean,
already.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, the idea is just going to be that, like, if you literally believe you're the Hulk, as in, like, you literally are the Marvel character, that's a false belief. It might be reflective of, like, some delusional disorder or something like that. Similarly, if you delusionally believe that you have, like, XX chromosomes, even though you have XY chromosomes, that might be a delusional belief. But the point is just that belief, a belief about you having biological characteristics that in reality you don't have, no such belief is entailed by being trans. All being trans entails is that you have a gender that doesn't coincide with your sex.
All right, so this one is from Glory. It says, a lot of transgenders stop identifying as trans, but some have already gotten the surgery early on. I think you guys might have addressed it, but and they regret it. How do you help these people realize they aren't trans? That probably would have been addressed.
Yeah. So for people who, for people, so look, if people, there have been some individuals who have detransitioned. There are certain things that are relatively permanent, and there are certain things that are not. Some avenues of things, so for example, deepening of the voice, that is permanent, doesn't go away. There are some surgeries that can correct that. There are surgeries that can deepen the voice or make the voice higher pitch. So that would be one option. There are certain surgeries that can transition back in some ways, but not always. Some aspects of transition, surgeries or therapy are going to be permanent. But you do what you can to help the people detransition back in the best way that you can.
Yeah.
Way that aspects in some ways, but not always. Some aspects of transition, surgeries or therapy are going to be permanent. But you do what you can to help the people detransition back in the best way that you can.
Yeah. I mean, it's also just going to be like, people appeal to like the detransitioning stuff a lot. I mean, the first thing is just that, I mean, we have to do cost-benefit analysis, right? Like, I mean, are there going to be some people who transition and then they decide they didn't want to transition, and then this causes them some level of distress? Sure, there's going to be some small number of people of whom that is true, but the number of people who would be suffering some significant amount of psychological distress if they hadn't transitioned, even though they desire to, is just going to be much more considerable.
From Sussy Baka to Abby. From G Sneed to Abby. What is the percentage of the population that is trans but has not and does not have gender
Dysphoria. Yeah. So, I don't know the exact percentage. I'll just point out that the percentage is tangential to this debate proposition, but I actually suspect it's not very low. And the reason I suspect it's not very low is because a lot of transgender people have been alleviated of their dysphoria. They've been cured of it. Their dysphoria has been removed because they've gotten therapies to cure themselves of this incongruency between their mind and their body. So actually, I don't know the exact percentage, but I don't think it's minuscule.
Let's see. Okay, so from Sussy Baka to Abby. You use propositional logic to say it's not an illness, but isn't set theory a better model? That is, people are a subset of that set containing a mentally ill people.
I'm not sure how that people are a subset of a set containing mentally ill. Well, again, so that's not my argument. If you want to bring a set theory argument, we can have that discussion. I don't. If you're asking me why I'm using propositional logic and theory, I don't know why I would use set theory when I can get everything I need to get done in propositional logic. I'm just not sure what the question was asking, really.
Yeah, I don't really understand.
Jada Lee says, how can someone with gender dysphoria be transgender?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. There's a lot of like. Yeah, be trans. Billy says, how can someone with gender dysphoria be transgender?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. There's a lot of like troll questions for those super chats. Dragon something another. I think it was like Dragon Fire and Ice. Why does Avi hate real women?
What?
Would you like to attack that, Avi?
I guess it's just because, you know, like, so I was at my Elders of Zion meeting yesterday, and what we want to do, we just want to convert all the real women into men, all the men into women. That's what we want. We just want to, you know, change all their genitals, like it's part of that whole thing. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Something related to control or something.
From Ryan says, Avi needs to quit eating impossible meat. All that soy is making him lactate. Got a lot of fans.
That's part of me hating. That's just part of me hating the real woman.
Yeah. Another from Ryan B. Is Avi really saying that transgenderism is not a mental illness? Gender dysphoria is, and only 98% of transgenders have that. Can he clarify that?
Well, again, I don't think 98% of transgender people have gender dysphoria because, as I said, I think a lot of people have been alleviated and their gender dysphoria has been removed because of certain therapies. So yes, I am saying that transgenderism is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness. And A, not all transgender people have gender dysphoria. And B, even the ones who do can be cured of it. And
this is another one of the same types of questions, but I'll just read it. Cheese says, if I feel like a baby and wearing only a diaper everywhere cures my baby dysphoria, do I no longer have a mental illness? Right, we did that type of thing. I don't know.
It's the same theme over and over again.
Yeah, it's the same different question, just rephrased in different ways.
Can I ask Avi something really quick since he's a doctor? So I read something,
Yeah,
a study, that said something along the lines of you can be multiple genders in different systems of your body. So just because your reproductive system is male, you could be female in a different system in your body. Is that true? And can you explain like the logic behind that a little bit?
So this is not so much related to gender as it is to sex.
Or sex?
But yeah, so there's different definitions of sex. So you can operate with like a secondary sex characteristic definition, or you can operate with a chromosomal definition, or you can operate with a gametic entailed definition. So for example, you can have someone who has XY chromosomes. However, they can actually, there was a case report where they actually were able to produce egg cells. They actually had an ovary and could produce egg cells. So depending on how you define sex, with one system of defining sex, they would be female, and in another system, they would be male on a chromosomal definition. And in some systems, they would be both. So that's a whole complicated topic, but yes, it depends on how you define sex. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let me see if there's anything else. This one, I guess, was to the Lawrence, but it says, Angelo, redneck right-wing femoids doesn't know what she's saying. All the trans people I know are fine, and I even being financed by the great trans entrepreneur Samantha Hyde to teach kids how to program.
What?
I
They're just typing like random clusters.
yeah, that happens quite often in our chats. They get a little excited. So yeah, I guess that's kind of all for the super chats and stuff. And then somebody was telling me, okay, I'll just read the last one. It was saying, I think it's from AI. The title says debate panel in all caps. Why are you now telling Avi that this is a discussion panel? If you're upset at him winning too hard, you should have gotten better opponents. Pathetic.
I gotta say, Brittany, this person has a point.
No, we talked about this with somebody because it was like throwing me under the bus acting like that, bro.
Look, you can't have it both ways, Brittany. You can't market it as a debate. Both strategies together in discussion.
What I want from now on.
Well, Brittany, why are you mad about Avi winning too hard? I'm curious about that.
The problem is, here's the problem. The issue is Brittany has recently gotten exposed as being one of us, and by one of us being part of the Jewish cabal. And because she wants to distance herself from being on my side because she's still trying to keep cover and keep cover from it being exposed how Jewish she is.
I don't have to hide her anymore. Just go ahead.
But yeah. No, I'm just gonna change the title to fucking Avi Show. Holy hell. It was Avi's freaking show tonight. But, wait, what is this, from, Jake? Avi, hop on the P-Provoke voice chat after. Who is this? Jake is the, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I think that's about all of it. I don't know if you guys have any final thoughts you wanted to get out there.
And I'll see you at the next Elders Designer meeting, Brittany.
I'm not going with you anymore.
I'm sure you'll see each other at CPAC sometime.
Yeah. Oh, that's where it's happening. Yeah, so, Avi, you got anything left?
No, that's it.
Did you get it all out of your system tonight? Did you get it all out?
Yeah, I did it. We did it, Brittany. Thanks for having me. Thanks for hosting. And yeah, always a pleasure.
Of course it is. Matthew, you got anything?
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me on. Yeah.
Alright. Well, yeah, thanks guys for coming on, and to the horns that came on as well. If you guys have not already followed, like, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. We
What?
How can slightly leading premises. Premise 1. Sentience has moral value, and killing or harming sentient beings is bad.
Already there. Does it matter if that's not there? I don't know if this is just there to over-determine it because
It's not proven to be impossible. Simply dismissing them as La La Land is not a way to.
Well, it depends what you mean by reproduce.
Yeah, that's sort of
So, yeah, so if what you mean by reproduce is undergo, have a cell that divides.
I apologize on behalf of ENC. I guess he didn't know the big start today. We'll see if he shows up at some point. But my costume, I'm representing the Breakers. It's White Boy Summer. Even though the leaves may be changing, it's always open internally. So yeah, and so I know Justin's gonna bring him on, but my impromptu partner for now, until ENC shows up, is actually my brother. His name is.
What's up, guys? Yes, so, hey, Avi, good to finally. So I just found out I was doing this debate about 4 minutes ago, so hopefully, I just actually have BNC on speaker right now. I don't know the answer or not, but we'll see how this goes. Yeah, so I'm gonna basically then take a lead on everything because I have absolutely no preparation, obviously, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it should be pretty fine because, like, as far as I understand, we're doing more of a combo than a debate. Like, when I spoke to you, and you're having a hard time finding a clear proposition to disagree on, so we're just gonna talk and see if we find any disagreement.
Yeah.
Are you guys middle brothers, or you just saying my brother?
No, this is my brother. But yeah, I mean, are we ready for opening
let's get to
statement?
intros.
You
We'll
guys
go
want to
Avi.
go first? Or? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll go Avi, ask yourself, Zen, and then Chad with the intros.
Yeah, I'm not really one for opening statements. I prefer the back and forth. So I basically gave my opening statement, so I'll just yield. Yeah, I prefer to just get into the back and forth.
Yeah, same.
Okay, well, we'll just, because we know your position, I'll just gloss over pretty quick. And I would imagine Chad Homonym agrees with most of it.
Yeah.
If there's anything you want to add, just add on to it. Basically, we're pro-life. We make the assertion that human life begins at the moment of conception, and abortions are killing human lives, innocent human lives by definition. We make moral objection to that at any point between conception and birth, and obviously afterwards as well. With the only real exception being if it is with the intent to save the life of the mother. Yeah, basically our question to the pro-choice or pro-sentient side is, what is your justification for killing a human life simply because it's in the womb? With the only real exception at the moment of conception, and because we know your position, I'll just gloss over pretty quick. And I would imagine Chad Homonym agrees with most of it.
Yeah.
If there's anything you want to add, just add on to it. Basically, we're pro-life. We make the assertion that human life begins at the moment of conception, and abortions are killing human lives, innocent human lives by definition. We make moral objection to that at any point between conception and birth, and obviously afterwards as well. With the only real exception being if it is with the intent to save the life of the mother. Yeah, basically our question to the pro-choice or pro-sentient side is, what is your justification for killing a human life simply because it's in the womb? And if you want to add anything to that, Chad, go ahead. Otherwise, I think we can be back and forth.
No, I'm with you. That's it. Yep.
Okay, so I know we talked a little bit. I would first ask, do you dispute the claim that human life begins at conception?
Well, I guess I'm not sure. It depends on what you're defining human life to be. So if you could define that for me, then I could happily answer whether human life begins at conception or not.
Yeah,
and it's worth saying we're not we're not committed to some particular definition. We're happy to work with whatever you're working with for the purpose of the debate.
I mean, I do want to just agree on definitions, but I'm not one of those definitions are arbitrary people. But basically, it's just
just to be clear, of course I want to obviously agree on, we need to know what each other are talking about. I'm just saying we're not going to sit here arguing our definitions, right, your definition. We're just going to understand you on your own terms.
Sure. So basically, we're just saying, life being, if you've watched my debates in the past, you would know, just define it as an organism that meets the 7 criteria for life, being made of cells containing DNA, having a metabolic process, homeostasis, the ability to reproduce, grow, and adapt and respond to stimuli. So,
Right,
and then
let me just write these down. Sorry.
Yeah.
So the first one was.
Can you write it in the Discord chat so I can see?
Yeah. If you want, you can literally just Google 7 criteria for life, and it should be the very first thing that pops up. But
yeah, just Avi, when you're writing them, can you write them there? Because then I'll see.
Yeah. Let me just. So the first one is.
Here, I'll put it in the private chat. It's being made of cells.
Okay.
Second one is being made of DNA, or having DNA, or some sort of genetic traits, some sort of hereditary traits, right? And then 3 is having a metabolic process, burning, and excreting energy, things like that, right? Metabolism. 4th one is maintaining homeostasis, which is just equilibrium within the internal environment, typically in regard to temperature, right?
guys play a little game.
Have you ever seen those toys that you can put in water for a few days and then they increase in size? They always have this label on the package like, grows 1 million times larger in water. I can't exaggerate, but they do grow impressively larger. I had one once. It was a pony. I had dreams for it to grow especially large, so to give it plenty of room, it spent several days in a bathtub. And while it didn't technically grow larger, the dreams I had imagined for it did not really come to be. The fact that it could increase in size sort of gave me some kind of thought in my mind that it just might be alive. Because things that are alive do grow, right? Combine that with my overactive imagination, and it was difficult for me to come back to reality that this toy pony may increase in size, but it's not alive. When we talk about biological growth and development, this type of increase in size is not the same thing. And if we're going to truly explore biology, the study of life, it makes it essential that we understand characteristics of things that are alive. It's difficult to define, but the characteristics of living things can be explored. We want to mention right here, before we get started, that what makes an organism alive still results in a lot of questioning by biologists. Hey, remember, there are many organisms undiscovered on our own planet, and new information revealed in biological sciences all the time. So this is our disclaimer that this information can change and is still debated. Kind of like we mentioned in our classification video, this is why we are not going to give a certain numerical value or how many characteristics of life there are, because we do not want to imply that they are in specific order, or that what we are listing cannot be expanded upon, or just can't include exceptions that we may not mention. Also, the characteristics we talk about here can certainly be titled differently. See, we're not trying to talk about a list that we would memorize here. Our goal is actually to get you thinking about what it means for an organism to be alive, and characteristics of life that can be explored when trying to study living things. Okay, so let's get started with some characteristics. Organization. We can look at the cell theory here and see that, according to this theory, living organisms are made of cells. Some organisms are according to this theory, living organisms are made of cells. Some organisms are unicellular, so they can be made up of just one cell. But more complex organisms, like this pony here, are multicellular, and therefore can be made up of many cells, which can be arranged into tissues. The tissues can make up organs. The organs can be part of an organ system. These are biological levels of organization. As for our bathtub from no cells. Homeostasis. Maintaining a regulated balance is so important for many biological processes to even happen. For example, enzymes typically need a certain pH range to even work correctly. Maintaining homeostasis can mean maintaining a certain temperature and a certain percentage of water concentration. Ponies and your human body have all kinds of feedback systems in place to maintain homeostasis. But even a single-celled organism, like an amoeba, relies on its cell membrane to maintain homeostasis internally. Living organisms have regulation of homeostasis, which is not going on here in bathtub grown pony. Metabolism. If you're alive, you need to have some way to capture energy and use energy for processes, including some processes that keep homeostasis, like mentioned previously. These are biological levels of organization. As for our bathtub-grown pony, no cells. Homeostasis. Maintaining a regulated balance is so important for many biological processes to even happen. For example, enzymes typically need a certain pH range to even work correctly. Maintaining homeostasis can mean maintaining a certain temperature and a certain percentage of water concentration. Ponies and your human body have all kinds of feedback systems in place to maintain homeostasis. But even a single-celled organism, like an amoeba, relies on its cell membrane to maintain homeostasis internally. Living organisms have regulation of homeostasis, which is not going on here in bathtub grown pony. Metabolism. If you're alive, you need to have some way to capture energy and use energy for processes, including some processes that keep homeostasis, like mentioned previously. Chemical reactions happening in living organisms are part of metabolism. So just to give some examples of reactions that are part of metabolism in living organisms, plants are autotrophs that can capture light energy to make glucose in a process known as photosynthesis. Animals are heterotrophs that typically need to eat something and then digest it in order to obtain glucose. Both of these example organisms break down glucose in cellular respiration to make ATP energy. Metabolism is happening in this pony, but not in bathtub pony. Operate and digest and keep back in living or homeostasis energy and use metabolism. If you're alive,
you need to have some way to capture energy and use energy for processes, including some processes that keep homeostasis, like mentioned previously. Chemical reactions happening in living organisms are part of metabolism. So just to give some examples of reactions that are part of metabolism in living organisms, plants are autotrophs that can capture light energy to make glucose in a process known as photosynthesis. Animals are heterotrophs that typically need to eat something and then digest it. Both of these example organisms break down glucose in cellular respiration to make ATP energy. Metabolism is happening in this pony, but not in bathtub pony. Reproduction. This can be very simple, like unicellular bacteria, which can copy DNA and split into two, and now you have two bacteria. Or it can be more complex, like this living pony, which involves sperm, egg cells uniting to make a fertilized egg known as a zygote, which will eventually develop into a baby pony. No reproduction for this bathtub birth. Growth and development. Living organisms have genetic factors, which will then burn to the energy. Metabolism is happening in this pony, but not in bathtub. Reproduction. This can be very simple, like unicellular bacteria, which can copy DNA and split into two, and now you have two bacteria. Or it can be more complex, like this living pony, which involves sperm and egg cells uniting to make a fertilized egg known as a zygote, which will eventually develop into a baby pony. No reproduction for this bathtub. pony. Growth and development. Living organisms have genetic material to code for development and growth. A baby pony will develop and grow up into a grown-up pony because its genetic material contains the instructions for this development and growth. Bathtub-grown pony may increase in size due to water entering it, but it's not growing and developing based on genetic instructions. Response to stimuli. Responding to stimuli is often considered a characteristic of life. There can be internal and external stimuli. If this pony feels the need to eat, this can be due to coordination of many body systems, internally alerting the pony that it is hungry. If this pony senses danger, this external stimulus may cause it to flee. Not so for a bathtub pony. But you know, a response to a stimulus might not be obvious. I used to have a lot of cacti when I was a kid, and while I wouldn't call them especially exciting when I was a kid, I did notice that if I left them in the windowsill and didn't rotate them, they would bend, at least over a period of a few weeks. That's amazing because they are responding to light. Plants responding to light is a response to a stimulus. Evolution. A working definition of life, summarized by Dr. Gerald Joyce as part of a panel of exobiologists, describes life as, quote, a self-sustaining system capable of Darwinian evolution. End quote. Fascinating quote. Many scientists view the process of evolution as a characteristic of life, although this would occur over a period of time. The gene frequencies in a population of living organisms can change over time due to mechanisms such as natural selection. Some genes can code for certain traits that result in higher reproductive fitness, while some genes may code for traits that lower reproductive fitness, and therefore may be selected against. Over time, these can result in adaptations. Because the bathtub pony cannot even reproduce in the first place, you won't see this. Characteristics of life are definitely intriguing to explore. Remember that these are characteristics that can be adjusted, or potentially have exceptions. Some things are very hard to classify. Take viruses. In our virus video, we talk about how viruses are considered by the majority of scientists to not be living. Viruses with their genetic material can reproduce, although they need a host to reproduce. They can evolve, but overall they seem to lack a lot of the other characteristics of life, and aren't typically classified as living. It's also interesting to think about the potential of extraterrestrial life, that is, life that is not on Earth. We still have these characteristics of life that we have discussed. Sometimes in science we find ourselves with even more questions. Well, that's it for the sisters. Oh, I'm too safe for this.
And then fifth one is the capacity for growth.
Is he there? Is he an emergency? 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Whenever he shows up. But and then sixth one is ability to reproduce. And seventh one is adapt and response to life, just basically response to life.
Does something need to have all of those?
Yeah, that's what typically in regard to maintaining homeostasis, metabolism, the carry traits, right? And then three is having a sort of here. I'll get that. It's being made of cells. Second one is being made of DNA. It's being made of cells. Second one is being made of DNA, or having DNA, or some sort of genetic traits, some sort of hereditary traits, right? And then three is having a metabolic process, burning and excreting energy, things like that, right? Metabolism. Fourth one is maintaining homeostasis, which is just equilibrium in the internal environment, typically in regard to temperature, right? And the fifth one is the capacity for growth.
DCDC there? Is he an emergency? 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Whenever he shows up. But and then sixth one is ability to reproduce. And seventh one is adapt and response to life, just basically response to life.
Does something need to have all of those?
Yes, yeah, So yeah, so scientific definition would be that all 7 of these criteria must be met for something to be considered scientifically alive. If this is either one, then it's not considered alive, right?
So if we have a but if we take a person that, well, at least an individual we know is a person, and they don't have number 6, like ability to reproduce, like they're sterile.
Oh
it
yeah,
would not
okay, I
be
should have
counted.
added that. Yeah, I usually, I should have added that it's ability to reproduce either sexually or asexually. So that's like obviously when we're talking about like bacteria cells, they don't reproduce sexually; they just reproduce asexually.
That wasn't my question was, let's say we take a person who doesn't have the ability to reproduce sexually or asexually. Let's say they're sterile, like they're a eunuch, for example. So
And
they would not lie.
They would effectively. Go ahead.
So basically, Avi, I think there might just be a lack of maybe like medical knowledge. So maybe you could enlighten us on what I think he's trying to make the distinction of if a species or if something is capable of reproducing in their lifetime, maybe they were born sterile. But I think he's also getting the distinction of if it would be cellular replication as well. Can you expound on
Does
that?
cellular replication count as reproduction, ability to reproduce? If so, then I don't see how that's. I guess that is distinct from. Capacity for growth because cells can get larger. But I think the growth of organism is usually just that, the cellular division. Although it can be cellular, increasing the size of the cells themselves.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's the question. The question is, if they have to have all 7, then my question would be, what if we have a person? I mean, there are genetic conditions where we recognize people as people, but they're sterile. They can't reproduce sexually or asexually, and that's just faded from the point of conception. They're not going.
But then they would never get to the point of any. They would never get past the first cell if they couldn't reproduce, right?
Well, it depends what you mean by reproduce.
Yeah, that's sort of.
So, yeah, so if what you mean by reproduce is undergo have a cell that divides, then I agree. Sure, then they meet all 7. If by reproduce you mean produce a new organism, so if
yeah, that's what I mean the former. So yeah, they can reproduce and divide. or sexual. So it's either or. It doesn't have to be both. It doesn't
Okay,
have to
so-
be. But it is either, then they'll count. If you can't do sexually or asexually, then you're not meeting all 7 criteria.
So cellular division or sexual reproduction. Okay.
Yeah.
Or asexual reproduction. Sexual/asexual reproduction. Okay, and that's distinct. And that's going to be distinct from number 5, from capacity for growth, because they're asexual reproduction. Cellular division or sexual reproduction. Okay.
Yeah.
Or asexual reproduction. Sexual/asexual reproduction. Okay, and that's distinct. And that's going to be distinct from number 5, from capacity for growth, because cells you can grow by enlargement of the cells as opposed to the division of cells.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, and if an individual did not have the ability to enlarge oneself, but they did have the ability to divide oneself, then they would not be alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would ever be the case, but yeah, like, theoretically, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's actually the case anywhere. And then, okay, so, is this all clear?
Sure, yeah, and then by human, so I have an idea what you mean by life. And then by human, are we just referring to some kind of genetic archetype that has a certain proximity of the archetypical genome that's you say you would find in the use mention of the Human Genome Project or something? Not to have a regressive definition there. Is that what you mean by human? Like, do you mean genetically?
Yeah. So just basically,
Okay.
In layman's terms, an organism that has distinct DNA that is of the genus species Homo sapiens. Yeah. So just
Okay.
Human has distinct DNA that is of the genus species Homo sapiens. Yeah. So just human DNA comes from 2 humans, right? So that's where the.
Well, we don't want to. Well, I don't want to use the word human in defining something human because that would lead to a regressive definition. So that's why I use the word it's fine.
Basically.
Okay, I have a regret in the. By human, are we just referring to some kind of genetic archetype that has a certain proximity of the archetypical genome that's you say you would find in the use mention of the Human Genome Project or something? Not to have a regressive definition there. is that what you mean by human? Like, do you mean genetically?
Yeah, so just basically, in layman's terms, an organism that has distinct DNA that is of the genus Homo sapien. Yeah. So just human DNA comes from two humans, right? So that's where the.
We don't want to. I don't want to use the word human into my human because that would lead to a rest definition. So that's why I use the word. It's fine.
Like scientific terms is Homo sapien, right? Genus species Homo sapien.
Yeah. And I want to answer someone asked what do we mean by Homo sapien. I'm just gonna want to answer that without the word human to make it not regressive. It's okay. I understand what you mean. Like some genetic proximity to the archetypal genome that we use in the use mention distinction for humans, like human genotype, for example. That's fine. Okay, cool. And you said that you would be so you would be against abortion for all pregnancies except those which are aborted with the intention of saving the mother's life.
Yeah, that would be the only like. Exception as far as the reason goes, so there's no. So yeah.
Okay, so it's not about the act. So is it not? Is it about someone having the intention to save the mother's life, or is it about the actual threat to the mother? Because those are two different things.
They would go hand in hand. Like you would have the intent to save the mother if there is a threat to the mother. Like a reason, if you have a reasonable, if you're reasonably sure that they have some condition, there's something going wrong in the pregnancy where it's literally threatening the life of the mother, which is incredibly rare for the record. Then that would be the only excuse you have. It's similar to you can't just go and shoot somebody walking down the street, but somebody's breaking into your house and threatening you, and now you've got reason to potentially kill them.
But it's beyond that. Most times, like I said before, you don't even have to do the abortion. You can actually just deliver the baby. I'm not an OBGYN, obviously, so I don't know all the minutia behind what specific cases could occur where you would actually need to go in and perform an abortion, but 99% of the time you just deliver the baby through a C-section or whatever.
Yeah, I think pretty much any pro-life would agree. Like if at all possible, you can save the baby. But I'm sure that there's times where you just have no choice, right?
Well, my question here was in the events where what I'm trying to hone down on is, or get clarity on is, in the cases where the intention and the reality of the circumstance isn't hand in hand. So, for example, let's say someone had the intention to save a woman's life, but there really was very little threat to her life. Would that be moral? By contrast, let's say there was a real substantial threat to a woman's life, but someone did an abortion without the intention. So what I'm trying to discern here is whether what makes the abortion moral is whether someone has the intent of saving the woman's life, or is there a required condition of there actually being a threat.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the intent would have to be validated by an actual threat. Okay. Like you could say and I'm sure you could drill this down to some I don't know how you phrased it earlier, like reducibility, but like you could reasonably assume that somebody who's pointing a gun at you is threatening your life, right? And obviously there's a chance that their gun will jam, right? And they won't actually be able to kill you, but you're still interpreting a threat, right? So obviously there are cases in pregnancies, like I believe the term is psychotic pregnancy, where it's like displaced and it's literally like threatening the mother, but there's a chance where they could be fine, she could survive, the baby could survive, but you're reasonably assuming that this is a threat, this is a threat.
If you just have a bad diagnosis, if you're like the doctor, maybe you don't have a sound diagnosis. I'm sure you're doctors. I'm sure maybe in your history you've done that before, where we thought it was this condition and it turned out not to be this condition, but based on the evidence we have, that's the choice we make. There's no criminal intent there.
Okay. So that's fine. So there does have to be an actual increased risk to the woman's life here. Okay, cool. And then the other thing is, I don't require you to know what the exact threshold of what that interest is. The reason I mentioned this is because there's always some increased risk to a woman's life. Actually, all pregnancies do have an increased risk to a woman's life to some percentage. So it's not going to be any increase in probability of death, presumably, or else you wouldn't be pro-life. You would just be pro-choice the whole way. Yeah. So there's going to be some threshold. So presumably that threshold is higher than the risk of death for the average pregnancy. Otherwise, you'd be able
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I do know that in America, the pregnancy mortality rate is like 17 per 100,000, so it's like incredibly rare. Either way, so
19 per 100,000.
What?
The global, but the global, I know that the global mortality rate is 211 per 100,000.
Well, yeah, the average, I really don't know.
well, not just absolute. Well, the ones that are the highest are. South Sudan, Sierra Leone. But the global ones, there's a whole bunch of countries that have 400 or higher. And the average, it all averages out to about 200 and 200, around 200, 400,000. Now, if you want to say that, so I'll just ask, like,
Do you take? Are you? Because I don't. I'm assuming you don't want to say that half of the pregnancies, it'll be moral to abort half of the pregnancies on planet Earth, if you want to call yourselves pro-life. So I'm assuming that the risk of death would have to be somewhat higher than 211 per 100,000. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I like I said, go ahead.
We'll defer to, you know, if there is, we're not with UIN, we don't know what they have nothing to do with that. So if there's a threshold that they define, then I would love to see it, but I don't think there is. I don't really get what, I don't know. I would love to see it, so if there's a threshold that they define, then I would love to see it, but I don't think there is. I don't really get what, I don't really understand what you're getting at.
I think it's More
Well,
just case by case. Like if you're told by the doctor at that time, okay, this is starting your life, and you're assuming the doctor has knowledge.
Well, the issue is, the issue here is that presumably you're, there in reality, I asked you, that's why I asked, it's not just the intention, it's there being an actual, some real threat in reality to the woman. And the reason I asked that is because, presumably you're not gonna want to take some kind of view where like, if you knew the real probability of death for the woman, let's say you actually just knew all of it, that it would be okay in one case to abort, but if the probability was lower, it wouldn't be okay. Now all of a sudden it is okay. Sorry, it's the other way around. It would be okay if it was like 1 in 200 out of 100,000. Then you're just going to say, well, that is okay, meets that threshold. But something higher than that, even like higher risk of death, doesn't meet that threshold. Like, presumably, it's a transitive property. So if you are okay with this risk, if here's a level of risk that you are okay with abortion, presumably, if something is even a more threat, a greater risk to the woman's life, presumably you're going to be okay with that too, or with aborting that too, and vice versa. If something is this low of a level of risk to a woman's life, presumably you're not going to be okay with it. And if you're not okay with it, if something is even lower of a risk than that, you're also not going to be okay with it. It would be really weird to say, well, here's the risk, and that's enough of a risk for me to be okay with it, but something even higher, no, that's not enough, right? It's a transitive property.
I'm not really. I understand what you're trying to get at, but it's really only covering like less than 0.1% of all abortions, and really, I think the dispute we really have comes with when the 700,000, 800,000 other abortions that are occurring in America every year, and 40 to 60 million worldwide.
That's
okay. Let me turn it back on you. Can I ask you a question, Avi?
Well, you can if I just want to get clarity. Yeah,
Well,
no,
okay,
I'll be happy to.
So just maybe this will help flesh it out a little bit better.
Yeah, sure.
And I apologize in advance if this is not an equivalent example, but you're a dermatologist, right? That's where you said that correct?
Yeah, I'm in dermatology.
Okay, but that's like your specialty, right? So if you had a patient who had just a mole, you know anything about it, would you treat them with chemotherapy?
Yeah, I would.
You just treat any patient with a mole with chemotherapy. I have a mole on my shoulder right here. Should I get chemotherapy?
No. Sorry. I thought I'm not talking. Okay. I thought you were talking about a mole pregnancy. Sorry. We'll get. If you're talking about if you're talking about a mole, then no. There are different treatment modalities that some are higher risk, some are lower risk. It depends.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's going to be. But that's not getting. But that's not helping flush it out. But the reason that question doesn't help flush any clarity out is because what I'm getting at is a principled question. You're adding epistemic barriers in the way, saying, okay, yes, it's a better heuristic if the doctor has a better assessment of the risk. I grant that. I don't have an issue. I understand that. But that doesn't help get any clarity on what I'm trying to ask here. What I'm trying to ask here is the principal question, right? Whereas, that's why I asked in the first place, is it also about the underlying reality? If you so happen to know that the doctor is wrong, if it turned out that the doctor says, okay, well, this is a really bad risk to your life, and let's say by some means or whatever, you found out that the doctor was lying, or the doctor was incorrect, or lost over something, and really there's no risk, risk. Presumably, you would do that abortion more. Or at least it should not be done. Yeah, okay, cool. Now, the reason I'm asking about the transitive property is, I'm not asking you to know to have a principle to have this idea like, okay, well, if it reaches 500 out of 100,000 deaths, then abortion is okay. Like, I'm not asking you to specify it down that, but I'm okay if you don't know the exact rationale. What I am saying though is, if I give you a case where the risk is a certain risk that you look at and say, okay, that's high enough for my bar. I don't know exactly where my bar is, but this is over. So let's say it's 10% chance of death or something, right? And you say, okay, well, I don't know exactly where my threshold is, but 10% is fine. That abortion is okay. If I give you another case and tell you that the risk of death is 11%, presumably you're going to be okay with that too, if you knew the chance of death is 11%.
It's still irrelevant because, no, I disagree. I think it's irrelevant because, and like I said in the beginning, the majority of cases, we don't even have to do abortion. We can just deliver the baby and do our best to save his life. Assuming that the only way, so I'll stipulate that the only way to terminate a pregnancy is an abortion. So if there's a 10% chance of death, and the only way to terminate a pregnancy is abortion, presumably if there is an 11% chance of death, and the only way to terminate a pregnancy is abortion, you would be okay with that too. That's right.
Yeah, but we have yet to accept like the exact stipulation of like, oh, this percentage of death is what needs to be. No, it's like I think the mole question was really illustrated best. It's like you don't just say, oh, you got this condition has a 10% chance of death, this one has 12% chance of death. It's more so you got a condition, it could potentially kill you. We will monitor it on a case, and it would have to be on a case by case basis. Sometimes you'll be able to just treat it and live the pregnancy as normal, and sometimes it's going to threaten your life, and we're going to have no choice but to abort. And really, that's the point where we just leave it. Like it's not pro-choice because we still advocate for the mother's life, and we would just leave it between the doctor and the mother and say, you want to sacrifice your life to save your child, if you want to sacrifice your child to save your life, then that's between you. You know, we would hope that you can do what is best and what results in the least amount of death possible. But sometimes you just got no choice. I think this conversation. Hang on. I think this conversation is being bogged down hard right now because we're talking about the fringe of the fringe of the fringe. I want to
I just need 10% to illustrate an example to show kind of that's all. Let me answer.
Okay, so I will answer it, and what I'll say is, so in the field of medicine, rarely are you going to have it, okay, you've got a 50-50 chance of living. It's usually, okay, the mother is hemodynamically unstable, and she is, her blood pressure is in the tank, she's about to literally die from, sepsis or some infection she's got, or whatever's going on. That is a clinical judgment on-the-spot decision that you really can't logically make, from an outside perspective. That's something that on-the-spot the doctor's got to make. And it's really going to be in a matter of hours or, minutes in some cases. And so what do you mean? Patients see compensate all the time, every day.
I understand patients can compensate all the time. What are you talking about? But in the case of that, I'm talking about you can. You just don't need to. The reason is that's rarely ever how it happens. That's very rarely ever how it happens.
What do you mean? Patients see compensate all the time, every day.
I understand patients can compensate all the time. What are you talking about? But in the case of that, I'm talking about you can. You just don't need to. The reason that the point is about like hydrotypical moles, which we're going to get into. In those cases, it's very rarely considered economic stability by the time the decision is made to terminate pregnancy. But the point, this doesn't get to my issue at all. Like, it's not but my issue is just, let me get a pointed question about this. Say we had a pregnancy and the chance of death is equivalent to the same chance of death as a hydatidiform mole, as a diparental hydatidiform mole. Are you okay with getting a abortion in a case like that?
Yeah, no, I'll just address the whole molar pregnancy thing right away. It's basically you can't detect those things upon conception. They can only be detected 8 to 12 weeks into the pregnancy because you realize they start doing the ultrasounds and whatnot, and they find that there's no neural development, there's no brain development, no heartbeat, there's no fetal tissue present when it's a complete hydatidiform mole or a complete molar pregnancy. Sometimes there's some form of viable fetal tissue when it's a partial molar pregnancy, but pretty much all the time they just result in a non-viable pregnancy that results in a natural miscarriage anyway. But at the moment of conception, or 2, 4, whatever weeks into pregnancy, where you can't really detect anything, even if it is a molar pregnancy, you just treat that with the same moral consideration that you would any other pregnancy. You treat that as if it is a living human being that has its own genetic code, because it does, and you err on the side of caution. You err on the side of caution. You don't abort it. You don't kill it, even if it ends up being a non-viable pregnancy, similar to any other miscarriage, right?
Well, I understand, but I don't see that's not really getting at that's not really answering what I'm trying to ask. So maybe this will make it clear. What I'm asking, so at the point at which you do detect it to be hydatidiform mole, at that point, you make a decision. I mean, presumably you want to make a decision to abort it. Maybe you don't, but most people would. Now, I'm assuming the justification for aborting.
No, most people just let them ride, and most people just let them ride, and they are expelled naturally through a miscarriage.
Okay, well, if this, I mean, well, when you say
Yeah,
most
that's
people,
what I did.
usually
That's how it
say-
usually goes. It says from what I read, it was like 90% of them are expelled naturally through a miscarriage, and then the other 10% do have to be removed because if left untreated, if left untouched, they can develop into malignant cancer, right?
Well, when you say, when you say
about whether it's moral to abort.
Yeah, but I mean, well, I just want to be clear about like this. Like when you say most people, most doctors would recommend aborting. Now maybe it's the case that a lot of them just go unnoticed and they end up getting
circumstances
to completion. But that's fine. That's fine. So the question I have is it moral to abort that pregnancy at the point of detection with a high detectable hormone?
It would depend. I would say it would depend on if they're assuming it's at the point of detection, which isn't until 8 to 10 weeks anyway, 8 to 12 weeks.
Yeah.
If there is viable fetal tissue, then I think it would be immoral. If there is no viable fetal tissue that's shown to just be a non-viable pregnancy that is just going to be expelled naturally or potentially threaten the mother's life at that point, then no, it's not going to be. There would be no problem with aborting it.
Okay, so the case we're talking about is when it's detected that it's a high detectable mole. Right? So
Hi.
we're talking about if it's a high detectable mole, it's not going to. I don't know what you mean by viable. I mean it's living. It may die.
No, but I said viable pregnancy as in like it has any chance to continue its development and potentially be developed into or to be birthed into what we call a baby, right? So
okay,
when we see when it's birthed, it's considered a baby and not a fetus anymore.
Yeah, I understand that.
So when I'm saying when we detect it 8 to 12 weeks in and there's no fetal tissue, that's not a viable pregnancy anymore. That's just going to get miscarried or potentially start to threaten the mother. So there is no chance of survival. There literally is no chance. The only potential from that point is a threat to the mother.
Okay, so then you would be okay with aborting the mole in that case.
The literal clump of cells. Yeah.
Well, hang on.
Yeah,
But I would be careful with the word abort too in that sense, because abortion, when we're referencing abortion, I think this is why the mole of pregnancy is kind of a red herring. Because when we're referencing abortion, we're referencing pregnancies that are otherwise viable, pregnancies that otherwise would have survived to term and been birthed. And this mole of pregnancy, like I just said, they're not viable. They don't get term to term. They get miscarried. They get expelled naturally. Because the body recognizes that they're
I'll
not.
I'll
this
just
is a
point.
threat to the mother.
Yeah, I'll just point one thing out. So when I asked you for the criteria for human life, when I asked you for these criteria of the things you value, whether the you gave me the criteria. One thing you didn't give me is whether the duration of survival time. So if that's going to be another criteria for your moral consideration.
No, it would just be fetal tissue. It would be fetal tissue in the womb.
Wait, one point of confusion. I thought these were the criteria for humanity. Are they just coextensive with the criteria for life? Is that
human
just
life? Yeah, or for life. So the 7 criteria are just for life, period. But then human life is, genetic distinction of, or genetically distinct organism that is of the genus species Homo sapien.
Right. Okay, the point, Isaac. Yeah. The point was that I asked the only exception. The point is that the position was that it's immoral to abort in cases where it's a human life, with the only exception being harm to the mother. Now, we have another exception on the table here. It seems like what's being
because at that point in a molar pregnancy, when we determine that there is no more fetal tissue developing, the only outcome of other than a miscarriage is that it could develop into what is it called, gestational tropholastic disease,
gestational trophoblastic disease, such as choriocarcinoma.
And the only real result from that is malignant cancer, a threat to the mother. I think we can all agree that cancer is life-threatening. So when we reach a point that the only future outcome, if we don't remove it, is cancer, I think we can reasonably assume that that is a threat to the mother, and we can remove that. We can interpret that as a threat and abort it.
Okay, so
if you knew the mom was cancer-proof, you would say that it's wrong to abort the hypotid form.
How would you know that a mom is cancer-proof?
Well, how you know it's just an epistemic question. Just say that you have that knowledge. Would you still say that it's in that case, would it be right or wrong?
Well, I would. Yeah, I think the epistemic question is. I think the epistemic question is relevant, because how would I come to that conclusion that the mom?
Unless he was God, he couldn't know that.
I don't see the relevance. Just say that that's dialed into the hypothetical, so you have that knowledge. And the question is, given that knowledge, would you think that it's ethical or not to abort the hydatidiform mole?
Excuse me, gentlemen. I just had BNC come, so I'm going to switch out chat and add BNC.
I don't mind all three. Like, we don't mind two.
I'll just hang out. Yeah, that's fine.
Is that acceptable?
I'll be there.
Okay, I'm going to add to the stream then, and yeah, great, carry on.
And if we get really annihilated, we'll just.
Yeah, I'll just let it transition. How about this? I'll just let it transition in naturally, and then I'll just head out in like 10-15 minutes.
Sonnets!
Oh, what an entry. But yeah, so I guess, no, I mean, we don't have to dwell on this if I mean, I guess it's really the obvious if you want. But yeah, I guess the question is just like, if there's just this one criteria that you have for when it's okay to abort a human. And then in the case of the molar pregnancy, you want to say, yeah, it's okay to abort, and it's in virtue of the fact that there's, my criteria is met, right? Which is to say that there's a risk to the mother. Just say that that risk weren't there, right? Say the mom is just cancer-proof. And the question is then just, would you say that's wrong in that case?
That's where I'm just gonna have to, like, I don't accept the premise of cancer-proof, but let's just say that we do, and we bite all the bullets, we say, all right, fine, don't abort a molar pregnancy. We bit the bullet, now we're absolved from the one. In 1,000 pregnancies, and pretty much far less than that. Like I said, the 90% plus molar pregnancies are expelled naturally. So we're literally talking about like 1 in a million pregnancies at this point. We bit the bullet on that. All right, great. Can we move on to the guy's argument? We bit the bullet. I'm not really argument. Look, guys, I understand you're seeking clarity on our side, but the conversation is incredibly bogged down right now. And you guys, like you said, you wanted to get back into the back and forth, and that's fine. I enjoy that too. But you have yet to make an actual argument.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, wait, this is what I was very clear about, right? This is why I made sure to have a conversation with you beforehand, which is that if you want me to come here prep with arguments, you know, I'm expecting it to be a day, I'm expecting to clear proposition, I come with any kind of argument, right? So I wasn't.
I want to do the pro-sentient position.
But just wait, but just before we move to that, I just want to be clear when you say like we bite the bullet, whatever. I'm just wanting total clarity, I guess. Like, are you just saying that to move the conversation forward, or is that actually your view? Like, you actually
at some point, when you drill it down to the 1,000th decimal point, I'm gonna have to just withhold judgment because I don't know everything. But I really kind of just want to move this forward because, like I said, we're being fairly
we can move it forward.
I just want you guys.
Well, you can say 1 or 3 words and I'll just move forward. Yeah. You can say yes or no or agnostic, and then we just move forward. I'm just curious about that specific question.
Okay, what is the precise question?
Yeah. So the question is, I guess, in the case that you have hydatidiform pregnancy, is it wrong to abort if there is no threat to the mother?
Withholding judgment, agnostic. We can move forward.
Okay, agnostic.
Is it okay? Well, okay. So my question that I was getting.
I don't want to hear any more questions. I want you guys to. What is the pro-choice?
We can answer all the questions.
Yeah, what is the pro-choice?
Well, most of the answers that have been provided weren't actually answering.
No, I disagree.
I've had to repeat it many times. But sure, I mean, if you,
well, it's important to you. You can just come back to it later because I mean, look, it's a debate. If it's a debate and there's a proposition and one side has a burden of proof, there's times when it's fair to just say no, you must produce an answer. But if we're just kind of shooting the shit, I don't think we necessarily have a monopoly on questions. Not that you were suggesting that, obviously. So I don't care if they want to ask some questions or whatever. But hopefully you guys can get circle. Wait, hopefully we can circle back to it at some point.
We can jet succubus.
I think since Brittany's not here, we kind of abandoned the whole like how that's the thing. I just want my life, I'm sure.
Well, you guys clearly did, but it don't matter to me.
I decided to dress up as a debate master.
So anyway, yeah. So what is about this? What is your cutoff line for abortions?
Yeah. So I think it's around 8 weeks estimated gestational age. The reason I think it's around that area is because that's the earliest time point at which there is justification for the notion that the fetus may plausibly be sentient, and I think that that's the point at which I would put the precautionary principle, not exactly, but roughly around that area. Yeah, around 8 weeks estimated gestational age. Justification for the notion that the fetus fetus may plausibly be sentient, and specific that area is because that's the earliest time point in which there is justification for the notion that the fetus may plausibly be sentient, and I think that that's the point at which I would put the precautionary principle, not exactly, but roughly around that area. Yeah, around 8 weeks estimated gestational age.
BNC.
So, okay, so you said it's around 8 weeks because that's when we can, like, assume sentience?
No, I said it's around 8 weeks because that's the earliest point in time for which there's justification. That means increasing the probability of the proposition being true that the fetus is sentient.
Okay, and why is sentience, like, why? Why is sentience the thing that you hold?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's going to boil down to what my values are. So I care about it. It depends how you're asking the question. But why do you have...
We should clarify the question there, because it's like, if you ask why is that your preference, like the explanation for that might just be something we're not aware of, right? Like, it's probably some complicated, mixture of like biology and culture and whatnot. But if the question is more like, give like some kind of general kind of like maybe like algorithmic like description of your values, kind of like your normative ethic, such that that position makes sense in light of it, like that kind of question. That's
Okay, yeah. So like I guess the why isn't necessarily important because you just say because, right? So can we like confirm sentience, or how do we reasonably assume that they are sentient?
Well, wait, did you want to answer to the original one, or are we just?
No, we can move past that because like ultimately you could just say because that's the position I'm taking. So it doesn't really matter.
I think fair about it because here I haven't talked much. Let me say a thing to you. So like I'm trying to be fair about it because the thing is like that's my honest view. Like I think morals are just ultimately going to be like what our preferences are, right? I don't really know what else morals would be. And I don't think we know what accounts for all of our preferences. So I think that why question can be very hard to answer. But I think that a lot of the time when people ask that, what they're actually meaning to ask is like, give me like some general principles that describe your preferences or your values that make sense of this particular position that you're holding, right? So if you wanted an answer to something like that, I think Avi's got answers to questions like that. But we can also do one.
No, I think that is the question. The answer, the question he meant to ask is like, well, why do you draw your moral line? Like, why is the 8? What did you say? 8 weeks is when?
Yeah, 8 weeks estimated gestational days, which translates into about 6 weeks fetal age. They're about 2 weeks apart, and depending on how you measure it. And the reason that I have it there is because that is the earliest point in time at which there is evidence that increases the probability of justification, which is just increase the probability of the proposition being true that the fetus is sentient. So that's the principle at that point.
Okay, but why do you? So you're saying sentience, right? And I think, given any sources, we find that sentience is an assumption at best. We don't have any hard evidence of sentience. Sentience just means like what the ability to perceive and feel and think. You can't actually measure somebody's sentience. All you can measure are electronic brainwaves or response to stimuli from an organism.
Well, that's compatible with everything I just said.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's really it just boils down to I think so. Which I don't think that doesn't appear to be a concrete line to stand on.
It doesn't boil down to I just think so. It boils down to that's the earliest part where there's justification, where there's evidence that increases the probability of the proposition that the fetus is being true. It's not just I think so.
Okay, but you do acknowledge
there's a reason. There's a reason for it.
You do acknowledge that prior to sentience, that's still a human being, right? Regardless of when sentience begins.
On the definition of human being, of human life that you provided, and assuming human being is synonymous with human life, yeah, sure.
Wait, I need clarity there for a second. There's something I'm confused by. I thought that definition was, I thought those criteria were for life, not for human life. Because
human life, you can talk about human life, also it's a genetic population.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, right.
Yeah, because like a tree still meets all the same criteria.
Yeah, so human is, it has all those life properties, but it's all, well, I guess you'd say it's still human instead. So human is just genetic proximity to some archetypal like gene
combination. So there's another criteria. I don't think you mentioned them because in previous days you wanted to talk about how human tumors won't meet that criteria.
No, I didn't say that they don't. I didn't say that they don't meet the criteria for life. Like, I mean, you could just use your skin cells even. Yeah, like your skin cells are alive and are human life technically, but they're not. What is important about the moment of conception is that is when it becomes genetically distinct, right? You cut your skin cells off, and you've still got the rest of your organism, and the skin cells just die, right? The skin cells.
So a criteria for valuation, then. A criteria for valuation would be genetically distinct, then.
Yeah, like independent from the mother and the father that's what we're referencing at conception. But
and when we typically, like, I'm not talking about like a single mutation. You're not talking about like a single mutation that would happen that set off a cancer cell or something like that. You're talking about a unique set of genes from the mother and the father or something like that to form a new genome. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, new genome. All right. And
so I'm asking. So when we're talking about sentience, but basically what we want to know is why do you value that? Like, regardless of when it occurs, why is it sentience that you place consideration on, as opposed to anything else, any other line?
Yeah, that's the question. I think that you got to be a bit clear about what you're asking, because why? Like, again, for somebody who's not really like a realist, they're just going to answer with something like, I don't know, some combination of like historic factors that like led me to be the kind of being I am. Well, that is the answer. I don't fucking know.
Well, yeah. There's going to be some sort of
I think being. Yeah, see, I kind of knew that they were just going to say because that's my fucking reason, So
well, that's not quite what I said, right? I didn't just say because it's my reason, but I do think, it's like. I tried to be fair about what the question might be that you're trying to get at. I'm not sure. I think you probably caught what I was saying there earlier, BNC. Like, if you ask, why do we have those values, right? It's like, I'm not going to know what accounts for me having the mind I have, right? It's probably like some combination of like historic factors or like cultural stuff, biology. Like, I don't fucking know. That's like, how the fuck would I answer that? But what you might be trying to ask is more something like, like, what's your normative ethic that presumably like makes sense of such a value, right? A question like that,
maybe
the kind of thing you're trying to ask.
Maybe why do you put sentience?
Do you want to hear in response? Sorry to cut you off, but I just wanted to be clear about the question so we can answer you, right? Like, would you, like, is the kind of thing you're looking for instance, if someone were to answer by saying like, because I'm a utilitarian, like, is that the kind of thing that you're looking for?
No, maybe this will help.
Okay,
so why do you put sentience as the principle instead of a number of others? Like some people do heartbeat, or some people do the spinal cord, things like that. Like, why do you think that sentience is the point at which it is no longer okay to kill someone?
Yeah, that's gonna just enter the same problem. Like, I don't know why I have the preferences that I have.
Okay, so I would say that I pick conception because I'm pro-life, and because that is a definitive point, and it doesn't really matter. So if I'm not going to have an abortion because I'm against them, then I don't really have to worry about verifying whether it's the molar pregnancy or anything like that. And the issue that I'm taking with the sentience is that we cannot confirm. Avi had said that we can give evidence that increases the probability, but there is no confirmation. So we could ultimately be wrong. So that's why that's like the only issue I have with just choosing sentience arbitrarily.
I think, real quick before you respond, I think it's important to add, we could ultimately be wrong even in deferral to the science, where the science of when human life begins, that's concrete. That's just the way it is. Every single reputable source confirms conception. Not a single one of any substance refutes it, right? So that's I think that's really the question. Like,
we may have something. Okay. So, we can ask you the same question. I mean, why do you value conception? Do you value it because it's human life and it also is a genetically distinct being at that point, where its genome is a unique, distinct set?
Yeah, so that's the very beginning of human life, and we just place I don't place a value on human life. I think human life is infinitely valuable. So to say I think that is infinitely valuable, that doesn't matter at which point in the developmental stage it is. I just value human life. So that would mean that the start of human life is when I start valuing something, because that's when it starts existing.
Well, you value human, not just human life, but human life that's genetically a distinct entity, right? Because
I'm not going to value the skin cells that you.
Okay, cool. So and by genetically distinct entity, we mean a unique genome. That the genome is distinct from. Okay, so And you said we can be clear that that occurs at the point of conception. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I've never seen anything that refutes that.
Okay.
Like just
yeah,
in,
so
deferral, in deferral to any scientific source. I mean, I sent you a bunch. And, you had qualms with a few of them, but they all say the same thing.
Actually, with all of them, and I think some of them, even the ones you sent me, show that it's not the case that the being has a unique genome at the point of conception. So it's actually not true. At the point of fertilization, the gamete does not have a unique genome. Because syngamy has not occurred yet. So,
I don't know
in
what
fact,
that is.
there are. Yeah,
What does syngamy mean?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Syngamy it's the union. It's the union of the two sets of genes from the mother and the father to create the unique genome. So, at the point of the father to create the unique genome. So, at the point of fertilization, what happens is there's the fusion of membranes between the sperm and the egg. The genes that come from the sperm cell and the genes that are in the egg cell, they are encapsulated by two membranes called the pronuclear membranes. Those pronuclear membranes are both within the new plasma membrane that is the zygote. However, the unique genome is not created until the pronuclear membranes, it happens about 20 hours, 24 hours after, about a day after fertilization. Until the pronuclear membranes unite, they come together and there's a fenestration, that means a window making. They're broken down. There's a breakdown of the pronuclear membranes, and then the genes from the father and mother unite to form it.
031.
While you release only a single egg each month, your partner releases millions of sperm in a single ejaculation, all with an eye on that single prize. But only one of those sperm will be crowned the victor. As soon as one lucky sperm cell succeeds in penetrating the egg immediately undergoes a chemical reaction that prevents other sperm cells from following suit. Then the chromosomes carried by the sperm and egg come together, and the egg is officially fertilized. The fertilized egg then begins a rapid descent to the uterus. Over the next 7 days, the human embryo undergoes multiple cell divisions in a process called mitosis. At the end of this transition period, the embryo becomes a mass of very organized cells, called a blastocyst. Once the embryo reaches the blastocyst stage, approximately 5 to 6 days after fertilization, it breaks out of its protective covering and begins the process of implantation in the uterus. To find out how your baby grows and develops each month, please watch my next video.
Fertilization in humans is internal. It takes place inside the body of the female. Semen, which contains the sperms, is introduced into the female genital tract during the act of copulation. The deposition of sperms in the vagina is called insemination. Human sperms are motile and rapidly swim towards the ovum, partly in the fallopian tube. The sperms pass the cervix, enter the uterus, and finally reach the ampullary isthmic junction of the fallopian tube. This is the site where the ovum lies and fertilization takes place. When sperm meets the ovum is in the secondary oocyte stage. It has not yet completed its second meiotic division. The fusion of sperm and ovum is called fertilization. Stage. When a sperm meets the ovum is in the secondary oocyte stage. It has not yet completed its second meiotic division. The fusion of sperm and ovum is called fertilization. For fertilization to take place, the sperms must be released in the vagina during the period that the egg is alive, that is, within 24 hours after ovulation. The sperm has to pass through the corona radiator and the zona pellucida to reach the plasma membrane of the ovum. When it reaches the zona pellucida, the acrosome releases its contents of lytic enzymes. These enzymes dissolve the zona pellucida. The sperm plasma membrane then fuses with the egg plasma membrane. This fusion triggers the secondary oocyte to complete its second meiotic division. The second meiotic division is also unequal and leads to the formation of a second polar body and a haploid ovum. The nucleus of the ovum is now called the female pronucleus. The cortical granules present below the egg plasma membrane release enzymes which harden the zona pellucida and block further entry of sperm. The sperm nucleus now enters the cytoplasm of the ovum. The sperm nucleus is now termed the male pronucleus. Male and female pronuclei come together and fuse. Male and female chromosomes mix. This event is called karyogamy or amphimixis. Fertilization is thus completed. The fertilized ovum is called the zygote. Identical twins are formed when the zygote splits into two. Each split portion then develops into a complete new individual, and both are exactly identical to each other.
Yo.
Yo,
Yo.
what's good, dude?
Just trying to figure out if people would consider singamy part of the fertilization process, or if they would say no, it happens after.
Yo,
Yeah.
are you okay? So at the end, well, I have a quick question for you, but first, and it's unrelated to what you just said, but first I'm gonna have a question about what you just said, and that is, you know the series that you're working on right now on YouTube, where you're like live streaming like really long. Oh, at the end, are you gonna compile it so it's like? So it's like short.
So right now I'm just doing the research and I'm just streaming while I do the research. But once I feel satisfied, at least satisfied enough to where I can start debating people, then I will probably make a video first, and I'll make a video probably. My current idea is to make a video where I steelman the pro-life position and then I steelman the pro-choice position. And then that would be my first video, and then my second video would be where I explain my position and why I think it's better than the other position. And then after I make that video, then I will probably start debating people. And yeah.
Who are you gonna debate? Like people who are also just as knowledgeable, or like people you know?
Like, so I'll probably reach out to, so there's like debate channels on YouTube that host debates, so I'll probably reach out to them and then and then see if I can get some debates there.
Like that sometimes.
Yes. And then I'm thinking actually before I do that, because there's probably way more knowledgeable people on YouTube, and I'll probably be nervous as fuck, and so I probably would like to debate less knowledgeable people first, which would probably be on TikTok. And so I'll probably live stream on TikTok and or join people's live streams, because people will do live streams where they will be like, hey, I'm pro-life, changed my mind or whatever, and then anyone can join. And so I'll probably join those first and do some of those, and then I'll probably reach out to the YouTube people on debating and shit. And yeah, that's my current
When
thought.
you do that stuff, just let me know about it so I can watch it, because it's so exciting.
Like, wait, what do you mean when I do that stuff?
Like when you actually debate people, no matter what platform it is, just let me know.
Okay.
When you do that,
Okay.
so I can watch it.
Like, okay, so like when I decide that I'm gonna start debating people, and then I start going on TikTok and looking for debates, do I like let you know once I find someone, like once someone lets me join theirs, or what do you mean? Like so that you can watch, or like, because I'll be recording them too. I'll probably be recording whatever conversations I have as well and posting them on YouTube. So you could so you could watch them through that way too if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I could just send you the video.
Yes, do that.
Okay, bet. I'll do that.
Okay, I bet. That's cool, because I really want to know about everything that you've researched so far, but, like, I cannot watch those live streams. I cannot. I was looking at one of them, and it was, like, 11 hours. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
I can't.
No, I saw, and they're for part of the live streams, I'm not even researching. I'm just on my phone, but yeah.
I saw that. I, like, joined one of them, and you weren't even in the frame.
Yeah, because I don't like restarting this, like turning off the stream and then putting it back on and then turning it off and then putting it back on. So I just like let it keep going, and then when I need to like make food or whatever, I just make food and then get back on it. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was feeling pretty like confident in my ability to talk to people at first, although there's still a shit ton more I have to research, but I was feeling pretty confident, and then I started watching this one video that I'm currently watching, and what the fuck, I am so lost. And that's why I'm learning about the fucking fertilization process and shit like that. This is confusing as fuck.
Yeah. I bet it is.
Yeah. Yes, kind of annoying as fuck. Kind of annoying as fuck.
Very interesting topic, though.
Yeah.
Sarah, she texted me. She was like, LMAO, James is researching abortion. I was like, what, you follow him?
That was my first question.
Like, she sent me your live stream. I was like, oh my goodness.
She subscribed to me on YouTube, or how did she see that it was?
Yeah, she subscribed.
Oh, true. Valid.
Yeah, me and her are friends again, by the way.
Yeah, I think you told me that before, that y'all...
Oh.
I forget what the... Oh, she reached out to you. Well, the first thing I heard about y'all becoming friends was that she reached out to you, and it was like, hey, so would you be open to being friends again or no? And then...
Yeah.
I forget what you said, but that, I'm assuming, started the process of that.
We, like, went to dinner and, like, apologized to each other and talked a lot, and then, now we're just, like, friends, so...
You just chill for real. True.
So, I have a question because I want an opinion from somebody who's wise and whom I trust.
Okay.
Which is you. So, recently, you know my person that I like, its name is Mo?
Mm-hmm.
So recently, I told them that I love them. And
Okay.
then they also said it back.
Okay.
Dub.
Okay, mega dub.
Yes, mega dub.
Let us talk.
And we've been talking for like almost 4 months.
Wow.
I know that's not that long, but you know how it is when you have a connection with somebody.
Yeah.
So
Nah, 4 months is
they
pretty
haven't asked me
good.
to be their girlfriend,
Mm.
which is fine. Initially, when we talked about it, like in the first month of when we started talking, I had expressed that my stance on it was, I'm not ready for a relationship, and I probably won't be for a while, because, like, I'm just not. I don't think I expanded on that. Then, a couple weeks ago, then we had the conversation of, like, what are we working towards, and we both agreed we want a relationship. And then I also clarified, and I was like, just, you know, like, I think my mindset about whether or not I'm ready for a relationship has changed. Because I kind of, basically, to sum it up, because I had this mindset that, due to the experiences that I've had in my past relationships, that in order to get into a relationship, I have to change myself a lot, and that I have to, like, fit the expectations of the other person. But then, after expressing that, I realized, like, well, I mean, no. When I was expressing that, I also explained, like, but clearly, like, that's an unhealthy thing. Because me as a person, like, alone, I'm in a very good place, and I think I'm ready for a relationship. It's just, I felt that I wasn't ready because relationships that I had experienced since forever have always been, like, unhealthy and made me feel like I have to change myself. Do you know what I mean? When I say that?
Yes.
Okay. So, anyway, then I clarified that, and they were like, oh, okay, cool, thanks for clarifying. So we both agreed we want a relationship. A couple weeks ago, last week, I told them I love them, they said it back.
Wait, when was that clarification?
It was a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Like,
When did you have that? Do you remember when?
even a month ago, almost, but no.
Do you remember when you had the conversation about the first conversation about it, where you were like, like that in a similar time frame, or?
That was when we first started talking,
Okay.
which was like almost 3 or 4 months ago, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Anyway, but they understood that, and they were like, okay. Now, here's my question, now that you have the background. So we hang out with each other, like, all the time, also. And we're planning stuff, like, very far ahead in the future, so that's giving the expectation that we both expect that we're still going to be together by the end of next year, because we're planning stuff by the end of next year, too. So,
Wait, say that again. You said you're planning. You said two things. One was that you were planning to. You were talking. The conversations you were having showed that you both are assuming that you're going to be together by next year, the end of next year. And then wasn't there something else you said too?
yeah, because, like, we're making, like, plans, like, travel plans and stuff that are at the end.
Okay.
Those are pretty solid. Anyway. So, Mo's not a very confrontational person. And, like, even, like, they just struggle to, like, verbalize their feelings, which is #relatable. And I understand that, so I'm not upset about it or anything. Totally fine with that. But that's why, like, I said that I loved them first, even though I knew that they also loved me, but they just hadn't said it yet. Anyway, so
So they said that back as soon as you said it. They loved him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want them to ask me to be their girlfriend, but they haven't yet, and that's fine. Like, I'm not in any type of rush, but also I'm slightly curious as to why not. But I think it just might be because they're just a nervous little thing, so they like kind of struggle with that. But so, would it be okay? So I was thinking about texting them and being like, so, like, when are you gonna ask me to be your girlfriend? Is that what are the negatives of that? Like, if you're receiving that, is that a bad idea?
When did the love you happen?
Like, maybe a week ago. Yeah, a week ago.
And 2 weeks ago, when you had the conversation about being cool with being in a relationship, can you explain more what that conversation was like? That was 2 weeks ago, right?
I was like almost. I feel like that was almost.
Or a month ago. You said a month ago.
Almost.
Almost a month ago.
So basically, I was just like, we had that conversation that we both want to be working towards a relationship with each other, and that we both
distinct, genetically distinct beings. The reason that this is relevant for your position is that there are mutations. There are some mutations which make sure this doesn't happen, where there is no union of the mother and father genes, where the fertilization has happened. It has.
So if it happens and then they don't combine like you were talking about, what would happen to that cell?
The zygote.
The zygote. Yeah. What would happen to it if that mutation where they couldn't combine? What would happen after that?
Yeah. What would happen? I think what happens is the eventual death. You can keep them alive. There's ways of keeping them alive, like not to form a, like what we call a baby or anything like that. But there's ways of keeping those embryos alive. So what happens?
So you can keep it alive for a short amount of, presumably short amount of time because it's not like you
long
said.
amount of time.
What's a long amount of time?
No, if you well you can freeze. You can just like we freeze embryos. Like we can have fertilized embryos that we freeze.
We don't really like that. We don't.
I know you don't like
hang on.
You said life begins at
I think the no, I'm just saying like like we're not in favor of that. It appears to be the big risk to life.
But naturally, this thing isn't going to survive.
Hang on. I think we can move forward with this. Like I think even if we are to seed this Singamy thing, the steel man would be that life begins the day after fertilization, and we would still be against abortion.
No, good.
But I'm actually not gonna concede that, because I mean in the source that I sent you, it says. Yeah, historically, medical texts define the formation of the zygote and the beginning of human life as Singamy, and consequently, the new cell formed by sperm egg fusion is characterized by nothing more than a modified gamete. However, based on the ample scientific evidence that is in this paper, this 39-page paper, that is reviewed and updated here, this conclusion is clearly false. A modern understanding of human embryology indicates that Singamy does not meet either of the two criteria for the formation of the new cell as outlined in this paper. They use.
I've read that paper.
Yeah. So
I've read
this.
I've read that paper.
I mean, do you have any sources that outright refute this paper and confirm human life begins at Singamy?
Well, I'm not sure what there is to refute. He's setting up a definition, but what I can tell you is that with respect to how you define your criteria, that criteria that you've outlined is only met by Singamy. Now, I would say
I said ability to reproduce. Okay.
No. You said genetically. You said I asked you if it's I asked you genetically distinct. I asked because there's evaluation of criteria that I've asked you. You said genetically distinct, and I clarified that. And I said when genetically distinct, you mean actually contains a unique distinct genome, and you said yes. And so I'm just pointing out that only obtains when Singamy obtains, and nothing in the paper you cited.
I would need a source to confirm that Singamy is when the genome is formed and not fertilization.
I'm confused about something here. Just one sec. So, just one sec. So, I'm getting confused by all the different criteria. So we have those 7 criteria. That's for life.
It's just for life.
Yeah, and then for something to be human, it's just being within that certain genetic range. But then for value, it's human and also being unique. Like what is
genetically
you have to put
distinct?
on top of human for it to be?
Genetically distinct. And when I asked what that means, I asked if it's a unique genome formed from the mother and the father, and then said yes. So what there needs to be is a unique genome formed from the mother and the father.
Okay, let me just ask that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding their position. Those 7 are for life. For it to be human, it's just got to be in that genetic range. And for it to be valuable, it has to be human and unique, and alive? Is that the idea?
Yeah. Genetically
alive,
distinct.
Human, genetically distinct.
That is alive, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. And then the qualm right now, I don't think I'm fully following this, but the thing that I'm kind of latching on to is that it seems like I thought you guys had like a value from conception point of view, but it sounds like your criteria for value, there's like a little lag window between conception and that being the case. So
and forming
are we just disagreeing about whether that's actually whether the empirics go through, or are we disagreeing about given that they do go through whether there would be a contradiction in the view?
Yeah, well, I've never heard about this thing Avi's saying, where the 2 different chromosomes fuse together. I've never heard about that, so I can't just like make a stance based on that right now. I would actually have to go like research that. So I'm not really sure if there is the window, if there's not the window. So I don't know about that yet.
I mean, I would just say like every source. If you anybody in the audience can do this, just Google when does human life begin. Not a single one is going to tell you Singamy. Every single one of them is going to tell you fertilization or conception.
Well, actually,
yes, but it sounds. Wait, can I say one thing? Because I know you're going to go into I know you're about to go into all the empirics, but just before we go into the empirics, I just want to make sure we're on the same page about the philosophy part here. So, like both of what you guys just said, it sounded like your disagreement is about what the fact of the matter is. Like BNC's not sure, Zen says he's read a bunch of stuff that actually says otherwise. But just to be clear, if all these empirics do go through, then there's a contradiction in the view. We agree about that, right?
So yeah, if we could confirm that life actually begins at Singamy instead of fertilization, I would just be happy to change my stance to say Singamy. But,
yeah, because
but
the current view would be contradictory, though. We do understand that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But the reason I say fertilization is because I'm just deferring to all of the sources that say it's fertilization.
This is still missing. Well, Zen, you didn't give me. Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is not to challenge. I see the confusion. The reason I'm bringing up Singini is not to challenge that. Is not even to challenge when life begins. It's to challenge the point of evaluation, because you gave, if you recall, genetically distinct.
Well, hang on. So
right.
this is a red herring then. This is a red herring. Do you agree that human life begins at conception?
Just finish?
No. Do you agree that human life begins at conception?
Hey, we've been cordial with you. Let him get his question across. Let him just ask his thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you gave the criteria of genetic distinctness. They have a distinct genome. Not as a criteria to define human life, but as a criteria to define moral evaluation, right? Because I asked you about
those would go hand in hand. Like the moment of moral valuation comes at the moment of becoming a genetically distinct organism.
They're not always wait, but they're not always coextensive on your view, though, right? Like obviously a dead human doesn't have like value, right?
Well, they're not a dead human. It's not a lie. A dead human wouldn't.
A skin cell. But
wait, I misunderstood you. You were saying living human and valuable always coincide?
Well, they would, like in terms of moral consideration.
Okay, yeah. So the problem is going to be if you can have something that's living and human and doesn't have that distinctness, then they're not coextensive.
Like for example, skin cells. Yeah, like your skin cells are just part of you. Like technically, they're living human cells, but they're just extensions of your organism, right? And when we say human life, we're talking about the full organism.
Yeah, no, I get that, but that's why I asked you if that's why I'm just pointing out that it was a criteria. The genetic distinctness was a criteria not to define human life, but to define human life that is valuable. Like we agree on that.
Yeah.
Presumably,
Sure. Okay. So do we agree? Hang on. Do we agree that human life begins at conception? Do we agree on that?
So I don't know, because on my view, when I look through the literature, the literature has said time and time again that there's no consensus on the definition. And
it doesn't mean according to his definition, though. It means according to the definition we're all using here, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Wait, no, I thought you still.
And
doesn't he mean according to his definition, though? It means according to the definition we're all using here, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Wait, no, I thought you still. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No. On his definition, if what he means is on his definition, I agree. If what he means, well, actually, I don't know. No, I'm not sure I agree, because
because there's the lag, right?
Well, you can laugh then, but again.
I just think we're being bogged down. I
agree, but you're asking me questions that will require me to answer this in such a way that can bog down the thing. Like you push me into about definition, so we can do that.
How about we absolve everything prior and just say I defer to the scientific literature that says that human life begins at conception. Do we agree on that?
Well, again, on your definition you provide, which is
let's just defer to the literature. They all say that human life begins at conception. Do we just agree on that?
Oh no, I don't. I don't think that if now it's a question of is there a consensus in the literature if human life begins at conception? No, I don't agree.
Obviously, there's not 100% consensus, but there's a vast majority of consensus.
I'm not sure. I got that actually, and we can get into that discussion if you want. That will bog down the thing. It will bog down a lot more than just working within your definition.
That's what I was thinking. Like, we're all happy to use Zen's definition, right, and just see what follows on that, right? Like, I mean, do you really want us to get into debate about literature? Because we're happy.
We can do it.
I would just I know I didn't send you this one prior, but have you seen? I'm sure you've seen that Chicago study where they interviewed 5,500 biologists and asked them when human life began.
You're gonna listen. You sent me a bunch of.
I know. I'm saying I know.
You want to reschedule the debate? Yeah, I know.
Well, I know I didn't send you that one, but it's not. Really the reason I didn't send it is I think it's valid, but I don't typically go for like an appeal to majority. But if the question is there a majority consensus, a vast majority consensus among biologists as to when human life begins? The answer is yes, there is.
Wait, but yeah, that's not fair. Like you're cheating, right? Like you're not allowed to like.
Okay, yeah. So we don't have to. Yeah, so we can
say before the debate that anything you want to cite and that we want to cite, we got to share. You can't get us.
I know.
Okay, yeah. So let's the same thing with the same thing that obviously that ask yourself. You had said this. So assuming that the Chicago study, which we're not going to use, let's assume that if there is a majority, then there is a majority consensus. Then scientists and biologists do actually have one. If the study is not the case and Zen is wrong here, then there is no consensus. But again, like now we're just talking about the definitions of what is a human life. I think we kind of already know.
I was going to work on the definition, but if you want to go to what is the consensus, I have multiple papers with over 55 biologists, with over that.
5,500.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Then I'm pretty sure it's over 5,500 as well.
Yeah, so we can have this conversation in the group chat. We don't have to do the consensus thing now, though.
Yeah,
but that's not the interesting thing. Like, this isn't like the interesting thing there. Like, the interesting thing is our dispute about whether there's consensus. I don't think there is. But the interesting thing is on your again, getting back to what I was trying to before. My interesting thing is what follows from your view. It provided the definition you laid out, and what follows from our view. Provided definition that provided our view and what the things we value. That's the interesting part of the discussion.
Well, so just like you guys had said sentience because that's my argument. We would say conception because that's our argument. That's when life starts. So that is why we would use that.
So that's because we have to know when it starts, and you guys have to know when sentience reasonably has a higher probability of being true. Sure, that's fine. Notice how that's different from saying it starts at the point where it's a human life and is genetically distinct, because that's not true at the point of conception. There is no distinct genome at the point of conception. In fact,
but now you're going into the exact same thing about Zen studies, so like I don't know about the same thing, so I cannot comment.
No, not going to the same. No, I'm saying you're doing the thing. It's the same like concept around Zen study. I don't know if you exchanged the same to me one to me.
We did. Yeah, we did. This is part of the thing we exchanged these things. So the issue of this thing is that if you want to say that there's value, this human life has value at the point, only at the point and onward of genetic uniqueness. At the point of conception, it doesn't have that property. It doesn't have a unique genome. And in fact, there are conditions, such as PLK1 mutations, which I've also explained prior to today, in which the pronuclear membranes don't actually even ever allow breakdown, and they never develop genetic uniqueness. And
yeah, when this doesn't happen, aren't they like really like you're not really going to keep developing and naturally you're just going to die?
But they do. Well, they do keep developing. I don't know at the point at which they die if they do. But what happens is they actually divide. There's an effective unfertilization, so to speak. So they can't combine, and the cells divide from an embryo, and one cell has two nuclei that are purely paternal, and the other cell has two nuclei that are purely maternal, even after conception. And then you can separate it. It's called an embryo. And you can separate them and freeze them and keep them in their state of after fertilization.
Yeah, you can freeze them like naturally inside the woman. This organism is just going to die.
Sure. But either way,
Okay. So like that's my issue though, is that now we're talking about this.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because if you wanted to take the view that a being is morally valuable only at the point of unique genome onward, you can't say that a fertilized embryo at the point of fertilization is morally valuable. It's just not the property that it has.
Okay, so as far as I understand, they both agreed that given that the empirics go through, there is a contradiction on their view, but the disagreement is just about whether the empirics go through. So is that what we want to resolve right now? Do we want to just figure out if it's the case that there's unique genetic uniqueness as defined from the point of conception?
I think in order to move forward, because we've been at this for I think a little over an hour now. Like I said, I think what's simplest is I've shown you my sources. You can say you disagree with all them because of sympathy. But again, all you have to do is just Google when does human life begin, and they all say.
He's talking according to the definition you gave.
Wait. I'm just kidding. There's a point that you're all having right now. There's a point that everyone's having. This is not talking about when human life begins. Remember, you gave me the criteria as the criteria for valuing which human life to value. Okay?
Yeah, I told you when human life begins, that is when we value it.
Okay, but the point is, there's a contradiction there, because the contradiction is, you said the point, you value humans at the point of genetic uniqueness and onward, not prior. Now, if you want to say that, that's contradictory position, because at the point of conception is not the point of genetic uniqueness and onward.
Yeah, but I've got a source that you have a contradictory case. I've got a...
Source that I read your source. It confirms what I'm saying is the case.
Okay. Anybody? Okay.
Want to go read it together?
It's a 39-page fucking study, dude. I'll share it in the public chat on the YouTube channel. And anybody who wants to see it, click on the source, and you'll see on multiple occasions it says the moment of syngamy is not when life begins. That is an incorrect assertion.
I'm not disputing that. You're going through the confusion again. Did you not see the same confusion? Again. Okay. So I don't have to say that. Okay. Please listen. Okay. What's not in dispute? What I'm not disputing is I'm not saying genetic uniqueness is in dispute over when human life begins. What I'm disputing, okay, is genetic uniqueness being the point at which value of human life begins, because that's the criteria you gave it to me. Now, you want to say value begins at the point of conception. That's fine. But if you want to say that the reason the valuation of human life begins at the point of conception onward is because of genetic uniqueness, that's a contradiction, because at the point of conception doesn't have that problem.
So to move on, can we just not give a reason to conception? Like you guys don't give a reason to sentience, and then we can just completely scrap this entire thing?
Those are different kinds. I'm not willing to do that actually, but
okay.
Hang on. Tell me this, Avi. What is conception mean?
Conception is the fusion of membranes of the sperm and the egg.
I just want to flag those. We don't have to go into. Those are
Fertilization.
different kinds. Those are different kinds of questions. It sounded like one of the about an inferential justification, and the other was talking about, I don't know, like almost like some kind of like historic explanation or something. So I don't know, those were not actually sounding like the same kind of question to me.
Yeah, I think they are.
We're not.
I need clarity on because I don't want to hear one more time that I have a source that says human life begins at conception, regardless.
Yeah. Conception is the moment. Conception is the moment that the sperm and the egg meet. The male is it gametes and female oocytes. They meet and they fertilize and they create a new cell with 23 chromosomes from the father, 23 chromosomes from the mother, obviously with.
So they create a new genome. Is that the point?
And then a new cell with a genetically distinct DNA code is created.
A new genome? What you told me, a new
I don't
genome?
know. I don't. Okay, so hang on. How about this? I'm going to reject the word genome because I actually don't know precisely what the word genome means. I'm just going to say a new genetically distinct organism is created at the moment of conception, and that's why we value that.
Okay, and by genetically distinct, what do you mean then?
I mean that the DNA is neither of the mother or the father. It is a combination of both, and it is now distinct from both.
Do you mean that do you mean that the DNA have combined to form a genetic segment that?
Yes, because the
okay,
sperm
that doesn't happen.
Okay, then find me a source that says that that's not what happens.
No. Okay, I'll read it to you. Okay, cool, great.
Maybe we should screen share it so people can like see.
Sure. Let me see where. Then give it a source. So this is like accepted. Like I have multiple sources that say it. Then even Zen's own source, by the way, has acknowledged this. It's just that what Zen.
Oh, hi, what's up?
I'm agnostic about that.
Okay, gotcha. Sounds good.
Yeah, so I guess I watched the debate that you had with Andrew. Also, I'm loud and clear, yeah?
Yeah, it's okay.
Want it louder?
Nope, you're perfect.
So I watched the debate that you had with Andrew, and I also watched like some of the discussion that you had after, and yeah, I want to talk about one or two themes from that, and I mentioned some of them in the text.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess the first one is agnosticism. So I think that you and I have different views about this. It sounded to me, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, like you think that Andrew's guilty of some kind of error if he takes the agnostic position in his discussion with you?
I don't think he's necessarily committed an error, but I think he's misrepresenting what he's being agnostic about. So I would argue that he's necessarily committed an error, but I think he's misrepresenting what he's being agnostic about. So I would argue that there is a difference in position between being agnostic about, well, I don't even, actually, let's back up 1 second. Okay, you agree with this. If somebody's a theist or an atheist, they're typically, I think, are arguing that there is some like proposition that can be evaluated as true or false with regards to whether or not God exists. Like a theist would say God is real, an atheist would say God is not real. Whereas an agnostic is making, I think, an epistemic claim that this knowledge is unknowable. So it would be false for an agnostic atheist, like for just somebody that's just agnostic, I'm agnostic about God, you wouldn't say that he is neutral on whether or not God exists. And you wouldn't say that he's saying that there's no proof maybe that God exists, but you're really saying you can't even have knowledge about that particular thing. Do we agree here with between like agnostic versus like atheist and theist here or not?
It's possible that we do, but listening to you talk, I think that we're actually using the term agnostic differently.
Okay.
I don't think that you're using it in a way that's wrong or anything. I think that, like, if you look at the, I don't know, for example, like the IEP or the SEP or something, I think there is a use of that term that means something like taking the view that you can't know.
Yeah.
Answer your question?
Yeah.
So you're using it like that, right?
Yeah. Like Gnosticism here. Gnosticism is a statement. It's like an epistemic statement. It's not like an evaluation of the claim, right? So somebody's like, did you have fun yesterday? I was well agnostic about that. I'm not neutral about it because there's evidence on both sides that I weighed and they kind of evenly weighed each other. Or I don't weigh any evidence at all, so I'm just neutral. But I wouldn't say I'm agnostic about it. Like I can't have knowledge about it. So I guess it depends how you're using the term there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm happy to discuss it on your term usage, which I'll just call your semantics going forward.
Sure.
But I think that the way that I was wondering about it was on my term usage. Like when I was thinking the question to myself, does you think that there's like,
okay, yeah, we can, yeah, I can blow by my understanding and go to.
One thing. Let me just add one further thing is I have a pretty high confidence that Andrew is also using the term in the way that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Although I would argue that even at that, it was still the way that he's evaluating this and comparing to other conversations is improper or not good. But I'll.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not making any further claim about like whether he was consistent, whether he expressed it well, whether a reasonable person with a reasonable amount of information would interpret him. I'm not doing any shit. I'm just saying I think what he intends is the same thing. He's talking about.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
I was using it probably.
So I think Andrew, if I give the most charitable reading to the to how other people are using this term, how he's using it.
Because the important thing, I don't actually care about the Andrew part at all. I just, we can talk about that if you want, but my main thing is just in the way that I'm using the term, which what I mean by it is just that you're not, agnosticism is when you, so it's a doxastic state, it's not belief, it's not disbelief, it's the middle position, not taking a stance one way or the other.
Sure, yeah, that's for sure.
There's a little hedge there, sorry, I will let you go. There's like some little hedges here, like, would we say that a baby is like agnostic about, complicated economic questions or like quantum physics? Well, that sounds a little weird, it sort of sounds like the baby has like taken the time to consider these things and like reach taking out like that. It's not really what it means. So I think that the way I'm thinking about it is when you've considered a position and you've, where you've ended up at it is you're not convinced it's true or false.
Okay, now what you just said there is how I would consider the term neutral. I don't believe that's how it's being used in this other sense, but that's what we'll get to. My issue was that the debate or prompt was January 6th an insurrection? And my understanding is I'm taking the affirmative, he's taking the negative. We're both making positive claims. I'm saying that it was an insurrection, he's saying it's not. I didn't know that the goal of his debate was to endlessly torture my definition and try to negate mine without proving his, but regardless. My issue is that it seems to be the case that he's saying that his position is that he was neutral on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection, and if that's true, it's only true through some like transitive property, because the actuality is he's neutral on, or agnostic on, or whatever you want to use, of the actual definition of insurrection. So if he didn't think that it was an insurrection, or if he did, or he's neutral on it, that was only as a result of him not having any concrete understanding of of like insurrection or refusing to take a position on that word. And then the issue that I had was him comparing it with earlier. I had a debate with Playing with Fire with Alex about whether or not Israel was committing war crimes. And my position on that. What?
It's there.
Oh yeah, shit, that's right. You're, yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, yeah. And my position on that was that I don't believe that I don't think there's enough evidence to say that they are engaging in war crimes. So I don't have a strong position on this, or rather, my strong position is there's not enough evidence to say that they're engaged in war crimes. And like Andrew and a bunch of his were kind of like copy pasting my clip there. And I go, oh, well, why is it okay for Destiny to say he has no strong position on Israel committing war crimes? However, he's not giving me saying that I don't have a strong position, or I'm neutral on January 6th. And I would say that that comparison there is being made because my argument with Alex was a substantive one on whether or not there was evidence to satisfy the argument that Israel had committed actions that comported with a category of war crimes. Whereas with Andrew, there wasn't a substantive conversation. We just debated the definition of insurrection. To make it more comparable, either we would have had to agree with the definition of insurrection, and Andrew would have had to have said that my substantive analysis didn't satisfy the definition, or my debate with Alex would have had to have been me debating him on, well, what is a war crime, what even qualifies as a war crime, and then actually move into substance. That was my issue with this comparison.
Okay, I have things I can say about that. I'm not sure I followed all of that, but like broad strokes, it sounds like you're trying to give an explanation, like a symmetry breaker, why actually, despite him showing this footage that seems to show you taking different positions, like inconsistent positions on it's okay to be agnostic, actually you can spell out some kind of distinction between those two situations, and that distinction will account for like when you're comfortable with someone being agnostic or not. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, sure. Although, I mean, I could be a little bit stronger. I would say that you can be agnostic, or you could be undecided about the term insurrection. That's fine. But I don't think it's fair to say that you're neutral on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. You would just say that you're neutral. You don't transition what an insurrection even does.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So I feel like there's multiple topics. So there's actually a separate point. Okay, let's just close the first one first. Sure. On just this one seems. I think now that we know how I'm using the term, I think this is uncontroversial. If by agnostic, we just mean you're not taking a pause position. You're not saying it's true. You're not saying it's false. You're just in the middle, undecided. There's not a problem with coming into a debate with that position. That in principle is okay. Of course, someone could have done other stuff that makes them annoying, like said they were going to do otherwise or something. But just that alone is not necessarily problematic, right?
I would say that for okay, here, well, here one thing quickly. Can we just define my brain? Can we talk about agnostic or neutral? Is that okay?
I'm happy to do whatever, but you need to explain how you mean the term. I'm also just going to write down that other point you brought up because otherwise I won't remember it.
Sure.
What was it? You were talking about. Yeah, right. Neutral when you don't understand the term. I have a whole thing about that. Neutral when you. Okay, we'll come back to that. Sorry, I just typed in the DM. So we're gonna have a rant.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I do think it is problematic to come into a debate with a neutral position if it's like a more formal debate. I think that if you're breaking up, so just not following. Can you just explain to me what you mean by neutral so I'm following what you're saying? As in if there's a prompt and you're arguing in the affirmative or the negative for a prompt, or if you're arguing antagonistic, to come into that debate like neutral, like undecided, doesn't really make sense unless it's a very casual conversation.
You mean by neutral what I mean by agnostic?
Yes.
Okay, I'll work with you. You might have to remind me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Because it would be because it would be okay to come in neutral if by neutral we meant you'd considered both sides and this is where you've wound up, versus neutral as in you haven't considered both sides and you're waiting to be convinced. I think the second, that would be inappropriate for like a formal debate, I think.
Okay, well, inappropriate, that's like, it sounds like it might be a thing about sort of what you'd prefer. I don't know about that. I don't think there's a problem necessarily with it.
Well, I think the inappropriateness would be that. Yeah, I think it'd be inappropriate because, like, let's say, for instance, hypothetically, the UN is hosting a debate, and there's a debate on is the invasion in Ukraine good or bad? And somebody, two people join. One guy's like, I think it's good. I think Russia should invade. And the other guy's like, well, I'm not fully convinced. I'm super neutral on it. And then they go do the debate, and then one guy does his opening statement, and the other guy's like, actually, that was a really good argument. I'm fully convinced. And now we're done with the debate. Was like, wait, hold on. That didn't make. Why would you come in undecided on this particular thing and you were swayed that quickly or that easily in a single conversation? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think you can come to a debate like that necessarily in good faith and just have like a completely undecided position, I think.
Well, wait, there's a question about if there's some problem and there's like a question about if it's bad faith. Is the idea that if there is a problem, it is that they're being bad faith by doing that?
It's one is that they're being bad faith, and two is that it's just, I don't think that's what the format is for. Typically I would imagine for a debate, you're both there to put forth your best arguments to prove, depending upon what the particular challenge is, for that particular debate. You're not going there like totally undecided, just waiting to hear a good argument, and then you would just agree with your opponent or interlocutor, and then you'd be done with it. That just seems like a weird use of that format. I think in a really casual setting, that's fine, but not for like a formal setup debate. I think that's really weird.
Well, so first, just the question of bad faith. It's not necessarily bad, like just to take an obvious case, they could just be retarded. Like imagine they're just an idiot. They come into this, like you can see that case, right? Your UN situation, just the person is an idiot. They're not malicious. They're just stupid.
Sure. Yeah, I would say I prefer the former word or the early word I use. I would say it's inappropriate. You could be stupid, and then so it's inappropriate. Yeah, you come in, and you're like, oh, that was a good opening statement. Actually, I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it sounded like you had the two kind of issues. The one is the bad faith.
Yeah.
And the other
I think with Andrew, I think it was bad faith, but you're asking me a more general question, and I'm trying to address.
Yes.
Yeah, the general question. I think it could be inappropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to abstract this all out so it's very clear that like what we're saying here, it's not necessarily going to have Okay, here, I don't want to go on that tangent, but I'm not talking about Andrew. I am
Yeah,
talking
we're laying out general principles. What we say or agree to here doesn't necessarily apply to that conversation. Just trying to get a feel of where I'm at. Sure.
Yeah, like if the upthrust of this is like you think I'm right about the agnostic thing, and by extension, now that we know what Andrew actually meant, and technically he means, it's like if it comes down to the end of the day, you, Andrew, and I are all on the same page about the agnosticism thing. It doesn't have further entailments like that the debate was lost, that Andrew was operating in good. You could still hold all of those views. Like he failed the debate, he was operating in bad faith. Like I'm just talking. Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, and then as for it being inappropriate, so this is the thing. Like, I don't want to. We probably don't want to get into a huge like fucking metaphysics, metaethics kind of conversation. But like, when you use words like appropriate, to me, like I mean, it's unavoidable to talk about this, but like I'm an anti-realist. So when I hear words like that, I just think it's against the preference set of some relevant group of agents, right? Maybe when you say it's inappropriate, it's against like your preferences. Maybe it would be against the sort of preferences of the people who would be in the body, like what was it, the UN? So I could agree with that in certain contexts. Like, I mean, the case that you gave, yeah, I think everyone would find it very weird. It would be against the kind of norms that we have. Because when you here's a debate, and it's framed as pro versus con, and especially if you hear it's in some governmental context, you're kind of expecting two informed people with opinions on each side. So what I'm granting you here is that, yeah, there's cases where it would seem at odds with the norms in a given space, aka would seem inappropriate. So I could grant that, but yeah, I don't, we might disagree here. I'm not sure that the case you had with him was one of those cases. So wait, in principle, we agree you can have cases where it's inappropriate. You agree with me about that? Yep. We disagree though. Well, sorry, I agree with you about that. That was your point. But then we disagree about whether this was a case like that. Now, if you're about to pull out some DM or something where it was made totally clear this is a pro v con kind of thing, or he had said something that really gave that impression, I would change my mind. Then it's kind of like there was a standard set. But if not, like,
Sure. I would say that the standard, arguably, that was set, it was all public, but it was, I think I tweeted out that I was willing to challenge anybody on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection, and then Andrew was one of the people that rose to that challenge, and then Fresh and Fit agreed to moderate the debate on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And I would argue that the norms or the expectation going into that then is that you either have, there are two acceptable positions that he can take. One is that whatever definition of insurrection I give, I wouldn't be able to satisfy the conditions for that insurrection with the events that happened at January 6th. Or two, he would give a compelling reason why it wasn't an insurrection. I guess through some other form of argumentation, rather than like endlessly torturing my definition of insurrection, refusing to accept it, looping on two, I think, logical errors, and then doing that for 3 hours. But
yeah, I have some things to say about the definition stuff too. But
Sure.
yeah, so. Although you let me know when you've burnt out on this, if you burn out before me.
Okay.
Yeah, so with the debate with Andrew and what the norm is supposed to be there. So again, like I'm just an anti-realist. When I think norms, I just think there's some group of agents, they have some expectation. I am not actually convinced that there's like, do you have that kind of view that most people have that expectation about a debate like that, or that people who saw like your tweet would necessarily have the expectation that a debate pursuing that or following that would be one where no one can take the agnostic position? I'm not sure.
Absolutely, I think so, yeah. At least if the neutral position, insofar as the neutral position is on the definition of the word and not on the actual substance of the event itself. Yeah, I think.
Sorry. I keep saying that I'm going to get around to that, but I feel like that's actually introducing, because you keep pointing out that distinction. It sounds like it's meaningful to you. Like, yeah. It is to me too. But okay. So let's just think about this case. Say hypothetically that the thing that you get in that same debate with Andrew, and let's just say the thing that he's agnostic about is just the debate proposition. Let's not think about semantics, whether he agrees with how you're using the terms. Just debate proposition under the semantics you're using, he's agnostic about.
Sure.
If that were what had happened, would you say that, generally speaking, people watching the debate, I don't know, Fresh and Fit, whoever, would you say that there's like you think there's a widely existing expectation out there that he come into that situation not agnostic?
Absolutely, I think so. Yeah, or rather, or that we wouldn't, or if we could have had that debate, but if he'd made it clear
that was his approach, that he actually thought that the sentence was incomprehensible, that he doesn't think insurrection is like a word that has any value or whatever, then I would have changed my approach, and two, I think the expectations would have been very different for the debate. To compare it to my Alex playing with fire debate, like imagine if my debate with him wasn't 3 or 4 hours of going over news articles and evidence, but imagine it was just me arguing the idea that the concept of a war crime is absurd and we should never even consider anything a war crime. I think that most people would walk away from that conversation feeling pretty like mindfuck, like wait, what the fuck? I thought we were going to argue whether or not Israel is engaged in war crimes, not if a war crime is even like a real thing that can be defined.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's getting back into the agnostic. That's getting back into him actually disagreeing with the. So we'll talk. Well, yeah, let's get around to that. But just to close off the first thing, I don't think we agree, but I think we know where our disagreement is. I think it might be hard to persuade each other because we probably just come down to like recounting about like personal experience and bring up like things that are supposed to represent attitudes. Like it'd be a big boring empirical kind of thing. But I think what we agree about is that come in agnostic under my use of the word agnostic, which is like how you use neutral. About proposition, you're not doing any semantic bullshit where you like aren't understanding terms or something. That is not necessarily an error in any kind of like logical or epistemic sense or anything like this. But we can agree that there are cases where there's an expectation that someone not do that, so it's going to be in violation of the norm. And then where we disagree is just you think that norm is maybe like widespread in the debate community online or in the relevant communities here. That's the part where like I'm not convinced it would just be a big long empirical debate.
Sure, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, and I assume neither of us are actually interested in having that debate. I'm definitely not interested in that debate. I don't know if you are.
No, I don't think so. I feel like the evidence for my side is pretty compelling now.
Well, you're trying to bake into it now and say that though.
Yeah, of course I am. I'm trying to like imagine if you got into like a debate with somebody on like veganism, and this person had read like every single like Wittgensteinian book and every single thing on theory of language, and they just wanted to argue with you over like operative verbs or something about whether or not you even issue a command to somebody, and then the entire debate was like 3 or 4 or 5 hours of whether or not a person could even utter commands and be meaningful to another person.
There's confusion, though not necessarily yours, but the you're going back to talk about what the semantic kind of objection Andrew was running. What I was saying was. In the case where hypothetical, so the thing that I'm saying, so we agree about there's no logical error, we agree there's cases where it can be inappropriate. The thing we're disagreeing about, I'm talking in the case where he comes in, he's agnostic about the proposition, and he doesn't do any of the semantic stuff. I'm saying I'm not sure there's a norm against that in any of the like relevant communities here.
Oh, it only depends, when you say that, it only depends on if he has considered it or not, then I guess, on whether or not it be appropriate or inappropriate. So like, let's say that he come in, and his position wasn't that it absolutely wasn't an insurrection. However, he hadn't seen evidence that compelled him to believe that it was an insurrection. But he was willing to admit it would be, but I wouldn't see like A, B, C, or X, Y, and Z. That would be like a neutral position that I would consider like acceptable. Because it's more on the substance of the question rather than the semantic torturing of the word, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like what might have been happening here is that we might have been talking past each other because I was thinking not with the semantics, you're thinking with him doing semantic stuff. So yeah, in the case where he's coming in and he's being agnostic about the substantive thing, about the debate proposition, there's no semantic shit going on. In that case, it's not, I mean, maybe for some people there's a norm being violated, but you would agree or not that in that case, it's not really obvious there's like some widespread norm that everyone's going to think he's in violation.
No, in that case, it wasn't saying, I don't think there's any norm necessarily violated. I would say that being accepted my position. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, we actually agree. And then, yeah, so...
because that would actually map on accurately my position with Alex, where I wasn't taking a strong position. Israel hasn't committed any war crime. My position was simple. I haven't seen good evidence for it. I could be convinced of it, and I guess that's what you're going to try to do in this debate. So let's go through it if you want. Yeah, that would map on, I think, my position in that debate. Yeah, I think that's fine.
I thought you were bullying when that debate was passed. What war crime in?
No.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay, I don't use my fucking
yeah. But yeah, correct. Yeah, everything you just said I agree. So yeah, okay, so I think we like closed that first topic. We like basically agree with that. Do you have anything else to say about that one or no?
No, so let me summarize it. We both agree that if you were going into a debate and your position was a considered neutral position on something, it's okay to have that other person's arguing for a strong affirmative, and you just want to attack their affirmative argument, and then you defeat that affirmative argument, and you got a considered neutral position on a particular thing. That's a totally acceptable, non-norm destroying thing to do. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's fine. I phrased it a bit differently, but I agree with all that. Yeah, no, additionally, it's not like strictly logically or epistemically problematic or anything.
Correct. Yeah, no errors have been committed. Yeah, not even like a norm necessarily violated. Yeah. Okay.
And then another thing. So one or two little closing kind of things about this. So yeah, I think that. Well, actually, let me just think about how to phrase this. So I'm going to go down crazy rabbit hole here. I think that there is value in the right circumstance to doing that. Okay, like I think so. First of all,
doing what?
You're right. I should have said what. Yeah, it's such a bad habit. You know, like this is actually a thing that I've been actively working on for years. Is not using words like that and it and stuff all the time when doing public communication. Because in my head I know what I'm referring to, but everyone else loses track. It's like one of those little.
Sure. I think I'm saying you said that you mean the semantic torturing, right?
I need to remember my own sentence. That might have been what I meant.
In some cases, there's value in doing that.
Oh no, not quite. I meant so. Yeah, I was going to explain. Yeah, so I think so. So basically, forgetting the semantic part specifically, you could do something like this, right? I could give you no attack surface at all by avoiding taking a position. Anytime you ask me anything, I'm just not going to answer. I'm going to say I don't really see how that's relevant to the debate proposition. So you're not going to get me to make any statements. If you ask me questions, I'll not answer them. I'm not going to make any statements on my own. So you get no attack surface, right? But you have a claim on the table, and I'm just going to kind of drill you. Yeah. Now, obviously, we both know that there are people who are imbalanced, like who are like only able to do offense in debate, like Darth Dawkins, and like fiendishly grasp for the offense position and do not want to play defense, right? Like frankly, I think someone like Darth would benefit a lot from just having to play defense like that for like fucking like 5 years or something, right? Sure. But so I think you want ultimately to be balanced and be able to do offense and defense. And I think that there's value to just doing defense sessions sometimes. So that's one I think you agree. Absolutely. Yeah. And then a further thing is just for you in the future. You tell me if you agree with this one. I think that. As much as we might want to, as much as you may argue like this was Andrew being bad faith, you being annoying in various ways, and I'm open to all those arguments. I think that there's also a level where you can do something about it here, and that is clarify the semantics before going on the debate, or like well wait, let's not go there. Just clarify the position at least of your interlocutor before going in. Like if you don't clarify, you should assume that they might take that agnostic stance. If you're looking to like actually debate people who are going to take a stake in the thing and give you some turf to attack, also, I think that you want to make sure of that at the outset rather than going blind and find them in the agnostic position. I think preemptive work here is better than dealing with the problem when it arises.
I think I kind of agree with you. I think I would agree in like 99% of circumstances. I think in this debate, I think that we knew that the I think we knew that there was going to be some argument over the definition of it, though. So I was willing to accept some debate back and forth because I don't think very many of the facts are in dispute for this. So the debate is probably going to be over two competing definitions of insurrection. So I think I was more okay with it being a little bit more easygoing. I didn't know it would be necessarily this bad.
Yes. Okay, I see. So you
Because
say
I think it would kind of be like me saying that like I am 5 foot 8 inches. Okay, that's a known fact in the universe. There's no way to argue in favor or against it. And I don't have a debate with somebody else over whether or not I'm tall. Right? The argument of whether or not I'm tall is going to follow very swiftly from our definition of tall. And so I imagine the majority of our argument is probably going to be over that particular definition. And so for January 6th, there are very few facts in dispute. If you really want to get into the substance of it, well, I think there are facts in dispute. Like the substance of it. So it makes sense that a lot of the patterns move over the definition of insurrection itself. So I was willing to accept that much, but I thought I got the complete definition of what we can't do.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're saying, yes, I agree, like generally, or at least a lot of the time, if I want to not end up in this situation, the optimal thing to do is just going to be to clarify the position my interlocutor is taking before the debate happens to make sure they're not agnostic. But having said that, there's certain cases, like this Andrew case, where I'd rather not do that, and the reason is because I think that the debate will be mostly about the definition used in the debate proposition.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember your train of thought for the last bit there. There's cases where you want to repeat that last bit for me again with you do want not get the clarity about their position beforehand in certain cases.
Well, I understand that that's going to be like a big
because
subject.
You think that the whole because because you think that thing what they're okay, I don't know how to verbalize it. I kind of see what you're saying, I think
Basically, so I usually write out beforehand like my debate strategies, debate goals, or whatever. So the thing that I'd written out for the strategy for this debate is number one is to find an insurrection, and then my definition of insurrection is obviously preferred. It is the legal and historical backing. If he rejects my definition, he needs to provide another one with proper historical legal backing. And then number two, my second step for this debate was if my definition is granted, then ... Basically, my argument is polarized. One, like the definition of insurrection here is going to logically lead into, unless he really wants to try to fight on the facts, is impossible. And so, like as alternative strategies, the other strategies that how he could respond is one is he has to define insurrection differently. Two is he has to pivot to other cases to say my definition is too broad. Three is that he's going to find a way to weasel out of the particular insurrection definition of saying like, well, if the thing didn't work, it couldn't have been an insurrection, so it's fighting the definition. And then four is to appeal to criminal charges. So he did 3 out of 4 of these. So I kind of have it identified like what are the other ways you can move. But this is kind of how I saw this particular debate going because the definition here is going to define the rest of the debate so much. So all this to say like I agree with what you're saying principally. But I think in certain debates, it's going to make sense that you're like, imagine if you want to have a debate with somebody and the debate is like, is God real? And the guy's, his definition of God is just God exists in all living things. And it's actually immaterial and you can't see him in any way, size, shape, or form. I believe in the clockmaker God. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me. Why the fuck did I even argue this? Like, this is retarded. I guess I agree then. If that's how you define it, right? So that's all I'll let to say that.
Okay, so I feel like I understood most of what you said when I was trying to summarize it, and then I kind of at the end it disintegrated a bit. So I understand that you think, generally speaking, if you want to avoid ending up debating against like an agnostic position, for instance, if there's some kind of position you don't want to end up debating against, the thing to do is just to find out at the outset if that's the position they're taking.
Sure.
You think that there are exceptions to that? You think the Andrew debate is one? I'm a little bit unclear about why. I know you can probably go into a thing about why, but I actually suspect that the thing about why connects to this whole second topic, because we keep touching on it. You keep talking about the semantics. You keep talking about debating definition. So I feel like we should actually kind of go into the second. And if we want to loop back to whether you now think my suggestion of always clarifying it at the outset is good after,
I think actually I think I changed my mind. The idea of so I said clarifying in the beginning. I understand that we're going to be fighting over this. So I can understand not having perfect clarity here. However, it probably is still fair to ask for like a competing definition for that level of clarification, because that might change how I approach it. So I might come into the debate knowing that we're going to debate over 2 definitions of insurrection. So then I ask him before we go in, just curious, what is your definition? And then if he says, well, I'm unwilling or unable to provide one, that would give me a really big indication for the direction of that debate, I think. So maybe even that clarification actually would be useful, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think we should go into that second topic about it's basically about this definition. So I think if after doing that, it's you reconsider my suggestion and it seems like something worth doing 100% of the time, then okay. But I think we should move to that. And I do want to say one thing though, because I wrote it down because I knew I'd forget, and I did forget until I just looked. You mentioned the being neutral when you don't know what something means. I just want to touch on this quickly. Yeah, there is such a view as being not even agnostic. And he was laughing at you when you said this, and I told him he was actually wrong about it after Andrew, because what you said was right.
The love thing?
Exactly. Yeah, if I say to you that my favorite food is a gefarfel barb, you are not agnostic on that proposition. And an easy way to show this is say that it turns out that gefarfel barb
actually is, let's say that it turns out being an adjective, so the sentence isn't like even syntactically correct. It was supposed to be a fucking noun. Now it's like literal gibberish.
Yeah.
That doesn't even have a truth. It's not even something that one would be capable of being agnostic about. It's not even a proposition.
Yeah.
So yeah, the idea that you can be, that you really, all these things, belief, disbelief, agnosticism, degrees of credence, all of that, we can just label that as doxastic states, states of mental states about beliefs.
Yeah.
The idea of having a doxastic state prior to comprehension of the thing you have a doxastic state about is insane. That
Yeah,
obviously
because if I'm understanding that, doxastic state implies some level of understanding and some level of consideration, right? Yeah, you wouldn't say that like, oh, how do you, what?
Not necessarily consideration, but I mean, if it depends how you define that. If you could make it so that it has to be consideration, but
Sure, okay,
definitely understanding, certainly understanding. Yes.
Like I feel like it would be strange if I asked somebody like, how did you feel about the movie Interstellar, or do you think Interstellar is a good movie or not? And somebody says like, well, I'm neutral on it being a good movie or not. And then you find out they haven't watched it. It's like, well, it's not really you're neutral. You don't even have an opinion. You haven't watched it yet. How can you say you're neutral? But like, I guess they could theoretically say, well, I'm neutral, that I haven't been convinced one way or another. But that I think that has a different meaning, even though it's the same word, as somebody who's neutral after considering both sides, right? Yeah.
That's right. They're just equivocating on neutral. That's exactly right.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, in neutral in the sense that we're using it, which is to mean that you've considered some proposition. I guess. Well, yeah, that's how we're phrasing it, right?
Yeah.
You consider some proposition, and the doxastic state you arrive at is one of no credence for or against. You're just in the middle.
Yeah.
That it literally had built in the definition that you want to talk about what the thing is. Like,
Yes.
it's just, let's just make it a sentence so it's really simple. You can't have a doxastic state about something you don't understand.
Yes.
You don't know the meaning of it. You can't have a fucking doxastic state about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, you're right about that. Okay. Yes. Let's talk about that other one. How's your stamina going here for this? You good for another? Or no?
It's okay, but let me use the restroom. I got to real quick. 1 second.
Okay. I guess there's the whole chat probably discover here. Although I don't know how much this chat likes me. I'll read you guys if you have some shit to say. Oh damn, it's ask yourself. Yes it is. I am here, it is me. I am you. No, I'm not. There's a great video analyzing Destiny's L and the labor theory of value. I was upset about that, but let's water under the bridge. I think we're getting along now. I also suspect that Destiny could probably beat Jack if he took the time to understand some of what was happening there. That's my view. But yeah, I do think there are some problems there. Why do him and Vegan Gains sound alike? I mean, we are friends. We lived in the same city until recently. In fact, I helped him move out just a few weeks ago. I helped him move in. In fact, I would never really go to his house except for those things, so...
Okay, I'm back.
That was my only time there. We'd always hang elsewhere. Hello. Okay, yeah, so you want to hit this second topic now, yeah?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so yeah, I think that there's some ambiguity around the idea of like justifying propositions versus justifying definitions, and you hear things come up like correct definitions, and I think that we clarify the semantics around these kind of things, that this kind of right now there's like this unprincipled muddling together of debating the proposition, debating the definition,
Damn,
quote,
did that hurt?
debating if the definition is justified or correct. It's like this big kind of muddle, and I think that we clarify what exactly those things mean. What is it to justify a proposition? What is it to, quote, justify a definition? I think suddenly it becomes really clear, and you can disambiguate a lot of the kind of stuff that happened in that sort of that phase of the debate where Andrew is taking agnostic and putting all the pressure on you. I think that you can disambiguate a lot of what happens there, and very easily they'll determine which things are on or off topic, which are like something you might care about debating or not. So yeah, broadly what I'm saying is we clarify the semantics, and then suddenly I think it'll be a lot easier to deal with that.
Sure.
Okay, so what do you think that it means to justify a definition?
What does it
Maybe
mean
by
to justify a definition? Well, I guess it's gonna. I mean, there might be whole different like theories of language or epistemic ideas about what it means, but I guess on a very like casual sense, I don't have a very thoughtful position on this. But the thing that immediately comes to mind is to define a particular thing means to create a word that represents something that is unique in some way to that word. Otherwise, there's no point if it's like a total synonym for something else. So if I'm creating a category of things, it's because this category that I've created or this thing that I'm describing is unique in some important way that makes it necessary to give it like a unique identifier, I guess, basically.
I'm not totally sure I follow that. So, and I know you're not saying you have a whole theory here, so I'm not gonna like pressure the fuck out of that. But okay, well, let me ask you another. What do you think it means to justify a proposition as opposed to a definition?
To justify a proposition, I think, like deductively, it would be
I can
some.
prompt you with words like deductive, but I'll like. Oh, sorry, you're saying one. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I think justifying a proposition means that you have laid out some number of facts that, if true, like basic computational, like propositional logic would show that the conclusion is necessary. It necessarily follows. It logically follows. So like an if A then B kind of scenario. So anytime A then B, some type of thing like that.
Yeah, so I think we're in similar-ish territory. So we're definitely similar on what it means to justify a proposition. Like, to justify a proposition, well, I mean, if I give my exact theory, it'll get kind of nuanced, but broadly, you're thinking about, like, making a logical inference. It's like you have some premises, and if these things are true, and the logical structure you set up between them and the thing you're trying to justify is sound, or valid, really, then you're going to justify the proposition in question, right? It's like to give an argument for it, basically.
Sure.
Now, obviously, it doesn't always have to be formal, but like that's roughly what you're doing, building some kind of logical inference to support the thing in question from some other propositions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that I agree. That's like the right kind of way of thinking about epistemic justification. I think about it a bit differently. But that's like I think about it a tiny bit differently, but it's like further details. It's not like taking away anything from what's been said. Yeah, so then if you think about what it means to justify a definition, again, this is kind of where like anti-realism comes up for me, because you know there's people who have sort of realist or like objectivist kind of view about language. I can't really describe it well because I don't think it makes sense, so I probably inevitably kind of straw man it, but I'm sure you've encountered this. You know, there's people who they speak as if there's like a sort of mind independently correct way to define a term, and we're trying to like converge on what that is, right? That's like a kind of realist, like ontologically robust way of thinking about this. I don't think like all of that to me just feels like total gibberish. Like when I think about what it would mean to justify a definition, I'm a simpleton. I'm like, okay, does justify mean, you know, show that we have an interest in using it?
Yeah, that's essentially what I think I was saying before. Like, is there some value? Yeah, and it feels like the interest in using it comes from identifying it against something else, right? Like if I create two terms and they both explain the exact same thing, then one of these terms seems like it would be arbitrary. I wouldn't need it. I could toss it and then just use the first. So if I create some word to describe something, that word has a value or some kind of utility in describing a thing, most likely either a novel thing or a thing differently than it would otherwise be described, essentially. So in the case of like riot and insurrection, if riot and insurrection, because I think that this is how Andrew is essentially trying to argue against my distinction, is that there is no distinction. Your definition of insurrection or riot would perfectly overlap. Therefore, we can destroy the term insurrection because it's meaningless. Whereas I'm trying to say it should exist because there's some utility in defining a riot separately from an insurrection if one rises to such for either legal purposes, other purposes of analysis, or whatever.
Let's just clarify what you mean when you say should, which I know is like kind of annoying, but like I think it is going to be relevant. Like when you say we should do any given thing, all you're expressing is a preference for that thing, right? You're not some kind of like realist about this. When you say like
contextually, I'm really, really far away from any like fundamental metaphysical statement on the existence of concept. I'm very, very like down in the applied level. So like if I say we should do a thing, it's because it provides some utility or purpose, like that comports with some other system that we all kind of agree satisfies some preference, right? So we should label like corn differently from tomatoes because people like to identify corn differently from tomatoes because it gives a whole bunch of utility to do so. Yeah.
Exactly, right. And I don't think you need to take this like strong philosophical, position that you're an anti-realist to do that, right? Like, because the thing is, the way that you're using the word should, which is basically just interchangeable with like I have a preference for, or some relevant agent has a preference for this thing, that's not something that realists don't understand, right? They understand what that language means. They have a whole different usage for the word should, and they have a bunch of robust metaphysical stuff. But you don't have to make a statement on that, right? I'm trying to kind of say you're not actually sticking your neck out philosophically if all you're doing is you're going, I'm not saying realism is false or anything, just when I use should, this is a usage I can understand, so this is currently.
It satisfies like the ordinary norms of language in this regard, basically. Like ordinary norms that I wouldn't expect anybody to fight on in this debate. Yeah.
Well, but at a more general level, to say something should be done is just to say that it is a preference of some relevant agent or group of agents. Like if I say you should get a cookie, it's like I want you to get a cookie or something. If you say like we shouldn't like, prey on the poor or something, you're like you're expressing a preference. You're saying I'd rather we not do that.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Well, we can go for that with that for now. Do you have some hesitance towards that or something?
No.
It sounded a little. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so back to the definition thing. So we should use a definition in a particular way. So if justifying a definition means showing that we should use it in a particular way, and when you use should, you're using it in an anti-realist sense, right? Then that actually seems like it's all going to come down to a kind of empirical thing. It seems like if they say to you, like say that your opponent says to you, we should use a word in such and such a way, right? Sounds like if we think about what that means, giving your semantics about should, it's like they're saying that you have a preference for it, right? And that's actually on them to show. That's like an empirical claim about your preferences. Or if you claim that we should use a word in such and such a way, you might say like my should is with respect to this group of agents, or like if you have these concerns, this is why you do that. But the broad point I'm kind of trying to get across is for you, justifying why we should use a term in a particular way comes down to showing that using it in that particular way aligns with the preferences of some relevant group of agents.
Yeah, although I don't believe me and Andrew have any disagreements here, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure about that. I think he might be more willing to accept some of the realist stuff, but I might be wrong about that. Okay, so yeah, now I guess I want to say let's like think about the debate proposition, because now we have like kind of all these things in place, right? We're like, okay, we understand what we mean by justifying definition. We have like a whole kind of semantic worked out for that now. We can think about that. We know what we mean by justifying propositions. So now let's like go to the debate proposition and see if suddenly everything can be like really easily categorized. And maybe you'll tell me you could have done this all just as easily before, but for me this adds a lot of clarity. So debate proposition is what? January 6th was an insurrection?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. So say that debate opens, and then the first thing that he starts doing is criticizing your definition or something like that.
Yeah.
Is he actually arguing about the debate proposition?
I mean, he could be.
Well, it's not clear that he is. He's not giving an argument that shows that the proposition is false. He's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear yet, but like the expectation would be that your definition sucks because of these reasons. Because we would expect that if either of us could define a term, then obviously we could justify our definition with a thing. I guess we would expect it in this case. So I would imagine that it's arguing against my term, understanding that I'm arguing to use this particular term because of whatever preferences that I'm asserting that are, ordinary, normal, in law and history, whatever. And then after attacking my definition, he would give his definition to say mine is superior to yours in these particular ways, and this is why mine is better. And was January 6th an insurrection? And so far as how I define it, the answer is obviously no. And I'm going to fight for why my definition is superior to your definition. That's what I would have expected. Yeah. Also, as,
So
I
the
guess
way
as
that
as a way to further the norm thing, like Myron did even ask at the start of the debate, like, hey, let's just say what the definition of insurrection is now so that we can agree on that. So like even Myron's expectation is that it wouldn't be like a huge point of disagreement between us, yeah.
Yeah. Let me think about let me just think for a second. It seems to me like when he starts criticize like that discussion you were just talking about, which definition is superior, which again is going to just come down to something about which definition satisfies the norms of the relevant group, whatever. That sounds to me like a distinctly separate it doesn't just sound like it is. It's a distinctly separate proposition than the debate proposition, right? It's like you're starting a debate and the very first step of the debate is let's change the proposition.
I disagree. I think that it's more in line with the proposition than I have no definition for insurrection, because the debate that we ended up having made it seem like Andrew had an undefinable position, and that because he said explicitly that he was unwilling or unable to provide a definition of insurrection. So then, how could he parse the prompt? How can you even have a position there? And then if he's endlessly torturing my definition, regardless of the issues that mine has, maybe it's entirely imperfect or very flawed, like it seems like I could still use it and still technically, if we're just talking about like a debate win, like if I really wanted to just win the debate, I think I could have just said to Andrew, oh, you keep saying that mine is like a riot. Well, actually, I'm using insurrection as a synonym for a riot, and I think that January 6th was an insurrection. And then I think I automatically win the debate at that point. I don't think he can win at that point, other than to start making empirical like claims like, oh, what about this? Would this be an insurrection? And I say, yeah, all of those, every riot is an insurrection. And then that's it. But obviously, that would be like kind of a ridiculous. Like nobody would be coming, and that I don't think that'd be satisfying for anybody. And that doesn't even map on Andrew's real positions. But yeah.
Well, the way I'm thinking about it is, these are two different propositions. Was January 6th an insurrection? Is X the appropriate definition of insurrection?
I mean, one is going to be like a subcategory of the other, I think. Like, I would expect there to be some haggling over terms when, I would expect there to be some haggling over terms, like, to establish any debate. I think that's probably fair.
Yeah, what I'm
I'm trying to think of like if I was to have a debate with somebody, like, is abortion moral? Like, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world if we came in with two different definitions of abortion, and then we settled on something at the beginning of the debate, right? Where maybe their definition is like abortion includes all instances of terminating a pregnancy, and I would say, okay, well, for the purpose of my debate for whether or not this is moral, I'm going to say purposes where the abortion is terminated just for for preferential reasons, not how we're using the term preference, but like the life of the mother isn't at risk, right? She's just doing it for convenience, for convenient reasons. And so we might like agree on like, okay, we'll use this definition of abortion going forward, and then after we haggle that a bit, then we would move on to like the substance of the conversation. Like, I think that would be fair, and I don't think that would be like a totally different debate proposition to have an agreement on what a particular thing means if that conversation happens at the front of the debate. I think it's okay.
I think there's various connections between them, but I think those are two different propositions, though.
While that's true, I would argue, just because of how complicated language and concepts are, probably every single debate prompt probably necessarily like entails like a multitude of propositions that are kind of like built into it, right? So I mean, like, they might I don't know if I would say they're two different propositions. I would say that like maybe one is subsumed by the other, or that one is that there are other things that are going to be like argued along the way.
Well, we could say hypothetically it turns out one is entailed by the other or something. That is fine, but that would still be different. Like, if you were going to like represent them formally, you wouldn't like represent them both with the same character, for instance.
What do you mean with the same?
They mean different. I mean, like, as a logic symbol, like they mean different things, right? It means a different. Like, these are not the same, right? It means a different. I agree with you. There's connections between them, but there's a different meaning if I say X is the best definition for this term versus the proposition January 6th wasn't an X, right? Like, I guess I don't get you here. Those do seem distinct to me. I agree there's connections between them, but those are definitely different.
So I'm gonna, get ready, okay? I don't do problem logic at all, okay? All right, so let's say that we're having a debate. If A, then B, okay? Was January 6th an insurrection, right?
Wait, sorry, you confused me right there. You said if A then B, and then you said is January 6th an insurrection? Are you drawing this somewhere?
Yeah, I'm just writing it in DMT, right?
Oh, sorry, I see. Yeah, okay, yeah, I got
So let's say that we're having a debate where it's like if A, then B. I feel like another debate that could be had is like I don't know how you would write this, but maybe maybe like a debate is like if X, Y, Z, then A or something, right? So then the debate actually becomes over like X, Y, Z, right? And if you can prove X, Y, Z, like if X, Y, Z, then A, then B. Is that like a totally separate proposition, or?
Yeah, it's separate.
Take that trash out. Is this talking about big boxes? You can turn
Separate proposition, but I think there's also a slight confusion there. It sounds like you're talking about a case where you have some proposition and then you have some argument for it and then some further argument for the premises of that argument or something, right? And you're saying that it can all be connected in one big inferential tree, like those premises way down in the tree. So here, you want it? Here, I'll draw this. Do we have, here, 1 second. I'll send you an Excel to draw. You can probably, if you want to share it, then people can see. That might be better.
It's really hard to do because of my separate computers, but
doesn't matter. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Are you able to join that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, this is sort of the way I think about it. Like,
wait. If this like is public, will it fuck everything up?
The room one. I think if they see the exact room, they can join.
Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. Don't worry, that's fine. I was looking at my computer. That's fine.
Shouldn't all be visible in the URL bar though. You could like just make sure not to click. Worst case, I guess they come in and start drawing dicks or something.
No, you're fine. Just go. Show me what you're at. Fuck. I'm moving shit on. So go ahead.
Okay. No, it's all good. Okay, so yeah, let's erase some of these. I don't know if I put them there or you. Okay, so yeah, say that we have like some initial proposition up here, and this is like, you know, P or whatever. It's just
wait, where are you at right now? I have no idea.
Oh, can you see what I'm drawing?
Yep. Okay. Go.
Yeah. Okay. You can use the tools too if you want to highlight. There's a little thing. Yeah. So you have some initial proposition P, or maybe it's J. Maybe you're arguing about January 6th. And then you might have like supporting arguments for this, right? I understand that. You could have, you know, some more propositions down here. Maybe that's premise 1, that's premise 2. And these things together, they add up to justify this proposition up here. So maybe this is P, or here, yeah, let's do it like this. That's Q, and then down here you got like P implies Q.
Okay, just kidding. I can't say anything you're drawing. I don't know why.
Can't?
No. I see like there's like a tree thing with 3, like a rake, the bottom of a rake. I don't know how you describe it.
Wait, you don't see this right here where I'm circling with the red thing?
No.
Really? What if you zoom out far? You can't see that? Because I see you in here. It says that you're in this.
Here, this is what I see. This thing.
What the fuck? Is it? It's like it's stuck in an older Excalibur session, which is kind of weird.
It might be. Okay, never mind. Here, fuck this. Just explain it. Go ahead. I don't think we need to hold your own for it. Go ahead.
I think it would be easier, but okay. Well, anyway, I'm just pointing out that it's a little easier when you can draw, but like here. Let's just try. I want to try one more time. I'm sorry. Let's just try one more, and then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Okay.
You join this right here. Are you able to see my little red thing zipping around?
No.
Okay, never mind. We'll drop it then. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm almost forgetting the point now. I agree, though, that you can have an argument, and then you can have further arguments for it, and then if those fail to, those rely on premises which are then falsified, then you're going to have that problem go all the way up to the tree and undermine the initial proposition. So I agree in that sense that you can have like an important relationship between two propositions. But the broader point that I'm getting at with all this is just that they are distinct propositions. And I think that you, oh yeah, so let's start there. You agree they're distinct, right? January 6th was an insurrection versus X is the appropriate definition of insurrection.
Maybe like in a very formal logic sense, but I think informally I would expect this to come up in a debate. I think it would comport to the norms very easily.
But I'm asking a very specific thing, which is if they're
very specifically. I mean, if a proposition is contained within another proposition, does that mean they're distinctly separate propositions, or?
Well, I'm not sure if I want to agree with the language of contained, but yeah, you'd say they're separate. If you had like
then I would say yes, yeah, I guess they are separate, yeah.
Yeah, like you could have something. Yeah, okay, well, I won't go into the logic, but yeah, you could have a proposition that's compound that like contains another or something.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that this is like I can just kind of tell you how I would handle it, and you may or may not like this, but like I guess what I would do is I'd want initially to get clear on the debate proposition under a specific semantic. I don't want to enter a debate where it's not clear that there's a debate, right? If you guys don't agree on the semantic going in, it's not clear that you actually have a disagreement. We agree about that. Voice crack. We agree about that, right?
Yeah, in a formal sense. Although informally, I know that we severely disagree on this. Obviously, I would know that, yeah. Like, he's not neutral. I know that he's not neutral on the position, and it would seem strange to accept the debate if we didn't agree on it. So, but I mean, in a very formal sense, sure.
Yeah, right. So, and I'm not saying you need to be some kind of formal robot, but I think that you can do a bit of differentiation here and it would be useful. At least is what I would do. So in this kind of situation, if I have a debate, so like the first thing is I'd want to actually clear up semantics so I know that we're thinking about the proposition in the same way and there's actually a disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't have that, I wouldn't go into a, quote, debate. I would go into an exploratory conversation to see if there's a proposition we disagree about. Because otherwise, you can be having a conversation that's really just about working out semantics, and the other guy can be playing it like it's a debate that you're losing, right? Like
yeah.
that I don't like that at all. I think that if what they're actually trying to do is they don't have any argument for or against the debate proposition, what they really want to do is try to find some like uncomfortable consequence of your semantics or something. That's like a different debate. They want to debate you about whether your definition is the appropriate.
Which is what I said in the beginning. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that, but I would have been opposed to that under this framing. Like, if it was like the debate was like Destiny's definition of insurrection is insufficient, or Destiny's using a poor definition of insurrection, or insurrection isn't like adequately definable or differentiated from riot or something, that would be more honest. And I probably would have even prepared for that and had different rhetorical tools available for that. If I would have known that it was going to be the entirety of the debate. I just assumed that the definition hashing was going to be like part one of like 3 or 4 or 5, not the entirety of it, yeah.
Yeah, that which might have honestly been a fair assumption, but yeah, it didn't pan out that time. So yeah, so I mean, there. So yeah, what I would basically say is ideal there is when he starts doing that, if he's going to instead of arguing about the debate proposition, try to have some separate argument. This is actually what I would do personally. I would say, okay, I see that you're trying to go down some kind of road there, and I'm happy to talk about that. You know, if you want to have like a separate conversation, if you want to have debate about what the appropriate definition is. But what we came in to debate today was under this specific semantic whether this proposition is true. Now, here's my argument. Which premise do you object to? Right. So you can just totally avoid that entire rabbit hole of.
Sure, by asking at the outset, yeah. I kind of got there towards the end, but the answer that I gave I wasn't expecting. Where I think that basically the way to inquire on that is like, okay, well, what is your definition of insurrection, or how are you using this? And then he had absolutely no definition for it, and then he, in my opinion, he lied. Well, not in my opinion, he absolutely lied. He said, well, actually, he's neutral on it, when I know that he's not neutral on the proposition. And in common speak, if he was talking to other people, would say it absolutely wasn't an insurrection. So yeah, I didn't actually think he would go that far and pretend that he was neutral on the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it seems So I guess that in my mind, what's happening is there's supposed to be a debate on something, and really they're kind of starting a debate on some other thing with you, and then it's going down this weird like side tangent. And the thing is, what I think is you should basically dial in the semantics and then force them to actually debate that. And if they try to have a separate debate about whether the definition is the right one, you could be like, oh, like I'm open to having that discussion. It could be that you could give me considerations that would lead me to like use a different definition or something, but that's not what we're here to discuss, right? We dialed in the semantics already, and the question is whether it's an insurrection under these semantics. Mm-hmm. Separate questions about whether these semantics are semantics you should care about, whether they're the common legal, those are all different questions and all different debates. So you kind of make them like actually pick the thing that they're going to fight you on, not like allow this kind of weird amorphous like oscillation between different like semi-formed debate topics. Like that's where it gets all fucky. And a lot of people, I'm not accusing Andrew specifically, but then actually I was going to name people who I do think do this, but I won't. A lot of people love to live in the ambiguity, right? If they can just successfully muddy the waters so the debate doesn't have a vibe of like you clearly like drilling them into a corner on something, they'll be happy with that. I hung with Destiny for like 2 hours. He didn't really get me on anything, right? So I don't know. It's like, unless you want people doing that kind of stuff to you, I just feel like best thing to do, semantics at the outset. And if they try to initiate a debate on a separate thing, just say, I'm willing to. You don't have to look like you're hiding from it or unwilling or anything. Just make it clear that they're trying to change the subject. You're here for a specific thing, and that's what we're going to address. If you want to talk about the other stuff, set that up with me, and we'll do it after.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I guess just the further one last thing, just looping back a little, is then, and if in fact then you do set up one of those debates, well, now you have a really clear semantic for it, right? Like say that he does in fact, okay, fine, well here, we'll close this one off, we'll see what follows under this definition right now. We got to have a separate debate about like whether it's the correct semantic or something. Well, now you have a reasonably clear idea of what you mean by the correct semantic. You're looking for it to be basically, they're trying to persuade you to have a preference to use it, right? And now that's, I guess, let me just collect my thoughts. Now that you have a clear semantic for what it means to have the correct semantic, that's a pretty easy discussion to have with him. If he wants to have it with you, now on your anti-realist semantic, you can just go, oh, okay, wait, you're saying some other semantic is preferred here. Well, yeah, I mean, it's on you to show that, right? Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily disagree. I didn't expect this one to be as painful as it was. If I would have known beforehand, then yeah, I would have just clarified that going on. Of course, we're not going to have this. Yeah. Yeah, because I think everybody knows the position he had going in, and even the entirety of his debate strategy didn't actually comport with his like what it ended up being. Because you could tell if you watched the beginning of the debate that he was hoping that I would either try to differentiate myself by maintaining both positions like that I have currently with things I'd said in like 2021 and try to explain why these things weren't incoherent, without considering that I might just say like, oh, I don't have the same positions that I did in 2021, so he completely abandoned that whole Yeah, it was pretty obvious. Yeah, and then also because he even asked me like, oh well, let's do 5 minutes each for, or no, Myron offered let's do 5 minutes each for like internal critique or something. I'm so curious if I would have done it in his position. What would that have even looked like? Because he had no position. I don't know what it would have looked like for me asking him questions for 5 minutes. Like, what could I have possibly asked him if he would say, "Oh, well, I don't have any position on this. I'm totally neutral, and I don't even have a definition for insurrection." You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Oh yeah, Andrew requested it. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what I could have possibly asked him that he could have answered. Yeah.
So you're kind of wondering about like how would you cross-examine someone who's not giving you anything to attack?
Yeah, there would be nothing for me to cross-examine, right?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on how you think about it. Like, if the goal is to show that he's making like a logical error, yeah, I mean, if he's not going to put any propositions on the table, you're not going to be able to do that. You need at least two to get a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
So that's not happening, so you can't do that.
Yeah.
But there, I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Like, if you wanted to show, for instance, that he's being unreasonable or that he's being bad faith.
Yeah, but then
I mean,
until
look,
then it
you and
becomes
I-
like a weird meta critique or whatever, and it's just like, well, I don't even want to like. Well, why did you come here without a definition? Like, I don't like. Yeah, it just feels unsatisfying. I think.
So it depends on what you want to do. So yeah, like if that feels unsatisfying and what you're looking for is something like false, showing he believes something false or that he's got inconsistency, yeah, you're right to say you can't do any of that if he doesn't give you a position. I guess I was just saying there are theoretically other things you could do, like
unrelated
you
to
just
the
might
prop,
not
yeah.
be into.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not be into. Well, they're related in a sense, but they're not related in the sense of
Not logically
underlying
related.
or established.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. You're not doing something to establish the epistemic status of the proposition. Yeah, but I mean, so for instance, like if you and I got in a debate and I somehow, I say somehow I really fuck you over, but like the whole way I did it was by pretending I don't know what like cat means or something. Like, I mean, depending on your goals, you may very well just cross-examine me and go, Isaac, what's a cat? Like when I just refuse to answer that and go on crazy loops to avoid answering it, I mean, that's going to look pretty bad.
Yeah.
So goals, right? But if your goal is to show logical error, yeah, can't do that. If your goal is just to show they're being bad faith, you might do that. But I also understand not wanting to get into some stupid meta thing. So
No.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
it was nice talking to you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else or?
No, I think that's it. Have fun, be careful.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Jeez. All right. Okay. I'm done with the AG part of this. What's this? Cop pulls gun on him.
Yes, they are. Let me try to sit down.
Why you got his gun out? Nah, get the cam on this.
Nah, put the cam on
Get
that.
the cam on this, bro. Why you got
Out of the car.
Why the gun out?
Let me see.
Why you got the gun out? Why you got that gun out?
Damn, what led into this? I feel like you fucked up harder. There's a cop parked in front of you with his lights on. Were they running from the? Or were they driving away for a while, or what was? Rip. Does Switch mobile app look at the quality? What are they? They're probably streaming at 1080p, probably 6K bandwidth.
Get the cam on this, bro. Why you got
But yeah, they're using a real camera, probably not a cell phone, would be my guess. How do I go to that?
Yeah, I know.
I want to like try to know what's the bottom. Sorry, oh, so there's no bottom. Okay. The purple car is suspicious. No, something must have been happening up to this point. If because there's literally like a cop car, like lights on in front, and you already got a cop behind. Something lit up this. I just don't know what. I have no idea what lit up this. I can't remember. One of them had warrants. I mean, maybe, or they got a call, somebody swatted them, or they saw something, or something, or they, who knows? Like, there's anything can happen. Who knows? Does running from the cops justify them pointing a gun? Depending on what the call is for, what they suspect you for doing, yeah, of course.
Then source was arguing wasn't that it's genetically distinct or not. Then source was arguing that having a unique genome doesn't matter for it to be a life beginning at conception. They tried to argue that life begins at conception even if it is not genetically distinct, because it just said like, well, syngamy will happen. Some extent of saying, well, syngamy will happen anyway, or something like that.
I didn't follow that. Can you say that
let's
again?
go through that. Yeah. So Zan had a source talking about syngamy. Here it is, by Maureen Kondik. And Maureen Kondik says terminology that refer to the product of spermatic fusion of a penetrated oocyte and claims that the zygote does not form until syngamy have resulted in an erroneous belief that human embryo does not exist during the period prior to the point of, and it calls it the pre-zygotic era. So the point here is that, and we can go through like so
it sounds like it's agreeing with me.
No. It's agreeing with you.
Hang on a minute. No. I've got a question for you. Prior to syngamy, is it the same DNA as the father?
When you say it is the same DNA as the father, it depends on which set of DNA you mean. That's the whole point. The cell doesn't have a unified
Fertilization
DNA.
is when they combine and create a single cell.
No, it's not.
Cell. Yes, it is.
That's when the cells. Okay, that's when the cells combine.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're not listening.
Yes.
You're not listening. That's when the cell. Please take a step back. It's okay. That's not when the DNA combines. It's when the cell combines. I agree. I said that. The problem is that's not when the cell has that's not when the DNA combined to form a unique segment of DNA. Now the issue here, what your source tries to say is that
what's the DNA part of? Whose DNA?
The DNA is separated. It has DNA in a membrane that is DNA that's equivalent to the sperm and DNA that's equivalent to the egg, not unified. So it's still not unique. The cell does not have a uniquely distinct segment of DNA. Only at the point at which the DNA break down through the pronuclear membrane and cross over, they combine, does it have a uniquely distinct DNA from the mother and father? Prior to that, it's just a segment of DNA from the mother, from the sperm, and a segment of DNA from the egg. It's not a unified segment of DNA.
That have fertilized and created a new cell, a new living cell. This cell would have to have
okay, I agree. So I agree with you that
is it two separate? Hang on. How about this? At fertilization, is it one cell or is it two cells?
It's one cell.
Okay, then that cell needs to have a DNA code. Is it the mother's or the father's? Which one is it?
It has. It has two DNA. It has two.
No way.
It does.
No. That's no.
It does. But it does. You're just wrong.
Okay, we have to like go into the biology, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Like this is like
an organism. A single organism is only going to have one DNA code. Okay, no. This is just like honestly, like, the whole conversation. No, I'm not wrong. I'm just it's getting.
Okay, this.
Now, at fertilization, is it one cell or is it two cells?
It's one cell.
Okay, then that cell needs to have a DNA code. Is it the mother's or the father's? Which one is it?
It has
Can't have
doesn't
two.
it
Can't
has
have
two
two.
DNA. It has two.
No,
It does.
no way.
It does.
No, that's. No.
It does. But it does. We're just wrong.
Okay, this we have to like go into the biology, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Like this is like
An organism, a single organism needs to have one DNA code.
So
Okay, no. This is just like honestly like, the whole conversation. No, I'm not wrong. I'm just it's getting exhausting how bogged down this conversation has become because it appears to just be a matter of semantics. So what if hang on. What did the steel man here?
It's a logical wait, but it is a logical part. It's not just
So what did the steel man here? Hang on. Even if the steel man ends in life beginning at syngamy, that still means no abortions. Right, because you're not going to know you're pregnant. You're not going to know you're pregnant one day after getting pregnant. You would still need, however many 2 to 4 or 6 weeks, depending on the accuracy of the pregnancy test, to know. So we're still saying no abortions, even if I am to concede that. Just for the sake of moving forward, I'm actually fine with hypothetically conceding. Let's get, I'm not actually going to concede that, but I'm okay with doing it just to move forward. And we can say life begins at syngamy, but even though not a single source on planet Earth confirms that, not a single one.
If you get like that, you're going to set off. If you say I'm happy with one, but you're utterly wrong, and here's why.
Yeah, you are utterly wrong. Every single source disagrees with you.
Okay, well, let's just decide where we're going.
Reading Benzo's source at syngamy means sexual reproduction by union of gametes, commonly used to refer to the breakdown of nuclear membranes of the pronuclei approximately 24 hours after sperm egg fusion. So what happens, and I can give you other sources if you want, this is like well known in biology, it's not like you're wrong. What happens is there are 2 unique sets of DNA that a zygote has after right at the point of conception. There is no unit, they don't immediately teleport to each other and form a set. Okay?
Well, I imagine it's not
Yeah, it takes 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours takes 24 hours.
Okay, so you said the process of fertilization. The process of fertilization takes 24 hours.
No, I said syngamy takes 24 hours.
My own source also clarifies that syngamy is not when human life begins. It's
I didn't say I already did. Zen, you're not tracking. I didn't say.
How about this? No, let's just.
No.
This is ridiculous. It's like you asked me a question earlier. Okay, human life, just assuming human life begins at conception, sentence begins whenever. What follows from that? Okay, what follows from that? We say no abortions. We say stop. No, not dodging. I'm trying to move forward because we're so bogged down right now. What follows from that? What follows from that is the absence of 800,000 innocent human beings killed every year in America, and what follows from your guys is several hundred thousand innocent human beings killed in America every year. So I would like to hear the justification for that.
Just so you know, after this ramble, I'm just going to ask you something. Okay, so Zen, real quick.
Justify killing innocent people. That's
I'm just going to keep Zen. Do you understand that when I brought up Singamy, it wasn't for the purpose of establishing where human life begins? Yes,
we need some view reproduction. I know you just asked a yes or no, but I think that at this point it's like, Zen, can you reproduce obvious line of questioning or criticism here, just so we know that we're understanding each other? Well, you can ask us this. Well, you can't, then we'll just get on the same page about it. But
no, I'm kind of, like I said, it's getting exhausting going back over the same points over and over. So I think we can just move forward maybe pragmatically. Tell me how you justify killing humans simply because they're not sentient.
Well, in the same way that we humored you and moved forward earlier, I think if this is important to Avi, let's hash it out. Avi, is this something that's important?
If there's a contradiction on their view, I'd like an actual concession, not a half-assed concession.
Okay, that's obviously important to Avi.
I think there's a contradiction. So to be clear, I think there's a contradiction on the view that was laid out here. The view being that there's a conjunction of the following things: that A, human life begins at conception, and B, human valuation begins at conception, and C, human valuation begins at the point of genetic uniqueness and onward. Okay, I think because genetic uniqueness doesn't happen at the point of conception, it only happens at the point of symmetry. That's how symmetry is defined. It's defined as the pronuclear fusion of the genes to form a distinct genetic set. That's what it means, and it happens 24 hours repetition. Okay, so there's a contradiction on the view.
One second. Yeah, so let's just hash this out, and then after this, we'll just answer whatever it is they wonder. We'll just do both.
No, I think we can just move forward by saying regardless of if it's the moment of conception, 5 minutes after conception, or 24 hours after conception.
We know you say sorry, I understand what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. You're saying if that turns out being the case, I'll adjust my view accordingly, and I still believe 99% of the same stuff, so can we just get to that? I understand what you're saying. You've been clear. We get it. But resolving this point is important, Avi. So let's just resolve it, and then let's go to whatever you want to talk about. Reasonable enough, right?
Okay, can I just quote from what his source is?
I think that there's a deeper level of confusion. I'm not sure that the side.
Can I just provide a quote?
Well, wait, before a quote, sorry.
Why can't I?
Hold the quote. One second. So I think that what's important is I'm not sure. Avi keeps saying that Zen isn't understanding his criticism. So when that happens, the party that's being accused of not understanding should reproduce it. If there's a misunderstanding, then we're going to see it, right? So let's do that. Right. So why don't you reproduce Avi's criticism?
I would prefer to just hear Chad Hahn's quote.
All right, but that's come on, dude.
It sounds like okay. Now you don't want us to answer. Now you don't want us to answer. You don't.
Wait, no. The thing that we're asking for an answer to is just to we're happy to hear a quote in a second, but the thing is you're trying to deliver a quote, prove some kind of point when it's not clear what we're disagreeing about, right? So I just want us to actually be on the same page about what the disagreement is. The disagreement is around the argument Avi's making, or the question he's asking. So I just want to see, Zen, can you reproduce what he's saying, or do you want him to go through it again so that we're on the same page about it?
Look, guys. Look, so I mean, I think maybe a different way to move past this, because no, I can't reproduce what the hell you're saying.
Okay, wait, can I stop you there? Wait, I've been very plain with you on. I've talked the least of everyone here except maybe BNC. 1 second. What you just said is a problem, right? So just before you cascade on from there, if you don't understand his criticism, that's what we need to hash out. Before anything else, he needs to actually get the criticism across, and it has to be clear that you understand what his criticism is, right? So Avi, why don't you just convey the criticism? We make sure Zen understands what your criticism is.
Everyone in chat, Google, is Singamy the same thing as fertilization? And every single result says yes, they're synonyms.
Oh, come on,
That's also not understanding.
This is going like off the deep end.
Every single result on Google says Singamy and fertilization are the same thing. Frankly, the steel man is you've got nothing to actually back up the claim that human life begins at Singamy. That's what your position actually. Okay, that's what your position has to conclude with, though. That's what your position has to conclude.
That's not fair. We're happy to answer all your shit. Look, Avi's trying to run a criticism. We want to see that the criticism is understood, and then if it is, we want to hash it out, right? So let's just make sure we're on the same page. So if you can't reproduce the criticism, Avi, just why don't you put it out there? We'll make sure it's understood, and then we'll hash it out. Right.
So I'll tell you what it is and what it's not. The criticism is not about when human life begins. If I hear another bullshit thing about when human life begins, it's not about Singamy. That's not tracking. Okay. So here's what the criticism is. Okay. The criticism is if you have a view that says you value human life at the point of genetic uniqueness and onward, and you value, and not before, and you value human life at the point of fertilization or conception and onward, but not before, there's a contradiction. The reason there's a contradiction is because it is and is not the case that you value human life, and that's derived because there is a period of time when there's fertilization, but there's not genetic uniqueness. Okay? Am I making? Do you understand that?
Well, let's see if it makes sense. So can you just repeat his criticism? You understand what the criticism is there?
No, because like I
that's
said,
the problem.
Like I said,
We're not
I think it's just bogging down the conversation.
Is fertilization
if you can reproduce it, go for it.
Yeah, no, I know what Avi's saying. So is fertilization a process or is it an instantaneous moment? Like, is there a starting point, middle, end to fertilization, or is fertilization just happen?
It is a process that takes about 1 second.
Okay.
It starts and ends in about 1 second.
Okay.
So you're syngamy, yeah, it's different though. It takes.
And you're saying that the syngamy that it takes a day after post fertilization.
About 24, according to ZenSource, about 24 hours post fertilization.
Okay, so then pre-syngamy, it's two separate genetic codes, one of the fathers and one of the mothers.
Right.
Yes, not a unified. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you're reproducing it, correctly, and then you understand the
But wait,
problem
but I wanted to finish reproducing. What's the? I wanted to finish the problem.
And so if syngamy were to not occur and you have the two separate codes, would they reproduce separate from each other? So like, hopefully this makes sense. So, okay, so mothers, fathers, and as they develop, it goes like this, or do they branch off each other and eventually connect?
That's not relevant to my criticism.
I'm just asking for clarification, because your criticism is that there is no genetic distinction because one's of the mother, one's of the father. Let's call it like until syngamy. That is your issue. Yes.
Let's give it like a name. Let's call it like the lag time criticism, right? Because the idea is, if there's this lag time between it being human life and it being unique, right? Then we have this lag time between conception and moral value, right? And the idea is, if you want to say that moral value occurs at the point of conception and that moral value occurs at the point that you have a unique human life, there's going to be a contradiction because those two times are not the same. So it's like the lag time.
Because of the window, you don't have the unique genetic code. Yes.
Exactly.
So my question is,
don't at least.
Yes. So and you had said that it is possible that syngamy does not happen. Correct.
It is. Well, in the period of time, it's not just possible; it's almost always the case. But even after that,
post, yes.
Yeah. Although I want to be clear, that's not relevant. Like, that's completely tangential to my current criticism. My current criticism doesn't rely on that at all. But sure.
Yeah, your current criticism is that pre-syngamy, in this lag time, you do not have a uniquely genetic being.
But it's not unique, but it's being said to have value when uniqueness is supposed to be a necessary. necessary condition for value.
Yes, so the problem is a contradiction, right? The problem is saying you're saying that something
please
is
let him
and
read
is
his
not
quote,
valuable.
please.
Well, I mean, he.
Every time I try to read it, AY steps in and says, hey, let's stop,
but I mean,
and let's see if we
No, let him go. Let him go.
really
Let him go.
interested in that at this point.
being the
Yeah. So okay. So I reproduced.
Trying to understand the view.
I reproduced Avi's problem. I understand Avi's problem. I have a few more questions, but let's let Chad Homonym do the quote, and then maybe we'll keep talking about this, or we can do it a different time and move forward after the quote. So we have Avi's. I just reproduced it, so we can
I
be done
assume
with
you
that.
think that was a
So you
right
and you under to
reproduction
be clear,
there,
you understand. Yeah, you're the most reasonable person.
Okay, let him read the damn quote, please.
Just to be clear, you understand the contradiction that results.
Yes.
I don't have time. Yeah. Like, you can read your quote. It's just if it's just going to take up time on some tangential point that we're on, then I'd rather just like.
You guys are taking up a lot of time on a lot of tangential points.
But go ahead, read your quote.
Go ahead.
So, page 55. Page 55.
55 of what?
Of what? Of the study that Zen cited. The study by Condrick, whatever her name is.
It's not a 55-page study. Try. I see.
55.
Yeah.
That's formally how you.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Sorry, I lost the spot. Okay, so says differential utilization of paternal and maternal genes again indicates coordinated function of the genome begins immediately, well prior to syngamy. Well, what does that mean?
So again, this is, as I suspected, something completely unrelated to my criticism. Yep. So the fact that of course there's a process that happens to unify the genes. Right?
Immediately, paternal and maternal genes again indicates the coordinated function of the genome begins immediately, well prior to syngamy. Well, what does that mean?
So again, this is, as I suspected, something completely unrelated to my criticism. Yep. So the fact that of course there's a process that happens to unify the genes, and that process is trivially mediated by both genes, both non-unique genes, the non-unique are identical to parents being there. That's trivial. No, they're unique because it's a unique set of genes. Is it not? Okay,
This is actually just textbook denial of the fact, of the scientific fact.
It's trivially provable that it's not, because they're literally identical to one is literally identical to the other, and one is literally identical to the father. Only at the point of syngamy. Only at the point.
So that's the only organism that has both of those.
Let me finish. If you'd let.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot.
If you'd let me finish, random person who wasn't supposed to even be here for the debate. Only at the point of.
Well, I said you could stay.
Only at the point of syngamy. I mean, we said he could sub, and then
although you might expect a certain level of cordiality if someone's in such a situation, but yeah.
Yeah. But so only at the point of syngamy is the genetic code of the cell it does not have a identical sequence to the mother and the father, because at the point of fertilization, there is no single genetic code. There are two genetic codes, and both of them are identical to some other being. Okay. Now, the fact that their presence is involved in bringing them to the point of uniqueness is just trivially true. So that quote is just as I would expect. Of course, it's a trivially true quote and completely irrelevant to my criticism.
Yeah. So what we need to have
Okay. How about this? What the steel man of our position is at the moment of conception, that is when we value human life. We value that life, and that is the steel man, absent of every single thing we've talked about prior. We value human life from the moment of conception, because that is when an individual human being is created. An individual human being is created. The why at this point is irrelevant, because it's just bogging down the conversation. I don't care about.
So we're getting rid of the criteria for.
I'm telling you, human life begins at conception. That is a fact. That is a fact as confirmed by every single source. And I'll read 100 of them in my quote.
Yeah. So
if I have to.
Clear,
I really just want to move forward. How
but
do you
there's something
justify?
important
How
there,
do you
which is-
justify? How do you no? How do you justify killing human beings simply because they are not sentient? Because regardless of if it's fertilization, regardless of if it's fertilization or syngamy, regardless of which one it is, we know that it is a human life prior to developing sentience, and it is a human life that is being killed in an abortion. So how do you justify that?
Just to be clear, you're saying that the value is there in virtue of them being human and unique. So we're jettisoning that.
The value is there because
criteria
human life
about-
begins at conception, and that's just a fact.
Right. So because it's human life, so we're getting rid of that other criteria about uniqueness, right?
We're okay. Again, I've said we are.
Yeah,
I'm saying
that's
this
what causes the
absent
problem.
of absent of every single thing that we've talked about prior that has bogged down this conversation for the past hour and a half. I'm telling you, human life begins at conception. That is when moral consideration starts. And I'm asking you, how do you justify killing human beings? Dude, no.
Yeah, dude,
I'm
sick of you guys.
I'm sick of you guys just acquiring the line of questioning and absolving yourself.
I don't understand why you.
So how do you justify killing human beings simply because they are not sentient?
I say that. Well, let's just get a clear answer and then move to that, right? So just to be clear,
You're not going to debate
rid. Sorry, are you getting rid of that further criteria there?
It's pointless.
Well, wait. If it's just it sounds like the position is changing, right? If you're saying it has value in virtue of being human life and not in virtue of the criteria of uniqueness, that's just a change. That's fine. Like, is that the new position? Just say yes or no.
I'm saying human life begins at conception. We value human life at the moment of conception. Why is it justified to
no
kill?
No more uniqueness criteria, right?
Why is it justified to kill? Why is it
Wait,
justified
but that
to kill
goes
a
back
human
to the
being?
empirical.
Why is it? I'm just sick of it. It seems like nitpicking in semantics, and I understand that's important to an extent. But we've already established it. We've got the sources. We've got the sources to back it all up. That human life begins at conception. And now I just want you guys.
That's what he wants to debate you on.
I just want you. No, that's fine. No. We're moving forward. I want you guys to actually have to like defend a position.
Okay, well,
How do you justify? How do you
as long as there's
just keep talking because I'm trying to acquire a line of questioning and you guys don't want to actually have to defend your position. How do you justify?
No,
there is no concession.
Okay, so I think that's okay. We might be at a dead end. So
no, we're not at a dead end. You guys have yet to defend the position.
Well,
how do you justify
what Avi is saying there is that he's happy to get along to your stuff after a concession, right? So
okay, well, no concession. No concession is happening.
So then, well, this is why I said we might be at the end. This is why I said we might be at the end because
we're not at the end.
What he wants to do is clarify that point, right?
This is like cowardly backing out so you don't have to actually defend your position.
Are you willing to actually debate that, and then we can move on to it?
We've already debated it. We've already tied up in it.
Are you willing to actually? Okay, yeah. I mean,
guys, we're not debating abortion. We're debating when human life begins. This really. I reproduced your problem, but this is completely off track of the debate we're supposed to be having.
It's just going to get interrupted. Sorry, point of moderation. We got to take on chat. I didn't mind having your.
I'll put him backstage. It's all good.
I like chat. He's instructing us.
Backstage. We'll keep it going.
It's fine. It really, it's just, guys, we are so bogged down on little details. And I really
bogged down on
okay, and you guys don't have, you guys have yes, you stop. You have interrupted me so much. AY, you have interrupted me so much. Stop. Okay. This is not a debate. That's cowardly right there.
Will you actually address the debate? Or are you refusing? This is giving you an ultimatum. So will you just address that before we move on?
Okay.
I think we moved into it's entirely that. It's entirely that.
Yeah, so I mean, personally, I'm not going to hang around. So I'm just going to leave. This is my last try, and if I don't, sorry, this is my last try, and if I don't, stop that. AY, stop, please stop. If it's anything other than a clear answer, please. I guys are asking moderation. You guys have no moderation, so. Okay, so my issue, AY, is that you were literally piercing my. Now, so.
Okay, look, guys, please, let's try. We can do it.
Are you okay too?
We'll go. That's fine. We will go past. it. Now, the issue, I know BNC has reproduced it. Now, there's ways to fix it. I agree. You can fix your position to not have a contradiction anymore. One way you can fix your position is to say life begins at the point of
Or another way you could say is life does not begin at the point of syngamy, but value begins at the point of syngamy. Or you can abandon the requirement of genetic uniqueness as a value criteria. Those are some ways you can absolve yourself of the contradiction. But up until then, you are in a contradiction. You have a view from the proposition of the
He got mad because I don't know, he literally took his headphones off and just started talking.
And then he put his microphone, was talking close, and was talking even louder.
And then ultimately just rage quit. But either way, whatever. I just want to move past this. The Steelman position is every single source agrees that human life begins at conception. That is when we value human life. I'm not conceding singamy. I'm rejecting your premise of singamy, and I'm simply stating human life begins at conception. And I'm saying that in virtue of every single reputable scientific source that agrees with that statement. And now, you know, I don't care. I don't care if you don't agree with that. I'm simply stating. Okay, whatever. I don't care. No, we are moving forward. We are moving forward because you have yet to make an actual argument. How do you justify simply because they are not sentient?
No.
Notice that he's never. I've asked that question 7 to 10 times now, and I.
You guys have to stop talking at the same time. You guys have to stop.
Okay. Wait, Brittany, we agreed on a hands-on policy. Okay, look, then, listen. The issue again, I will move on if we can, if we can resolve this, and I think we can. Okay. The issue is not whether life begins at conception. That's not my criticism. And it is an argument, by the way. If I can produce a proof by contradiction, that's actually one of the strongest arguments you can make against someone else's position. So if there is a contradiction on someone's view, the view is false unless you're a dialectist. So the issue I have is your view entails a contradiction, the view you propose.
My view entails that human life begins at conception.
Okay. Does value also begin at conception, or does it begin at genetic uniqueness?
Yep, conception.
Which one? Okay, so not genetic.
Conception. Look, again, I've made this abundantly clear. The Steelman is human life begins. The Steelman is human life begins at conception. Every single source agrees with that. That is when moral consideration is placed, and that is why we are against abortions, because they're killing.
So we don't have. So we don't have a value.
Do you understand? Do you understand what I just said?
I understand. I can reproduce it. What you just said is that human value begins at the point of conception. Okay.
Yes.
Now, when I asked you, I'm asking a very important clarifying question. Do we also have the requirement of human life that is genetically distinct in order to value it, or does human life that is not genetically distinct, that happens at the point of conception, also valued?
Okay, so when we say genetically distinct, I'm simply stating a cell that contains DNA that is independent and distinct of any other cell, human life, right? Human cell. And at the moment of conception, whether you say it's two genetic codes or two DNA codes or just one, whether I say it's one, it doesn't matter, because that's still genetically distinct in that cell at the point of conception. It's genetically distinct from the mother and genetically distinct from the father. The father only has his own DNA, the mother only has her own DNA, and even if singamy hasn't occurred yet, we've still got mother and father DNA in one cell making it.
So
the Steelman. No, it's not, because the establishing the Steelman is at the moment of conception.
Yeah. So that's going to be a bit. So that's going to be a big issue. The reason why is if. Let me ask you this question then. Fuck your questions. How do you justify killing a human simply because they are not sentient? No, I'm so sick of this. You have yet to actually defend your position. How do you justify killing a human simply because they are not sentient? I'm done with. All right, let's make a deal.
No deals.
I answer your question.
No, I'm not taking your deals. No deals. How do you justify? Killing a human simply because they're not sentient?
I'll answer. Okay, look. If I answer your questions, will you answer my line of questioning? Because
I'm not taking your deal.
What I notice that's happening.
How do you justify killing a human simply because they're not sentient? I'm not taking your deal. I'm not taking your deal.
I'm happy.
There's probably interest on top of it. You probably got backloaded interest.
I'm happy to answer your line of questioning if you'll answer mine. I'm offering to answer your line of questioning right now. After that point, will you agree to answer my line of questioning?
You've had the line of questioning this entire debate. Defend your position. How do you justify killing a human life simply because they are not sentient?
Can you please just answer that question?
No.
Will you
How do
answer my line of
justify-
questioning after I
I'm not gonna guarantee that because you, like I said, you have had the line of questioning this entire debate. How do you justify
As a
killing a
point,
human?
yes, okay,
simply because they are not
wait.
sentient?
No, that, first of all, it's not, you have asked that question, then we've answered, but the point, a further point I'll make is that it's hard to do this when you haven't been able to reproduce my criticism and you were responding to my line of questioning without even understanding what the questions were. So of course I've been at the line of
How do you
questioning
justify
when you're not.
killing a human simply because they're not sentient?
Okay, so provided that you will answer my line of questioning after I'm going to answer yours, and I will answer it now. Okay, so my justification is just that on my view, which is that it's sentience that I care about. Those things that do not have this property are not of moral consideration to me. And things that are sentient at the point of potential for sentience at the point of sentience only. And so what moral justification is just going to be reduced to is just going to be those principles on my view. And so it's trivially going to be justified.
Okay, and you're saying you value sentience trivially at the moment of achieving sentience, and obviously you don't have any moral consideration if a being is not sentient, correct?
Well, I didn't say I value sentence trivially. I said it was going to be trivially justified if one values sentence.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm just using your words.
So if a being is not sentient, I wouldn't have intrinsic valuation if an entity is not sentient. I wouldn't have intrinsic valuation of it, although I may have extrinsic valuation of it. Extrinsic valuation being it may have other things that may affect other sentient beings.
Yeah, but absent of effects on other sentient beings, you don't have any. You don't place like moral consideration on, say, a dead body, right?
Oh, in a hypothetical, sure. So in a counterfactual question where there's a hypothetical, well, I don't know what the counterfactual is.
Hang on.
BNC. So in a hypothetical. So in a counterfactual question.
Dead body, right?
Oh, in a hypothetical, sure. So in a counterfactual question where there's a hypothetical, well, I don't know what the counterfactual is.
Hang on.
BNC. So in a hypothetical, if we're going to say that there are things that don't involve other sentient people, that's not part of the real world, then sure, then I wouldn't value that, and neither would you, by the way, in such a hypothetical where there's certain counterfactuals in place. So I think on both of our views there, because I don't think you intrinsically value non-sentient beings either. I think your value.
If it's a human that has died, I still would value that.
Well, I don't think you I didn't say you wouldn't value it. I said I don't think you intrinsically value it.
No, I do.
And the reason I say you don't, well, you don't, because in the counterfactual analysis where your interpretation of God was mistaken, and you knew the true interpretation of God, which is not to value it, you wouldn't value it. And so it's not an intrinsic valuation.
In a video game, maybe I don't value sentience, but in the real world,
in a video
game, maybe I don't value a dead body, but in the real world, I do. So that's all that matters.
Same for me. So in a video game, maybe I don't. Same for me. So in a video game, where there is all of these concerns are wandered away, maybe I don't value a non-sentient being. But in the real world, where there are these concerns, I do.
But that hang on. In the real world, your principle is only sentience. What is your principle?
Yeah. But of course. But again, in the real world, there are considerations of this non-sentient being that relate to other beings that are sentient. In a video game where they don't, I agree with you that I wouldn't value it, and neither would you if other things happen in a video game. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
No necrophilia reductio here, buddy.
No, I promise you, you're just you're weaseling your way out of actually having to eat that reductio, but it does still apply to you. If your principle is that you only place moral consideration on a human once they achieve sentience, and you stop valuing it once the sentience is gone, well, then you can't make a moral objection to necrophilia. So your position of pro-sentience does reduce down to being pro-necrophilia.
So
and even
would
if,
you like
even if
would
it's
you
just
like me
an
to answer? Would you like to answer me to answer the directly? Okay. So my answer is, so I've eaten that bullet in a video game hypothetical that's a counterfactual to the real world. And you would eat that bullet too, by the way, in certain counterfactual.
How is that?
For example,
How does it not apply to the real world? How does yours not apply to the real world?
Because sure. Because I have the reason it doesn't apply to the real world, or at least I'm not convinced it does, is because there are many concerns that relate to sentient beings related to necrophilia. One example, one example is if you look at modern day necrophiliacs, they all, if not virtually almost all, have acquired their corpses with taking sentient people and turning them into corpses. And so the one concern is incentivizing murder, beyond rights violations against sentient people. Another concern is going to be the suffering that the relatives of the corpse, the being that was a corpse, would feel, or related individuals, or even non-related individuals that they would feel if they saw the defilement of such a corpse. There are many different. I could keep going, but there are many in the real world.
The real world, that doesn't. You don't have to kill somebody to have sex with a dead body.
Well, okay. So in the real world, I'm not convinced that there was ever a case where someone A did not kill someone, and also B did not have any suffering effect on the relatives or people examining, or if anyone found out, or C had any induced any suffering on themselves. There's a whole bunch of the issue is there's a whole bunch of problems.
Well, you can never do that because if they didn't kill the person, if they wore a condom, and if nobody found out, then it would be impossible to ever take note of that, right? So of course you cannot provide an example because if those things were to happen, nobody except the necrophiliac would know.
Sure, and then
all in the real world.
You'll notice now that the fact that it is very hard to provide a given amount of evidence to meet a bar doesn't mean that you're somehow absolved of providing sufficient evidence to meet a given bar. It just means that if you want to make the case that there is a real world example of necrophilia that I would sign off on, then that burden is still going to be on you if you're going to make that claim. It just is, and
it's just a conceptual question. It's just a conceptual question.
Well, no, it's an empirical one, actually. I'll tell you why.
In a case where nobody's going to find out about it, and there's no disease, and they didn't actually kill the person themselves, they just died of natural causes. Would you object to that?
So the question is in a hypothetical where someone didn't kill someone, did not have any diseases, did not have any effects of suffering, did not result in any increases in rights violations to other people, then I wouldn't object to it. But the issue is, you'll notice there's a key point, is that I'm not aware of any...
Let him give his butt. Let him give his butt. Yeah. Avi, give your butt. Give your butt.
No, if you let me respond, because this isn't the gotcha you think it is.
No, I'm telling you.
It's a gotcha for you as well. So but the key point is that this is a hypothetical, and I'm not sure if there's ever an example in the real world of this happening. If you want to say I'm okay with it happening in a non-hypothetical, if you want to say I'm not, then the burden would be on you to provide the example of occurrence in the real world that meets all these criteria, and you haven't done that. Because you'll notice I can make the same critique against you. I can say, well, if in the real world you found that you misinterpreted God, and God said, go engage in necrophilia. 3, 2, 1. Oh, necrophilia! So I can.
No, because that wouldn't be able to happen because we have translations and there's nothing that.
Well, let's know your interpretation. Your interpretation was wrong on it. It's not going to work.
No, it's not. No, it's not my. It's not my interpretation. I'm not making the interpretation. We've translated the Bible. There's nothing to misinterpret there. We can read the words. We know what the words mean.
Translation and interpretation are not the same things. So The question, so just pointing out that it's been translated doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you understand the interpretation.
It's not the same.
Yeah, you're right. It's not synonymous. So the question.
Because God has revealed His word to us in a way that we can interpret it properly, and we have, and His word is unchanging and complete. So it's just not. You're not talking about the real
that there would be a contradiction? So wait. So are you saying it would be impossible for in the real world for it to be the case that you've misinterpreted God's will?
Well, but now we would have to get into epistemic.
Such that there's no. Well, you've answered this question.
Impossibility would only be that which violates something that conforms to the mind of God, because God is the arbiter of impossibility, and He has already laid out His word in a way that we can interpret it properly. That is complete, true, and unchanging. So it's just not. It's not.
So this
it doesn't
is not
apply to us.
engaging. This is not engaging with what
we
I
are
asked.
not susceptible to.
So this is not engaging with what I. So this is not engaging with what I asked.
We're just not.
So this is not engaging with what I asked. Pointing out that God's will is unchanging, and pointing out that God's will is revealed it to us. And He's revealed it to us. It's complete, unchanging, and revealed it to us. Still doesn't get you out of this, and the reason it still doesn't get you out of this is because even if it's the case that God's will is unchanging, and even if it's the case that God's will is complete, and even if it is the case that God has revealed His will to you, it could still be the case in your human fallibility that you are fallible and you have misinterpreted what the revealed word that was unchanging, that was complete was. And the question is, if in the real world you turned out to be mistaken about that, and God wants to engage in necrophilia, then you would bite the bullet in the road for necrophilia too. 3, 2, 1, oh necrophilia. And if you think that's impossible,
doesn't apply because you're creating a scenario where God's will would have to say, because there are portions of the Bible that explicitly condemn lustful acts, violating corpses, touching dead bodies, violating dead bodies, all of it, not honoring the dead. It would have to contradict that and add to the rest of it. So premise rejected. Premise rejected.
That's compatible. That's compatible with my scenario.
Pro-sentient, susceptible to pro-necrophilia. Pro-life, not susceptible to pro-necrophilia.
That is compatible.
Bible, not susceptible to pro-necrophilia. So I would like that. We could just move to
so that is compatible. So that is compatible then. So that is compatible.
No, we're good. We can
I have questions for you. So
no, I'm good. I'm good.
No, we're not.
I'm done. I'm done with your questions. I'm done. We can go to Q&A.
I have other questions.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
PNC, if he's actually willing to not run away and engage the.
I'm not running.
What do the questions entail? Like what are we going to talk? Are we going to talk about conception?
Wait. So again, pointing out passages in the Bible about how to treat dead people doesn't engage with my example. The reason it doesn't engage with my example is because what I said you were wrong about was not the language of the Bible, was not what the Bible what was written in the Bible. That's dodging the criticism, and I know you've answered this truthfully off stream. Your criticism is you've answered this truthfully off stream, and now you're giving a false.
No, I understand. Your criticism is, hey, you know how we can read? What if we couldn't read? Like that's really your fucking criticism here. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's retarded. So let's go to
answer. How about you answer? How about you actually answer it? I answered your criticism. How about you answer mine? Because you've answered it off stream. And your answer
I didn't answer it off stream. I absolved myself. I absolved myself from the Euthyphros dilemma off stream. Yours, I just said that's a different argument, but I didn't actually.
You said off stream. If it turned out, that God wanted us to rape babies, that you would be in favor of raping babies.
I did not say that.
No, you didn't.
I did not say that, and I would never say that.
Oh, because
that would be a contradiction to God's will, which is immutable.
What's the contradiction?
True.
No. Because the hypothetical.
Because God's will is unchanging and true, and He's already commanded us not to do that. If He is to command us to do that, His will has now changed and contradicted what He said prior. So I reject your premise. We can move to Q&A. We can just move to Q&A. No,
you don't want to. You want to get out of this.
No, I want to because it's stupid, and I've already addressed it.
I know you want to go to Q&A.
We're done.
But the reason that doesn't. But the reason.
You're just harping on the same thing. You guys all do the same thing.
The reason that doesn't work.
You ask a question. You look for a gotcha. The gotcha is absolved, and then you just keep asking the same question.
Are you kidding me? You try to get me a gotcha with this? You could try to get me a gotcha.
Yeah, because you're actually susceptible.
You're actually susceptible
to it. No, it's not the same gotcha.
You want to try to pretend you're not susceptible to it.
So the reason-
you're biting the bullet because you know you actually are susceptible.
So the reason,
I'm not.
so the reason that, so the
I'm
reason
not
pointing out that God, so the reason that pointing out that God's immutability and God's changing of his word doesn't end up and doesn't engage with that, is because I didn't stipulate any hypothetical. I didn't stipulate a case. I never stipulated a case where any of those things weren't properties of God.
You're stipulating
The only thing I
interpretation itself. You're stipulating a case where interpretation itself. You are stipulating a case where interpretation itself is not interpretation. Up is down, left is right, gravity does not exist. This is actual nonsense. This is actual nonsense. So I'm rejecting your entire premise. We can just move forward.
in a case where you
because
miss,
this is getting ridiculous.
So in a case, well, no, we're not moving. No, just to be clear, we're not moving to Q&A after this. There are other questions.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're on. We've been on it for 2 hours now.
No, we're not. We agreed that we wouldn't move on to Q&A until all parties agreed. So, we're not going to Q&A because I have other questions as well. So, again, I'm not stipulating. So, if you think there's a contradiction in the case I gave, do you think there's a contradiction in the case I gave where your interpretation was a mistake? Yes or no?
I just think it's nonsense. Where our interpretations, our interpretations are that which has been revealed to us and the ability has been given to us by God. And now you're saying, what if that's different? Okay, what if gravity doesn't exist? I don't fucking know. That's just a dumb hypothetical.
So what's the answer?
What is the answer? The answer is I don't know. Up is down, left is right. Gravity doesn't exist.
You gave me the answer off.
So
you gave me the answer
again.
Famous or infamous? All right. Well, I'm here with Dr. Thomas Bogardus for the famous or infamous, depending on your view, his debate with Bosch. Sorry about that, by the way. Condolences.
No, I think it was fine. I'm happy that we did it. I think it went as well as I could have hoped. So I'm all right with it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you won the debate. There's no question. I don't think there's a question about the victor there. It didn't look like you were having the most fun doing it, but yes, it looked. Yeah, I agree there. What I wanted to discuss a couple things, actually several things. So number one, the topics I've listed are the sex that people are is not a binary variable. Then let me just read it out. I think I wrote this down. The other thing was that even if definitions are propositional, there's reason to have a definition of woman other than the traditional one, even if it is a secondary definition after the traditional definition. And then, are definitions even propositional in the first place? And then what non-traditional, non-circular definition of woman best captures what people mean when they use the term in a gendered sense while avoiding the strongest quote-unquote reductive.
Yeah.
So I think we'll start at the first one. The sex people are is not a binary variable. And I think I should disambiguate what I mean by those terms. Because I think as much as these words have been thrown around, it causes a lot of confusion when they're not disambiguated.
Okay.
So by sex, I'm using a gametic entailed sufficiency criteria between large and small gametes. So that is to say, those who produce large gametes is a sufficiency criteria for being female. May not be a necessary criteria, but it's, on my view, it's a sufficiency criteria. Those who produce small gametes is a sufficiency criteria for being male. It may not be a necessary criteria, but it's a sufficiency criteria.
Okay, hold on. Can I just stop you really quick?
Yeah.
So maybe this is going to launch us into what a definition is, but I would have thought a definition is necessary and sufficient conditions. So what's missing from this sufficiency condition to make what else might be necessary to be a female other than using large gametes?
So I think some sort of physiological proximity to individuals that produce large gametes, and similarly from the male side, some sort of physiological proximity. So you can say organized around, that's one that's thrown around a lot, or organized around a phenotype that produces large gametes, or organized around a phenotype that produces small gametes.
Organized around a phenotype?
Yeah, I don't really like that term, but it's like basically it's a proximity of a phenotype, or a phenotype. So the disjunction is either producing large gametes, so either that, or having a close enough proximity
having a close proximity in physiology to those that produce large gametes. And we
Yeah,
can
you
still
don't
dial
mean-
in what that means, but sure.
Yeah, you don't mean like spatially close. What do you mean?
No. I mean like morphologically. So, for example, just to help you what I'm getting at. So I don't think that females who went through menopause are not females, right? That's the idea. That what I'm trying to do is capture what I consider to be females, but they do not produce large gametes. So, for example, females who are sterile. So what I would say is that they're not female in virtue of producing large gametes, but they are female in virtue of something else, and that can be some sort of biologic proximity, some sort of morphology. So if they have certain gonads that that normally would produce these gametes, but don't, that would suffice. If they have some other sort of biologic proximity to having structures that produce those gametes but otherwise does not have. And what we can dial in what that is, there may be some vagueness there, but it's just a way of capturing, it's just a vague way of capturing other individuals that I think everyone knows what we mean when we say, okay, grandma is a female, even though grandma doesn't produce large gametes.
Yeah. I wish I could agree with you that everyone knows what we mean when we talk about it, but that hasn't been my experience. But I think we're basically on the same page here. I guess maybe you can correct me here. It's nice to have a chance to talk to you about this, but I guess I thought to be male is just to produce small gametes when functioning properly. And to be female is to produce large gametes when functioning properly. And I thought that little functioning properly addition would cover cases where there's been injury or old age or disease or... but I think that's different than what you're saying here. I don't know if we need to spend much time thinking about the differences, but what's wrong with the way I'm understanding it?
Sure. So, I mean, putting aside the question of what proper means, if we mean, if it's some normative thing, or if whatever we dial in, I'm sure we could dial something into whatever proper means. But I think you'll agree if I give you an example that this is not, quote unquote, what the medical community would consider proper, or you would consider proper. So, for example, if there was a virus, right, that infected me and changed all of my sperm into egg, I would not be producing large gametes properly. But I would be producing them. And let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that they were otherwise they were just large gametes. They would they could combine with sperm and produce offspring. And this whole time, I'm not producing sperm. It has changed I'm not producing sperm, and it's, changed my physiology such that I'm not even in the proximity of producing it, and I'm producing a whole bunch of eggs right now. And I'm mothering children. And the question is, am I female? And I think it would look crazy to say no. If someone were to ask me, yeah.
I've got news.
Yeah.
I would have said no. No, I'd say you're a male who's functioning like a female, but you're not functioning properly. This isn't what your body was meant to do.
Right. So I think that's the.
I'm sorry to hear that's the crazy view.
Yeah. I think that's the difference then, because to me, whether it's a quote unquote proper function or not, whatever we consider to be proper, to me that's not part of what being male or female is. Like even if we didn't consider it male or female, even if we didn't see that you are properly quote unquote proper,
I hear that's the
and proximity of producing it, and I'm producing a whole bunch of sperm. It has changed. I'm not producing sperm. And it's changed my physiology such that I'm not even in the proximity of producing it, and I'm producing a whole bunch of eggs right now, and I'm mothering children. And the question is, am I female? And I think it would look crazy to say no. If someone were to ask me, yeah.
I've got news.
Yeah.
I would have said no. No, I'd say you're a male who's functioning like a female, but you're not functioning properly. This isn't what your body was meant to do.
Right. So I think that's the.
I'm sorry to hear that's the crazy view.
Yeah. I think that's the difference then, because to me, whether it's a quote unquote proper function or not, whatever we consider to be proper, to me that's not part of what being male or female is. Like even if we didn't consider it male or female, even if we didn't see that you are properly a male, you could still, on my view at least, you could still be a male, even if you are not a male in virtue of some sort of proper function. As long as you are able to sexually, if you are able to sexually reproduce as a sufficiency criteria as a male and produce viable offspring, then, well, whether you do the viable offspring part or not is a different question. But on that notion, you would be a male. And if it's due to a virus or some chemical, whether it's frogs with atropine, I think the chemical is called atropine or whatever, that changes the sex of the frog, even though that's not proper function, well, they still change their sex. And I think the biologic community recognizes that this chemical, though it may be artificial, though it may not be, it may be some accidental fluke, they recognize that the sex of the frogs are changed. And so,
can I just ask a question about the frog case?
Yeah.
Do these frogs have some sort of natural disposition to change their sex in the presence of certain kind of chemicals, and then we artificially expose them to some chemicals and trigger this mechanism, or what's going on with the frogs?
So, I don't know all the details of the frogs. I just know that there's some chemical that does this, that changes the sex. I don't know exactly what pathway it's working on. We could look that up, but I think the important thing that biologists are focusing on, like even if, I think, but the question is what pathway is it working? We could look that up, but
I don't need to know the details of the pathway, but is there some natural mechanism in the frog that reacts to environmental stimuli and then changes the sex of the frog? And in this case, we've artificially changed their
so if that's the case, you could try to capture that by saying it's proper because the proper things are like So you can do that, but even if there wasn't and this chemical somehow created one, so let's just grant that there is this mechanism in place for the frogs to change sex, and this chemical is just triggering that mechanism. We can argue whether that's proper or improper, because if it's due to the chemical, whatever. Let's just say that if you have a definition that considers that proper, fine. then you would maintain you would maintain a consistent view that okay, you would just capture that by saying, okay, well that's not proper, and so that's why that is proper, and that's why they're in that case. But I think that would just be a difference in how we're viewing sex then, because I think that if there wasn't that mechanism in place, if there wasn't that natural mechanism, and then it just so happened to be that atrazine just created the mechanism, just shifted the mechanisms in place there, I think the biologic community would look at that and just be like, okay, well, the sex is still changed. I mean, it wasn't meant to be that way naturally. I don't know whatever we mean by meant to be, but lo and behold, the sex has changed. These ones are now producing large gametes. The other ones are now producing small gametes, and they're producing offspring that way. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the biologic community wouldn't say that. And that's just going to be an empirical discussion if what we're trying to do is capture what biologists are talking about, unless there's some other goal.
Well, I wouldn't say it's entirely empirical. I guess we would be doing some conceptual clarification, and that's where philosophers might be able to help a little bit. But certainly what biologists say and how they use the word would be relevant. But here's something that comes to mind, and I'm not totally sure this is relevant now, but I thought one reason in favor of thinking of biological sex in terms of natural dispositions is that don't we want to say of like embryos in utero, this is male and this is female? Even though there's certainly no gametes being produced yet, but to say that it's a male fetus or embryo or zygote or whatever is to say that it's got this natural disposition. It's ordered towards the in the case of male. So if that's right, and that's enough to be male, then actually producing sperm or eggs isn't necessary to be male or to be female. It looks like all that's necessary, if these little embryos can be male or female, is a kind of disposition to produce sperm in the case of males, or to produce eggs. And in that case, if a virus takes over my body and makes me start producing eggs, this was not a natural disposition. Any more than, when a virus incorporates itself into my genome and hijacks my cells and starts making more of itself, that doesn't make me like a virus or something like that. That's the only example I could think of. That actually happens. There are some far out science fiction examples we could think of where a virus takes over my body and, I don't know, changes it into like little lizard parts or something. This wouldn't be a natural disposition on the part of my body, and so I wouldn't have what's required to be female in that case. I wouldn't have the natural disposition to produce eggs. I would actually be producing eggs, but that wouldn't be enough to make me female, I would have thought.
So let me just ask this. So I don't. At this point, I'm trying to decide whether we have to hone in on what naturally means to you, because I think because viruses, we can just posit that there's some naturally evolved virus that does this, or we can posit that someone did it in a lab, or I just can go for without dialing that in. I mean, let me just ask a few questions to get a little more clarity on your view here. Let's say we took an embryo and at the single cell stage, and we just changed the chromosomes. We just took out we changed the karyotype, so that's 46XY, and we just changed it to 46XX. Now, we can say before the change that there was some natural disposition to produce small gametes, and now after this artificial change, there's this natural disposition, or not natural, rather, there's this artificial disposition, artificially induced disposition, artificially induced natural disposition, however you want to frame it. To produce the large gametes. And if you want to say, well, it's an artificially induced natural disposition because the pathway's already there, we can just say, well, we introduce completely new frame. We say it's 46ZZ or whatever. And it just turns out, we made it in such a way that this embryo will to develop into morphologically everything we look at as the archetypal female, and it will produce the same, it will produce ova, just like an archetypal female, and everything else will be just the same. It's just that the pathways are, when we investigate the pathway, it turns out that just there's a whole bunch of different pathways going on, the chromosomes are different, but the outcomes are the same. Like it produces eggs, they combine with sperm, they produce, they participate in sex the same way. All those other outcomes are the same, but the underlying mechanisms are different. Would you say that this being is a female, or would you say that it's not any sex, or would you say that it's a male?
Yeah, so the case is we do some CRISPR, or whatever, and we change embryo from, when it's in the single cell stage, from XY to XX, have we change it from male to female. So that is something I've thought about before, and I've kind of gone back and forth on this question. I don't know exactly what the right thing to say is. This is an unclear case. This is a difficult case that makes for bad law. But I guess today, I think maybe I'm inclined in the direction of saying this is, as you put it, a artificially induced natural disposition. Because I don't know, this embryo now has...
Switch the XY to XX.
I'm sorry, what?
So if we switch the XY to XX, it's a naturally, artificially induced natural disposition.
Yeah. Now this embryo has everything it needs, all the programming required to produce eggs. Yeah. Maybe that's right. That would be a way to change the sex of a human. Yeah.
Let's say
the original case was I get infected by a virus, and now all of my tissue gets co-opted, and I get some ovaries or something. Yeah. Am I now forced to say this is an artificially induced? Well, it's not really artificial because it's a natural virus. But anyway, do I now have a natural disposition to produce these eggs? It's the result of a virus. Yeah, I don't know. Does my answer to the embryo question commit me to saying, in the case of this virally induced tissue, now also I have a natural disposition to produce eggs? I don't know. I would have thought, no, I'm not forced to. I think I can still say, no, in the case of the virus taking over some of my tissue, this is not a natural disposition on my part. And this is not what humans were meant to do. I've been co-opted by this virus. This is not part of the human design plan. And I don't mean to commit us to anything supernatural here. Just like, how a doctor can look at somebody infected with a virus and say, this is a disease, this is a disorder, this is not how things were meant to be. I think that's what we'd say about a case where a virus co-opts some of your tissue so as to produce even human eggs. Yeah, I think that's what we say even about cancer, when it's like my own tissue that's been co-opted. Like, this is a disorder. This is a disease. This is not the way things were supposed to be.
Yeah, I think we'll have to come. So I'm going to continue down the route of just getting this work, but I do think that it sounds sort of realism-esque when you say, like, this is what we're meant to do, or this is what I don't know if that's where you're going, or if that's the view.
I'm generally in favor of realisms.
Yeah,
pretty much, okay. I check all the boxes when it comes to realism.
Right.
You can't scare me with that word.
No,
but I don't know what I'm a realist about here. I thought we were both realists about biological sex. We're just trying to figure out. Oh, I guess you're disagreeing about realism when it comes to proper function. Maybe we disagree about whether
exactly
proper function is a thing. Well, yeah, I guess that's sort of surprising coming from a medical doctor, but you let me know. Don't you often speak in terms of disease and disorder and health and...
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
How do you understand that, if not in terms of proper function?
Well, I mean, I think proper function is indexed to certain goals. I think that there are certain goals that doctors have. There are certain goals that patients have.
Is there a certain goal that the body seems to have? The human body seems to have certain goals?
I don't think that my view of it is not.
Doesn't the heart have a certain kind of goal, to circulate?
Well, it has a certain kind of function, but I don't think it's goal teleologic. I don't think it's goal oriented at least not in the same way that people's values are teleologic, or people's desires are trying to. People's goals are not to. Yeah, people's goals are goal oriented topology, but. It doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I don't think that. I think the heart evolved in a certain, it had a certain evolutionary history. I think it has a function, but I don't think that.
It has a certain function, and it can fail to perform that function. Right?
Yeah, but
doesn't that just mean that
yeah.
it's supposed to perform this function? That's the proper function. That's what
Yeah,
it's
if you
supposed to
say-
do. I think what you're calling a function is just a proper function. Right?
Can I be heard right now? Am I coming through?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you guys.
I hear you.
Yeah, because to use fail is definitely just to reintroduce normativity, right? Like, when we talk about something's proper function, if proper doesn't mean corresponding to some kind of desire that we have, then it's hard to understand what that would mean. You can have an anti-realist notion of proper functionality, like Avi and I are giving, right? To be properly functional is to operate in accord with some kind of desire held by an agent. But things like hearts don't have, desires, right? So if you talk about proper functionality,
Did you say things like parts? Parts don't have.
oh, hearts.
Hearts.
Oh, hearts.
Hearts
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
have desire.
Yeah.
Hearts don't have
So
desires.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, what does it mean to be proper if it doesn't mean to
Be in
fulfill
accord
some
with a given
desire,
goal
to
or
accord
desire,
with a
right?
desire?
Yeah. Be in accord with the desire.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Do we agree that, like, all throughout biology, there's a lot of talk of function? The function of an enzyme, the function of an organ, the function of the eyes is to see.
Well, wait, but what I'm trying to get clarity on is just what does proper mean? If proper isn't just saying corresponds to some goal we have or some desire we have, what would proper mean?
Well, yeah, I was
We're not
trying to
disputing
tell
the
you.
notion of function. We're like the notion of function. I understand. I agree. There's talk of function.
Because I think
What is-
I
yeah.
like I take the view that like realism is like it just sounds like gibberish to me. Like I understand what it means to say that something has a function that's correct with respect to some kind of goal, right? With respect to some agent's desire. But to say it's just correct, like without without that qualification, it's like what do you mean? I don't even have this concept of like, are you talking about some notion of like stance independent correctness?
Well, yeah, I was trying to explain what I meant when I asked you, do we agree that, like, talk of function is ubiquitous in biology? And I thought we had agreed to that. But I think when biologists say things like the function of the eye is to see, the function of this enzyme is to do such and such, they really just mean proper function. Because, of course, when somebody's suffering from glaucoma, we don't say, yes, that is but one more function of the eye. No, we say this is, dysfunction.
But I'm not asking if they mean proper function. I'm asking what proper means there.
Oh. I was just going to get you committed to the idea that this exists, and then we could try to figure out what it means.
No, I can't accept some proposition like X exists if I'm not sure what X refers to. It might not even be a proposition to say it exists, right? Imagine if it just refers
No, I
to some
think
gibberish.
you can accept some propositions as true even if you don't understand what they mean.
No, you missed me on that. I said I'm not even granting it's a proposition because it has a term in it whose meaning I don't understand. That term, once I know what it might not even have a meaning, right? Once the gap is filled in there, just like the term woman, right? It could turn out it's just vacuous, or it could turn out it's circular, or it could turn out it's non-propositional, right? And if it's non-propositional, it's not something that's even in the category of that which I
So
can
you're
have a belief
claiming
about.
not to understand function talk in biology.
No, I'm claiming that I don't understand what you mean by proper if you're using the term in a stance-independent way.
Do you understand function talk in biology?
I don't know why you're avoiding the question. Can you explain what you
Not
mean by look?
Yes,
do
I
you
think
mean
that
proper
function
in a
talk in
stance?
biology.
I'm not asking about function talk. I said when you use the term proper, are you using it in a stance independent way? So don't ask me a question. Just that's my question. Are you using it stance independently?
Do you mean that some things can have functions and this is not determined by any human agent or something? Is that what you mean by stance independent?
I'm saying when you use the word proper, to be stance dependently proper is just to say this thing accords with someone's desires, right? Now, are you...
Okay, then
when
I think
you
there are
use
some
the term-
functions in biology that don't accord with anybody's desires. They do not accord with anybody's desires.
And are they nonetheless proper?
Well, I guess, setting aside God. Let's say that. Set aside God.
One sec, why did my screen just blank out? Sorry, wait 1 second, I'm getting some kind of glitch here. Okay, so sorry about that. I think it was just my screen timing out. And Avi appears to be gone. Do you see Avi right now?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, one sec. I'm just gonna leave and read.
What's
Okay, sorry about that. That was very weird. Sorry, please continue.
So I guess what I was saying was, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking, are there some things in biology that have functions, and this has nothing to do with the desires or goals of humans?
No, I'm saying when you use a term like proper, right? When I say this is the right thing to do, this is the correct thing to do, this is the proper thing to do, you should do this, you ought to do that. When you use that kind of normative language, if that kind of language is not being used in a stance-dependent way, which is to say that something is correct, proper, should, what you ought to, is to say that it is in accord with someone's desire, with some kind of goal, right? If you don't mean proper in that kind of way, I don't understand what it means. So I'm saying, do you mean it like that? And then if not, I need a conceptual analysis before I'm even going to grant you that anything containing a term like that is a proposition. And if I'm not convinced it's a proposition, it's not something I can have a doxastic state about.
Doxastic state.
Welcome back to 3 months of Modal Logic, sequel to 100 Days of Logic here at carddailies.org. Today we're going to continue with epistemic logic, looking at Axiom D in doxastic and epistemic logic. So as you may remember from many of the previous Modal Logic series, Axiom D kind of looks like this. Basically, we have the strong modal operator implying the weak modal operator. For doxastic and epistemic logic, it's going to look as follows. If S believes that P, then it's not the case that S believes that not P. Or in the case of epistemic logic, if S knows that P, then it's not the case that S knows that not P. If you don't remember, possibility that diamond is defined as it's not the case.
Okay, let me see if so you're asking me just a general question about my views on, like, normativity generally.
Yeah, I think that if you want to know where I'm going, like the underlying kind of thing I'm getting at here is, it sounds like you're invoking realism. You keep talking about realism about proper function, right? When you said that was when I jumped in, it sounded like you're sensitive to what you're doing right there, right? Realism about proper function. You're talking about things like what the human body is meant to do, what the proper function is, right? You're talking about things like this. And I think if that notion there, proper, if that's not cashed out in an anti-realist way, we're introducing gibberish into the conversation. I'm losing what you're even saying, right? So I'm trying to understand.
You think the realist position is gibberish?
I don't understand it. I certainly don't understand what realists are saying. Yeah, I take the view that we've granted realists way too much, right? It's not even clear that their view is actually even expressible as a proposition. I don't even understand
what is this realist view you're asking me if I hold? With regard to normativity, there are moral facts that are not made true by any goals or desires of human agents? Is that
I'm asking you if when you use terms like proper, if you're using them in a stance-independent way.
I tried to repeat that back to you in my own words, because I feel like I understand it when I'm saying it, so I'm just
Yeah,
wondering
so to be correct, well, I'm not sure I understood what you just said. To be correct in a stance-independent way. Whatever that's supposed to mean, I don't understand what it's supposed to mean.
Okay, and what is correct is some propositions about what's good or bad, right or wrong. This is what we're wondering. Are these things correct in a stance-independent way? The things are propositions about what's good and bad, right and wrong, what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Those are the things that we're wondering about, moral propositions.
What kind of things would you say have proper functions?
Oh, well, I would have thought like hearts and enzymes and engines
so when you
and
say,
wheels.
right, so when you say it has a proper function, what does proper mean? What's the conceptual analysis of proper? If it doesn't, if it's not understood in a stance-dependent way, where proper means something like, to do the proper thing in this situation is to do what some given agent desires. If it doesn't get hashed out in terms of desires, what does it mean?
So to say that like an enzyme is functioning properly, to say it's functioning the way it was, well, I would say meant to, maybe even designed to, but maybe you'd be happy with evolved to. That's what it evolved to do.
To do. suggests, I think that's just mirroring the question. Saying it evolved to do something is to say it evolved to have a proper function. But what does proper? So this is I don't want to just sit here hammering you on this the whole point. But we can continue if you want. But I think this is probably a problem with what you're doing.
I think you understand perfectly well the notion of proper function with respect to artifacts.
I understand.
There's no mystery there. So you know what proper means.
I understand proper in an anti-realist sense. I don't understand proper in a stance-independent way. If that's
What is the anti-realist sense of the word proper?
I have no idea. But if you don't assent to the fact,
Sorry, you said you
sorry, what is the anti? Sorry, I thought you said the realist sense. Fair enough.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the anti-realist sense is just to say it corresponds to some desire.
Corresponds to some desire.
To say X is good is to say I desire X.
You think that makes sense to you?
Yeah. So you.
So people who desire really horrible things, you would say, oh, that's good.
It's good from
If I
their
told you-
point to say all it means.
It's good
to
from
say,
their point of view, sure, but it's not actually good.
Well,
right?
so stop for a second. All it means to say that it's good is that they desire it, right?
No,
so
that's certainly not what the word good means.
Wait, when
Oh, to him, that's what
right, exactly. So when you think you're getting some kind of weird dunk there, whatever it is you think you're doing, when you're going, well, you're saying that it's good because they desire it. I'm going, well, when I say good, all I mean by good is that they desire it. So yes, I'm uttering the tautology that if they desire it, they desire it. But if you mean something other than that's desired by good, then I have no idea what you mean, right? So I don't even understand the question.
So I thought in philosophy what happens is we use ordinary concepts that we share, and then we're able to present counterexamples to other people's theories and proposals, relying on our ordinary understanding of some concept. So I'm relying on an ordinary understanding of the word good, and when you tell me that if somebody desires something, then that thing is good, I'm just reporting back to you that I don't think this is what the word means.
Oh,
Just
I
like
don't
if you
know.
said-
I have no idea what you mean by it in that case.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. It might be impossible to analyze it. So if you think that understanding the term requires articulating necessary and sufficient conditions, then
No, I
probably
didn't say that.
Probably.
I didn't say that. Anything I said is compatible with family resemblance, with semantic primitivity, with the advance of some term only being possible by non-definitional means, right? All of that's fine with me. But at the end of the day, you have to convey it, whether it's by defining it or articulating it or doing an interpretive dance. It doesn't matter. I need to get the concept in my head.
Well, I would have thought we brought this concept into this conversation. We are all familiar with this concept of moral goodness and moral badness, and now we're wondering, what is this thing? And you proposed a theory about what moral goodness and badness is. To be good is to
Well, wait,
be desired.
there's already a level of ambiguity right there. When you say a proposal about what it is, do you think that I'm offering a theory of public language?
No, I thought you were offering a theory of goodness, what it is for something to be good. You said X
And
is
when
good.
we say
to be good is to be good is to be desired.
No, right. But when we say I'm offering a theory of what goodness is there could be the is that says this is what I mean by the term. Is there could mean in the mind of the public, right? So you might be thinking that I'm giving some kind of semantic thesis about public meaning of goodness, right? And that's certainly not what I'm doing. I'm saying what I mean when I use it.
Saying what you mean when you use it.
Yeah, you understand if someone were to say,
And so,
like, remember
when I-
your debate with Vosh? He's asking, what does woman mean? And you're saying, well, I just take the question of what does it mean to mean what do people mean when they say it, right? You're just interpreting that question as synonymous with public meaning, right? And so when you said I'm offering a theory of what good is, right? I'm just thinking of the very language you use when you talk to Vosh, and I'm thinking when Bogardus says that, he's talking about a theory of public meaning, and I just want to clarify that's not what I'm doing.
You're just telling me you have a little idiolect that you're speaking, and in your idiolect, the word good means to be desired.
I'm saying this is what I mean by the term.
What do you think people normally mean by the word good? Do you think that normally the sort of property that we're talking about when we talk about what's morally good and morally bad is the sort of property that shows up when somebody desires to do something horrible? I don't even want to give examples because I want to make this really dark, but just use your imagination. Somebody desires something totally horrible. Do you think that the sort of property that people are typically talking about when they talk about goodness is present in that case?
I'm agnostic about public language there. I'm not sure what the right semantic thesis is, which is why I don't sign off on a view like subjectivism or error theory, despite calling myself an anti-realist, right? The reason is because views like subjectivism come with a semantic thesis, right? It's to say that, it's fine. It's to say that when people use moral language, they are, it's fine, with a semantic thesis, right? It's to say that, it's fine. It's to say that when people
use moral language, they are articulating propositions, right? That's an empirical claim about what people are doing. So I'm not going to make a claim like that. But I can say what I mean when I use the terms, right? So that's the best I can give you. I don't have a theory of public meaning. And when people tell me that what they mean by the terms is not something like X corresponds to my desire, I just have no clue what they're talking about.
Okay. So if I were to ask you about somebody who desires murder, or desires to engage in sex trafficking, or desires to commit a racist hate crime, and I ask, is this good or bad? You would say, well, the way I use the word good, yes. Those are all good things.
Is this good or bad doesn't have a yes or no answer. Wait, when you said, is this good or bad, presumably you're not asking if it... You're not asking the disjunction, is this either good or bad? You're asking me, is this good or is it bad? In which case it doesn't have a yes, no answer. It has a good, bad answer, right?
Okay.
And
How
to
about
answer...
this, is this good? How about the, is this good? What's happening in these situations I described?
Now, I will answer that, but keep in mind, on my view, there's something you haven't specified when you ask a question like that, right? So when you say, is this good? I'm going good with respect to which point of view, right? To say good is to say, does it correspond to the desires of so-and-so? If you say, is this good for the Nazi or the rapist or whatever we're talking about? Yeah, it's good for them. Is it good for me? No.
It is good for the Nazi to commit racist hate crimes.
Yeah, I don't get it. Is that supposed to, like, are you trying to do something
That's supposed to sound bad.
Yeah,
That's supposed to sound wrong.
Yeah, but instead of trying to take a cheap shot, why don't you articulate that the way that I mean it, and that you know I mean it?
I thought I understood what you meant. You said it is good for the Nazi to commit racist hate crimes.
Okay, and why don't you replace good with my meaning of good in that sentence?
Yeah, it is desired by the Nazi to commit racist hate crimes.
Is that something you agree with?
That's the way I described the case. That's what the Nazi desires. And then I asked,
Okay,
do you think on that basis it's entailed that it's good? And you say, yeah. And I say, no, definitely not.
Where good just means that it's what they desire, in which case if you were to say it's not, you'd be contradicting yourself because it's tautology that they desire what they desire.
I think this is evidence that that's not what the word good means.
When you say that's not what it means, are you talking about a theory of public language? Because that's not what I'm offering.
Yeah, I mean, the ordinary concept that up until this point, I thought we shared. Now I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not granting.
We're disagreeing.
I'm not granting that there is even an ordinary concept. I think there could be variability about the use of moral language, right? There may be a unified concept, and it may be mine, or maybe another one. There may be variability between agents, or even within agents between different times, right? That's all empirical stuff. But you understand why what you just said when you tried to say, so Nazis raping people or whatever the fuck, someone killing a baby, that's good on your view, right? As if that's some kind of dumbcummy. When I get you to just rephrase that, where you replace the word good with what I actually understand that to mean, suddenly it turns into a proposition that you agree with, right? You agree with the proposition that it's good if you interpret that word in the way that I interpret it, which is just that it corresponds to their desires. And if you then, if your comeback to that is to say, and then I asked you if that is good, right? And you said yes, and I said no. Well, then you're contradicting yourself because good, to say it's good is just to say that it's desired, on my view. So if you say it's good, but it's not desired, that's a logical contradiction.
Okay, just hold on 1 second. I have something going on. I'll be back in literally 1 minute.
Sure. I can talk to Avi for a minute. You could, you want to, mute us, maybe, so we don't bother you?
Yeah, hold on. How do I do that?
All right.
How do I mute myself?
There's a little mute icon, but there's also a deafen icon with headphones, and that will make us quiet. Yeah. Okay. There. Sorry, I didn't mean to take over quite so much there.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I was hoping that we could progress the conversation without hitting any realist roadblocks, but I did have suspicions that wouldn't happen. So yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's also worth saying something can be correct with respect to the rules of chess, right? Where the rules of chess aren't a desire.
Even if it's not a desire, yeah.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's, to be correct is with respect to some kind of standard, though, is the point, Right.
Yeah, his point, it's a relational term, so proper would just be some relational term.
Yeah, so I think it might be, I should be careful there, because when we talk in the
Yeah.
context of
I
morality.
thought of that as well.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So there's one thing actually, and we should make that clear to Dr. Regardus as well.
Sure.
So, yeah, because like, so to be proper or to be correct doesn't have to just only be with respect to a desire. It could just be with respect to some non-desired standard. So, for example, the rules of chess. There are standards that are agreed upon, fine, but once we stipulate what that standard is, something can be correct or incorrect with respect to that standard. So our understanding could be like it's a relational term with respect to some rule or standard or.
And desires are a thing that can be that standard, right? It can be correct with respect to this agent's desires.
Okay, well, I was going to ask Isaac about one other thing really quick.
Yeah, totally.
Related to the conversation we were just having. Let me run a little dialogue by you, Isaac, and you tell me what you think about this
Okay,
and
but
how
just
you
before
diagnose this.
before you do though, I just want to point out that I'm still hung up on the initial thing that I came in with. I still don't understand how you're using the term proper. I'm happy to let you go with your question or whatever, but I think that that's like a very clear sticking point here. I don't know how you're using that term, and I think that if there's a gibberish term, just like if we have like a gibberish term woman, it's gonna turn all the propositions that use it into gibberish. It's like the same kind of thing is happening in my mind. That's from the perspective. Just to be clear, from the perspective of someone who it sounds like gibberish to. Could be that it's not gibberish and it all makes sense, but.
No, I think what's happening is you have the concept of proper function, and you're willing to apply it in certain cases when there's a desire to be appealed to. And then you understand perfectly well this proper function talk. But then when I say of like the heart or kidneys that it has a proper function, what's happening is I think you're importing a theory about what proper function is and saying, well, the necessary conditions for proper function according to my theory are not met in this case. And then the way you express your conclusion is, I don't understand what the word
Wait, there's
proper
confusion
means.
there. I'm not talking about necessary conditions. I'm talking about the meaning of the term. Right? I'm not saying these are the necessary conditions for something to be properly functional. I'm saying this is what proper means. Right? It's not proper means something else, and when you have these conditions, you get proper. This is what proper means.
What if that statements about what a word means are giving necessary and sufficient conditions for the proper application of the term?
Okay,
that's what it is for a word to mean something, right?
Yeah, if
these conditions are met, and if all these conditions are met, then the word applies.
Yeah, okay, so that's fair.
If
we
so
wanted
you
to
are giving me necessary conditions.
wait a second. I'm granting what you're saying partially. So I don't want to take a firm view on like theories of meaning or anything like that. I'm open to eliminating one second. I'm open to eliminating the concept of meaning. See, I forgot what you just said.
Well, I think what's happening, as I said, is
you just said something I was trying to respond to there.
You used the word. Okay, sorry, Avi, go ahead.
Yeah, he was just saying what it means to be.
Right. I don't want to take a view on theories of meaning, but as long as if necessary and sufficient conditions, if you take that to just be equivalent to the meaning, the only thing that I'm guarding against is that we're saying that proper has some further meaning. You can have necessary and sufficient conditions, and then when you have those, you get proper, whatever that is, but proper has some distinct meaning. That is what I want to avoid, but if we're not doing that, that's fine.
I didn't quite track with the last 20 seconds, but let me just run this by you again, and you tell me if I said something wrong. You use the word proper regularly. And I think we're using the same concept. I mean, we can disagree. We're disagreeing about what proper function is, and unless we're just talking past each other, we're using the same concept. We have different understandings of what this concept refers to, what it is to properly function. You have a certain theory about what the word means, what it refers to, what the necessary and sufficient conditions are for there to be proper function. And then you see those conditions met in the case of like a starter motor or wheels on a car or something like that. You're like, ah, yes, here we have proper function. But then when we talk about hearts and kidneys, you have a hard time seeing how the conditions of your theory of what proper function is are met. And then here are two ways you can go. You've now reached the fork in the road. You could say, maybe my theory was wrong, and the conditions I thought were I thought were necessary for proper function aren't necessary after all. That's one way you could go. The other way you could go is say, I don't know what the word proper means in this certain case, and that's the way you went. But I think you should just go the first way and say, if there's proper function here, which there may not be, then the conditions you thought were necessary for proper function aren't necessary after all. But
Yeah,
you do know what the word means.
I think there's just confusion here. There's no disanalogy between those two cases. In both cases, if we mean the term in a stance-dependent way, in a goal-relative way, right? That makes sense.
Now you're introducing a theory.
Right, and I'm telling you that in both cases, I have the same evaluation, which is that it makes sense on a stance-dependent notion of proper function, and and on another notion, it doesn't. Right, that's the same in the heart case, or whatever case, the electric circuit. It doesn't matter. There's no disanalogy there. In both cases, if you're using the term in the anti-realist sense, I understand what you mean. And if you say you're not, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, let me try this example. Do you use any words?
Well, wait. How about instead of, because I'm noticing an effort to. The thing is, what's irritating me a bit is that I poked a hole in what you were saying, and now you're trying to flip into asking me questions. It's like, I'm happy to answer questions, but it seems like it's evasive, right? Like, do you want to maybe?
What hole did you poke? What did I say that you poked a hole?
Yeah. So my issue is that I have no idea what you mean when you use the term proper. Right?
My
I'm
response
asking you
is
to
yes,
convey,
you do.
Okay, so
Yes, you
do you mean corresponding to some standard?
That's
That's a yes or no? Okay, then I don't know what you
Well, okay, let me give you this example. There are words that you understand perfectly well that you can't analyze, that you can't articulate necessary and sufficient conditions for.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
I think proper might be one of those. You think
Okay.
you've analyzed it in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. But those are two different things. Understanding what a word means and being able to articulate necessary and sufficient conditions, hold on, are two different things. And you may have gotten the necessary and sufficient
I
conditions
thought you
wrong.
just said that. Well, I'm not sure. See, I don't like talk of necessary and sufficient conditions. Those aren't terms that I brought in here. When I talk about look, this is what I want to reply to. Okay, I understand what it means to say this thing is in accord with this standard. If you mean something else by proper, I just want to know what you mean. Now, if you want to say I can't convey what I mean, that's fine. But then, and this is the point of my criticism, we've hit a kind of roadblock where there's a term in the dialectic that you're insisting on introducing that I don't understand the meaning of. So I can't analyze any ostensible propositions that use the term, right?
Yeah,
So
I am
can you just
denying
be,
that you don't
wait,
understand
I'm
the
not.
meaning of it.
I just want clarity about this. Are you granting that you can't convey the term to me, or do you want to try to convey the term to me?
I am saying I don't need to try to
I'm
articulate necessary and sufficient conditions for you
going
to
off
understand
in-
the term.
I
It's
didn't.
not
I didn't
necessary for
say
me to do
that.
that.
But I already made this clear. Do you remember what I said about family resemblance? Do you remember what I said about semantic primitivity?
I remember you mentioned those. Yeah, you
Okay,
said
and
you're
what did
not
I say
taking a
about those
view.
things?
You're not taking a view on what a term means. It could be the meaning of a term might be given by family resemblance.
No.
A term may be primitive and inarticulate. It cannot be articulated in necessary and sufficient conditions.
Yeah.
What did you say?
The point that I had made was that I'm not saying that a term is meaningless if it can't be conveyed by providing a definition or something. Because I'm open to semantic primitivity. I'm open to family resemblance concepts, which presumably don't have definitions, but we convey by a series of cases or something like that. I'm completely open to that. So I just don't want to be attacked with this straw man of like I'm saying something is meaningless or some shit like that if you can't give me a definition. I'm just asking if there's any means you can use to convey the term to me. And if there's not, that's not to say you're wrong. Maybe everything you're saying makes sense. It's just to say there's a roadblock that we're not going to get over in the conversation.
Okay, so you are open to other ways of defining a term besides articulating necessary and
I
sufficient
didn't say
conditions.
defining. I'm open to other ways of conveying the term. And when we talk about defining, I haven't thought exactly about the relationship between defining and necessary and sufficient conditions. So I'm just being clear. I'm not signing off on any specific view there. But yes, I'm open to other means of conveying the meaning of a term. Sure.
Okay. And so if I pointed to things that biologists are saying, But like, look, they say of the heart that hearts pump blood. They say of kidneys that kidneys filter waste.
Yep.
They say of the Golgi apparatus that it whatever packages stuff, yada yada. Microtubules do such and such. There's all this function talk in biology, and they use a lot of dysfunction talk and malfunction talk and disorder talk and disease talk. Have you now glommed onto the concept of proper function in biology?
If proper there is used in a stance dependent way, so for instance, to say that the heart is functioning properly, I don't know anything about the heart, but is to say that it's pumping blood at a certain rate per minute or it's doing some certain behavior or something, I understand what that means. That's saying the heart's behavior is corresponding to this standard. But if you say that proper function is not about correspondence to a standard, no, I have no fucking idea what you or anyone else means by that.
Now it sounds like you're saying in order to understand a term, I have to grasp like a theory of it. Like if it's stance independent, stance dependent, then I get it. If it's stance independent, I don't get it.
That's not
I'm
what
not
I,
asking
that's
you to
not what I
evaluate
did. No,
any
wait,
theory.
that's a strong enemy. I didn't say I need to grasp a theory to understand it. I didn't say anything like that. I'm open to having terms conveyed in whatever means you want. I'm not sure what kinds of ways there might be to convey a term. And I'm also not saying I don't understand anything unless it corresponds to some specific view. I'm just saying this is a way that I can make sense of a sentence like that. And if you're asking me to make sense of it in another way, I don't know how.
Here, let me ask you, this is what I wanted to ask you when I got back from my little phone call. Do you think that philosophers have come up with a satisfactory analysis of the word knowledge?
But what? Wait. I'm happy to talk about whether we have a satisfactory understanding of the word knowledge from philosophy, but I'm one of those people who's very sensitive to, is the conversation shifting around at all, right? And where this started was I was saying I don't understand what you mean by that term. Is what you're trying to do now to convey that term to me? Like, what are we doing right now?
I'm about to tell you what you do with the word knowledge is the same thing you should be doing with the term proper function.
Okay, so that's not what I'm trying to.
I'm not trying to help
ask.
you understand what to do with this term proper
I'm not
function.
asking about what to do. I'm asking.
You're claiming not to understand it.
Yeah, I'm asking if you
I'm trying to help you understand it.
Okay, all right, because I don't want to hear about what to do with it or this or that. I want to know is what you're trying to do to me, or trying to do. Hopefully, not trying to do anything. But is what you're trying to do right now to convey the meaning of that term to me? It doesn't have to be by definition, but is that what you're trying to do right now? Because that's a fine direction to go with.
I was going to give you an example of how you came to understand a word.
Please
how the
just
meaning was
answer
conveyed
directly.
to you.
Why, doesn't it frustrate you if you ask a yes/no question and someone just careens off and you don't know if they're answering you or not? That's really frustrating, dude. Don't do that. I don't do that.
Sometimes, Isaac, questions have false presuppositions. and
Okay,
those
what
need
was
to
the
be
false
corrected.
presupposition in what I just asked? Because I
Can you
agree
repeat
with
the
that. But you
question?
can't, yeah,
Can you repeat the
exactly.
question?
I don't know if I can backtrack, but what I can say though is don't just throw around things like false presuppositions if you're not going to substantiate it, right? I don't think that I asked anything with a false presupposition. And if you think a question I ask is loaded, then instead of careening off, just say I can't answer that with a yes or no because I think it's loaded, and then just explain why it's loaded. Right? I might ask something loaded by accident. That's completely possible.
Okay,
So-
so we agree that you might ask a yes or no question, and the proper response is neither to give a yes or no answer, but to question a presupposition. Now,
Yes.
it seems like neither one of us can quite remember what
Well,
question you just asked.
I can't
but it
remember
is
the exact
possible-
form of it, but I can
Yes.
remember roughly where we are in the dialectic, which is that.
Right. But it's
Yeah.
possible that an appropriate response to your question is neither to say yes nor to say no, but to perhaps, if there was a false presupposition in there, to correct that. And maybe there are other cases where the appropriate response is neither yes nor no.
Yeah, though it's preferable to make it clear you're doing that, right? Because when you're talking to someone and they just careen off, you're like, dude, like, maybe you're coming back to the point, but I don't know if you are like reacting to what I just said or you're just going somewhere, right? Like, if you say it's loaded, then I'm like, okay, he thinks I've slipped something in there by accident. Maybe I have. I'm going to hear that explanation now.
Yeah. Okay. I think the question was, are you about to convey to me the meaning of the word proper function?
That was the question. That's
Is that
right.
the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the idea is because if you are, that's like the right step in the dialectic, because that's what we're hung up on.
Right. And the assumption is that's the only appropriate next step in the dialectic. And I
It's
deny
the only
that.
one I can see.
I know. Here, I'm going to show you an appropriate next step that you don't see.
Wait, just to be clear, this is a step in a dialectic to have a conversation about a term whose meaning I don't understand. You think that
But
there's
you
a strategy?
you claim not to understand, yeah.
Okay, wait. That I claim not to understand.
Yes.
You think that there's some strategy other than getting me to understand the meaning of the term that will get us through that conversation?
I'm going to help you see how you can understand the meaning
That's
of
a
the
yes or no.
term.
Are you saying that there's some other means than providing me the meaning that's what you're going to try to do so we can have the conversation without me understanding the meaning of the term? Or are you're going to try to convey the meaning of the term?
Can I, sorry to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I could maybe do a little translation. I think what, can I call you Thomas or Tom? Ryan, what do you
call
think
me
about
Thomas, yes.
Okay, Thomas. I think what Thomas is going to try to do is say, I think Thomas thinks that you're doing something with the word knowledge that despite it having all the things that you're saying about the word proper, you still understand the word knowledge through some means, presumably, and maybe that you can use the means that you understand the word knowledge, or whatever understanding you have the word knowledge, to proper function, even if it doesn't have any of the features that proper function are, is what you're saying, the way that you understand proper function. Now, he could be wrong about
so that does fall into the category of trying to show a way to understand the term, right? Trying to convey the meaning of the term.
He's trying to get you to understand what proper function is, drawing them out of your knowledge.
Yeah, no,
he's saying,
and as I said, I'm happy to talk about knowledge or whatever.
Am I representing you, by the way, correctly? Thomas?
Yeah, that was good, except I've already tried to convey the meaning through ostension to Isaac, but that didn't seem to work. And then I was responding to the bit where he said, well, yeah, I see all these examples of biologists attributing proper function to natural organs and molecules and so on. But I only understand that on a certain theory. And if it's this other theory, I don't understand that. And so he starts like...
I don't grant the others a theory, to be clear. I don't grant it a theory.
The assumption seems to be like, in order to understand this word, I've got to have a theory about it.
What do you mean by...
Well, just because what he's saying is that he does recognize that he understands it on this way of understanding. I don't know if we want to call it a theory or not, but on a stance, what he's saying is on a stance-dependent way, whatever the stance is, when biologists are talking about hearts or enzymes, if what they mean by proper function is that it corresponds to whatever stance they're referring to, so then, yeah, he understands that.
Right, there's
but
some...
if you needed things like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I wanted to respond to what you said, Avi. You understand that everything you described when you spoke earlier falls into the case of trying to convey the meaning of the term, right? And the reason I asked about that is just because I want to make sure we're staying on track, because very often a dialectic just flips into the other person randomly trying to 20 questions you, and it's like, look, I'm fine. I mean, it might not seem like it because I'm pressing the critique right now, but anyone who knows me or watches my content knows I'm fine sitting there at length having someone 20 questions me and try to find the hole in my view. And I'm even happy to do this after if you want, but it's just that's not what we were doing right there. What I was doing right there is raising an issue with this notion of proper function. I'm not here for a critique on my view, right? But having said that, if what you're actually trying to do is you're trying to convey the meaning of the term to me, and you're trying to do that by getting me to reflect on that I'm all open to. Just want to make sure we're on track, right?
Do we agree on this? You can grasp and competently use a concept, even if you can't articulate. I was going to say necessary and sufficient conditions, but you don't really like that. Even if you can't,
whatever the theory is, articulate a definition. Yeah, whatever the theory is exactly, you mean articulate the definition, right? I'll grant that. I can understand what something means and not be able to articulate the definition. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to be
so
clear,
I just said, I thought we started this with, I was like saying, well, what's wrong with this theory of biological sex in terms of proper function? And then you started saying, I don't understand what proper means there. And you were like asking me to, it sounded like to convey the meaning in terms of maybe not necessarily in sufficient conditions, but to give you a definition.
No.
Okay, and then my reply was...
No, everything was right until there. That was wrong. That's not what I did. Just to convey the meaning by whatever means. Any means you like.
Okay. Okay, but do we also agree that you can understand and grasp a concept even if you're unable to convey the meaning in any way?
I think that you might be able to grasp it and not convey it to anybody by any means. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think you might be misunderstanding my criticism, right? You don't think that I'm saying you can't convey this to me, therefore your view is incoherent or something like this, right? Is that what you think I'm saying? Or therefore your view is wrong?
I just thought you were sort of asking for too much. Like, gosh, you were saying I don't understand this word proper when you use it in this context.
But what did you think the thrust of my critique was? Do you think I was trying to say your view is therefore false or is contradictory or something? Because that's not what I was doing. I was just pointing out a barrier to understanding.
Yes, you were saying that here's a barrier to understanding. Here's something I will need before I can understand the word proper.
Unless you have another means. Unless you have another means to convey it. Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying I need you to convey the meaning of that word to me. And what I've been saying in response is I think you already understand.
That's not my full view. I also grant, if you think there's a way for us to have the conversation about some term, T, where I don't understand the meaning of T, if you think there's a way to do that, I'm open to hearing that too, right? But either that or conveying the term. Yeah.
You understand the meaning of improper function.
I understand it on a stance-dependent construal, yeah. I don't understand it if you say that's... Look, this would be like me saying, dude, you understand what dog means, right? And you're going, yeah, like, I mean, I understand it if it's the concept that classifies, like the thing that was barking earlier in this conversation, all this stuff. And then I tell you, like, sorry, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but it's like if I leverage a term that you have your own concept of, and then I say, because you have your own concept, you must have my concept. And it's like, no, right? Like, that doesn't have to be the case, right? I understand all of that language, all that normative talk. Like, here's a good analogy. Okay, this one's good. Say that I say the tree over there is taller. Okay. Now, most people get what taller means. Okay, most people would interpret a sentence like that, and I don't think lay people are fit to are equipped to articulate what's going on here. But I think most people are implicitly understanding that the concept of tallerness has relationality built into it, right? You are taller than something. You're not just taller. Even when I say, hey, look at Billy, he's taller, right? I'm implicitly saying taller than his past self. That tree is taller, as in it's taller than it was, or maybe it's taller than the surrounding trees, okay? So we have this notion, taller, we understand it, okay? Now, say that, okay, so I ask you that, and you say, yeah, I know what taller means. Now, say that I insist to you that there's a sense of the word taller that can be used without relationality. Something can just be taller. Full stop. You would react presumably to that by going, wait, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. I understand what taller means in the way I'm typically understanding it, to be taller than something else. But when you start talking about non-relational tallerness, I don't know what you mean. Okay, and that's what's happening to me when you talk about stance independent correctness.
Okay. So that was supposed to be an example of a word that I understand, taller than, and then you present me with a claim like X is simply taller than, and there's no Y that X is taller than.
Yeah,
and then my response is that doesn't make any sense, because taller than is a comparative relation, and there's got to be two relata. And this you're saying this is what's happening to you when I start talking about proper function in biology.
That's like roughly right. Yeah, it's like you have your notion of that term of taller has built into it relationality. So when I start invoking non-relational tallerness, you're just going, I don't know what you mean. And when I start going, dude, like, look, I see you used taller just earlier today when you're talking about, like your kid or something. You use it all the time. You obviously know what it means. You're like, yeah, I understand what relational tallerness means, right? I don't understand what your weird notion of non-relational tallerness means. That's what you'd be saying to me, isn't it?
Yeah. So I imagine that's how it feels to you from the inside. In the taller than case, it is obvious that this is a relation. And so we're going to need some relata. And so if somebody claims that the relation has been instantiated, but there's only one thing standing in the relation, obviously that's impossible. And from your perspective,
no, they have a non-relational notion They have a non-relational note, or sorry, I don't. What do you prefer to be called? I don't want to abbreviate your name if you don't like that.
Thomas is fine.
Thomas. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, Thomas. They're using a non-relational notion of tallerness. It's not contradictory. When you're just begging the question against their notion when you say that taller has two relata. Right? Aren't you getting tempted to just say to me, "What the fuck do you mean? Like, what do you mean by non-relational tallerness?" Aren't you starting to want to say that to me?
Well, now it sounds like I misunderstood the case you originally described. I thought we were using the same concept, and somebody was claiming something that is clearly impossible.
Not quite.
But now you're saying no. It was a they're expressing a different
misunderstanding.
concept with the same
Yes.
word.
Yeah, well,
They're expressing a different concept with the same word.
Closer, but not quite. So same concept is not close at all. Different concept, same word is close. Concept and thing that might not even be a clear concept, same word, is what I'm dealing with.
Concept and thing that might not even be a concept. Oh.
Yeah, I don't even know what people are talking about. They might just be making sounds for all I know.
Uh-huh. Well, I
when they
think
say when they say non-relational taller, it could be that they could be right. It's possible that there really is some non-relational tallerness that we're all crazy about, we're all wrong about, and they're the right ones here. I don't believe that, but they could be right. Or it could be that they're wrong about it, or it could be that they're saying something nonsensical and they're just uttering gibberish.
And if you want, if it was lost there, like I don't know if that whose fault it was, could very well have been mine, but if it was lost there because you're considering it as I'm giving a scenario where we both have the same concept, like do you want me to go through it again so it's kind of clear the way I'm laying it out, or did you kind of get it?
I think I have an understanding of how things look from your perspective. I think I understand.
Yeah, when I say you get it, I don't mean do you get the correct truth. I mean do you get what I mean, obviously. Yeah.
Yes. I just really want to say something about knowledge really quick, because that would help convey how things seem from my perspective. So imagine we come into an epistemology classroom and we start talking about, what knowledge is and who has it, and do we have it in certain kinds of scenarios or not? What are some things we know? I know my name. I know that I'm conscious. I don't know how many grains of sand are on the beach. And so we're using this word knowledge in many ways. We brought it into the classroom with us. And now suppose somebody says, in response to like a stopped clock case or something, we say, oh, well, look, if you happened to form a correct belief about the time by looking at a stopped clock, that's not really knowledge. That was just a lucky true belief. If somebody responded, I don't know what you mean. By knowledge, I just mean true belief. That's just what I mean by knowledge. I have no idea what you're talking about if you say there's no knowledge in this stopped clock case where there's true belief. That's how it feels from my perspective. We brought a concept of proper function into this conversation. I'm just telling you that biologists use it all the time, speaking of health and disease and disorder and malfunction. And then you say, well, I've got an understanding of proper function that's stance dependent. I get it. I get what proper function is on that understanding. This other stuff, I have no idea what it means. And unless you can articulate an analysis of knowledge,
or convey by
I'm going to claim to not know what you're talking about. That's how things look from my perspective.
Claim implies it's a lie. I don't know why you assume I'm lying, but I mean
claims do not imply that something's a lie.
I know that the term claim does not literally imply it's a lie, but when I say you claim to not understand, it just kind of has that feel to it. It's a connotation. But yes, you're right. It's not denoted by the term claim that something is a lie.
Maybe it's implicature. I guess it's implicature.
Sure, that's fine. Implicature. What is connotation not the right word?
Connotations were like associations that we have with words, like, I don't know, ruby connotes valuable or something like that.
Okay, well,
but there's no actual entailment.
Yeah, either way, whether it's I'm fine. Like, I was just like, that's different. But whether it's implication or whether it's connotation or whatever, I just wanted to just make it clear that if there's implication, I'm lying. Like, no, I'm not lying. And it's really like it is a frustrating thing for us anti-realists because like. Well, I'm kind of from a different species of anti-realists, right? Like there's this kind of like newer breed of us who are raising this critique that realism just isn't even like, it's not even clear it's a coherent position. We're not like granting it, then arguing, granting certain things and arguing against. We're like, we don't even understand what you're saying, right? So with a view like that, it can be very frustrating when people just tell you you're like lying, right? Which I'm not saying you're doing that, but it's very much like a Christian just going, like, you know God exists, like you have access. It's like, dude, like he's never talked to me. I don't know that. Okay, so don't like assume that. I really do not know what you mean. If proper function, yeah.
I just wanted to quickly say, it sounds like maybe your audio is going in and out. And
Oh,
I
sorry,
watched
it
the
might be
video.
my distance. Is it better if I'm close? Does that fix it?
I think that sounds better.
Okay, sorry about that.
I remember listening to a video you guys made, it was like a year ago, and your audio was going in and out, and I was worried that was happening again.
Yeah, it's because
I think if you're closer, maybe that's better.
It's totally my fault. It's because I start leaning back in the chair. It's my fault.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna put something on the table. You let me know what you think about this. This is an interesting conversation, and I'm happy to keep going. I am intrigued when you say you're an anti-realist, and it sounds like you kind of just mean that generally. And I do want to know what your views are, and we could talk about those views. Alternatively, we could talk about like gender and sex stuff.
Yeah, like the thing we're supposed to have the conversation. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll pass it back to Avi because, like, I'm sure yeah, like that's fine.
Yeah,
it's just, but I do want to.
But
point
I would
out
like
how,
to continue. Yeah, we should continue
but,
that.
But it's important to notice this isn't just a tirade here that I've gone on. Like this, it connects back to the topic, right? Because we're talking about sex being to be the right sex. It was defined in terms of proper function. I thought, like
right.
Let me just quickly add. I'll throw if it sounds spooky and supernatural. I'll just say there have been naturalistic accounts of proper function. You don't have to believe in God or intelligent design or anything to be into proper function. You can just say.
I'm offering
to
one.
say.
It's great.
But I was going to apply it to like natural things like a heart. To say that the heart pumps blood is to say pumping blood was the advantage that was conferred upon an organism, and that's why it's the function of the heart. That was the advantage conferred on the organism.
Yeah, but that's a standard dependent notion that we understand that. Like that's fine. But the point, so if by proper function we mean that the function that conveyed an evolutionary fecundity the advantage or whatever, like that's fine. That I understand because that is a stance dependent notion because it's with relation to some reference.
I want to
reference.
I want to say a last thing, and then I'll kind of give it back to you guys fully here, but this is just I want to explain the reason that I brought all of this up though. So because we had this whole pathway about proper function, so it feels like I just want to put a tie on it before we move on. So the reason I brought it up is because I'm not sure you guys are saying different things. When Avi says that having a given sex is to have genetic proximity to a being that has or that produces large gametes. Proximity either construed genetically, physiologically, whatever. Where proximity just means overlap in the quantity of propositions true, right? We can set some threshold or whatever. But when he defines sex like that, and then you say biological sex is about the proper function, I feel like they're actually saying the same thing. There's just a layer of spooky realism getting in the way. I think if we get into proper function and we show proper function that's kind of bringing in metaphysical spookiness that we don't need, and we kind of get rid of that, it's like, what are you actually getting at? Now, I could be wrong, but
I do think you're wrong, by the way, because I do think we're generating different answers to different hypothetical situations about different beings being different.
Yeah, but some of that could be from working from those notions. But anyway, I was just at least my mind went there of like, I'm not sure if they're different, because you both want to say things that are close to this kind of archetype is like woman, and whether you define that archetype genetically and then say close to it is about physiological or morphological proximity or whatever, or whether you define that archetype as the like properly functional woman or whatever. It's like, I'm just curious if there will turn out being a difference if we clear out any metaphysical clutter in there. So that's where I was coming from with that whole kind of line.
As Avi said, it looks like there might be different verdicts in different cases that we would disagree about. But I think that Avi and I agree that there are two sexes. And I thought what Avi was going to try to convince me of is nevertheless, the sex of an organism is not a binary variable.
Yes.
Okay. And I remember when you said you wanted to talk about this, and you said this should probably be short.
Yeah, I guess I was really meeting
okay.
my words down. Okay, so there's two pathways to understand it. I can do it. I can give you examples and see what your answers are, or I can try to dive into the realism proper function. Just to whether we call it realism, right? Just real quick. I understand when that biologists and doctors talk about proper function of different organs, that they talk about just improper function.
It's not proven to be impossible. Simply,
whether we call it realism, right? Just real quick.
It's not proven to be impossible. Simply dismissing them as La La Land is not a way to deal with the hypothetical. It's not proven to be impossible. Simply dismissing them as La La Land is not a way to deal with It's not proven to be impossible. Simply dismissing them as La La.
Whether we call it realism, right? Just real quick. I understand when that biologists and doctors talk about proper function.
Hey, and welcome to Capturing Christianity. Today I've got Dr. Thomas Bogardus back on the show. I'm always looking for opportunities to have him back on. And today what we're talking about is sex. Is it binary, or does it exist along a spectrum? And what we're going to do at the very beginning of this is we're going to address a couple of common objections to the view that sex is binary. And then after that, we're going to turn over to Q&A. So we're just going to do some Q&A with you guys. If you have questions on this topic, then make sure to leave them in the live chat, and I will try to get to them. I'll try to read through them as we're going through the interview. If you send in a super chat, obviously that's like one of the best ways to make sure that your question is asked today. And then also it makes it really easy for me, the software that I use to find those questions and ask them everything. So also it helps out the channel, obviously. So if you'd like to send us in super chats, obviously very welcome. So with that said, Dr. Bogardus has been on the channel a bunch. We don't really need to do a whole long introduction, but for those that are just coming to this is like your first time being introduced to him, I'll let him introduce himself for about 16 seconds, brief introduction, and then we'll get into the content. So I always forget, like, because I have so many people, I'm like, how do I address this person? But I figure that he and I are somewhat kind of like friendly friends. So
are you asking if you should call me Thomas? Because
yes. Okay. All right, I'll call you Thomas. So Thomas, go ahead and introduce yourself for the audience, those that are just finding out about you for the first time.
All right. Well, I'm originally from Southern California, and I did my undergraduate work at the University of California, San Diego. And initially, I had my medical school. I studied biology as an undergrad at UC San Diego. I was working in a lot of labs and got to shadow some surgeons and I had a pretty clear view of what my future would be like in that area. But I discovered philosophy towards the end of my undergraduate experience, and I decided that I wanted to do that at least a little bit before going to medical school. So I enrolled in a master's program at Biola University at Talbot School of Theology, and did a couple years of theology and philosophy there. And I thought I would just get it out of my system and then move on and do the responsible thing. But instead, I got hooked by philosophy, and I decided to go on and get a PhD, which I did at the University of Texas at Austin. And then I came to Pepperdine University, where I teach, back in 2013. So we are now officially over 10 years at Pepperdine.
Quick question: is Pepperdine in Malibu? No, yes, Malibu.
It is in Malibu, California.
Okay, I may be going there soon. I haven't announced this on the channel. I'm not going to make an announcement yet, but there is a strong possibility that I will be attending a very big event there soon. So
believe it or not, I think I know about that. So
oh, you do? Okay.
Marty on the inside. Nice.
Okay, well, I guess everyone watching is just going to have to wait and find out. So let's start off the show today with just. I was thinking about the way to sort of frame this discussion today, and I think it'd be helpful to make a distinction just philosophically between two concepts that get thrown out a lot in these conversations, which is sex on one hand and then gender on the other. So just make that distinction for us, help us understand how we can think about those terms, and then from there, we'll look at the objections to the sort of traditional view that sex is binary and exists on a binary spectrum.
So I think the most common view of what sex is that it's definitely, whatever it is, it's definitely biological. So in biology, we use words like male and female all the time in order to pick out subtypes of species that reproduce sexually. And so I guess so far that's pretty well agreed upon. But as to what we're referring to when we talk about males and females, there it's a little less clear. And I actually just picked up a book today from 2017. It was about gender, and I always like flip to the front to see how they define these terms because I'm always interested in that. And the way they defined sex was they said it has to do with our primary and secondary characteristics. Things like our genitals, our anatomy, secondary sex characteristics like breasts and body hair and so on. These sorts of things, some people say that's what determines sex. It's kind of like this bundle of characteristics. And so to be a male is to have a certain bundle of characteristics, and to be a female is to have a certain bundle of characteristics. I myself think that is mistaken. I think that the only characteristic that matters when determining whether an organism has a sex at all, and whether it's male or female, is the sort of gametes that it produces when functioning properly. When everything's going according to plan, so to speak, does the organism produce eggs? If so, then it's female. Does the organism produce sperm when functioning properly? If so, then it's male. And I think you can see that by just reflecting on how biologists use terms like males and females, especially to non-human species, and especially to very, very simple organisms like nematodes.
just super simple organisms that don't have much by way of genitalia at all. Certainly no body hair or anything like that. Certainly no social roles. There are male nematodes, which are just very simple little organisms, and the only thing that I have in common with them is the natural disposition to produce sperm. So I'm male just as they are male, and really the only thing the only thing we have in common that could explain that is this disposition to produce sperm. Okay, so I think that's what biological sex is. As to what gender is, I think the situation's even worse there because this word gender is used in many different ways. I think it's multiply ambiguous, and so unfortunately, these conversations about sex and gender, I think, can be sort of hamstrung from the start just by the fact that people are often talking past each other. Sometimes the word gender is used just as kind of like a polite synonym for biological sex. So sometimes they'll ask you, like on a hospital intake form or something, what's your gender? And the options are male or female. So they're kind of just asking you what's your sex, but they don't want to use that word because it's come to take on a different sort of meaning that some people consider kind of impolite in certain kinds of company. But sometimes it is just a synonym for biological sex. And I think I've shared this story before, but when I was writing a paper, I thought maybe I could use starfish, and as an example, I wanted to see what was happening with biological sex in starfish. Like, are they ever hermaphrodites, simultaneous or sequential? I just kind of wanted to know what was going on with starfish.
Whether we call it real or not, just
It's not proven to be impossible. Simply
whether the synonym for biological sex.
This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Ethics in the Real World. 82 brief essays on things that matter. By Peter Singer. Narrated by Matthew Lloyd Davis. Introduction. We all make ethical choices, often without being conscious of doing so. Too often we assume that ethics is about obeying the rules that begin with, "You must not." If that were all there is to living ethically, then as long as we were not violating one of those rules, whatever we were doing,
Hmm. What's the Kindle app? Play Store app? Fuck. Oh, you have to fucking...
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of TechBasic. In this video, I'm going to guide you through step-by-step process on how to download Kindle app on your PC. If you are not used to it, first to top corner, click now scroll up. Now click on install. Verification your download has been started. It may take some time depending on how fast your internet is.
friends, welcome back to the channel. So, if you are in the market for a Kindle, then we actually have 4 different options to choose from these days. We have the standard Kindles, we have the Kindle Paperwhite, we have the Kindle Paperwhite Signature, and the slightly old school Kindle Oasis. We're going to be breaking down the pros and cons of each of these 4 different types of Kindle. And as usual, to save you time, there's going to be timestamps in the video description. And the upfront conclusion is that for most people, I would recommend the normal Kindle Paperwhite edition. If you're on a very tight budget, then the standard cheap Kindle is pretty reasonable, although it does have a few inconveniences. And if you have extra money to burn, then the Kindle Paperwhite Signature edition is pretty good. That's the one that I use personally. And there's basically no reason at all to get a Kindle Oasis. If that's all you wanted, then thank you for watching and have a great day. But if you want to learn more, in this video we're going to start by breaking down exactly why I think everyone should have a Kindle and why it's my favorite tech purchase of all time. And then for each of these 4 different types of Kindle, we're going to be breaking down the pros and cons, and I'm going to be doing like a mini review of each one and sharing my thoughts, and we'll ultimately land on why I personally use the Kindle Paperwhite Signature edition. So let's start with part 1. Why do I like the Kindle so much? The Kindle, as I've often said, is my single favorite tech purchase of all time. Kindle number 1 and AirPods number 2. Those are 2 life-changing pieces of tech. The reason Kindle is life-changing is kind of threefold. Number 1, it
Kesebro laid out a President of the Senate strategy, arguing that the President of the Senate, he, and he alone, is charged with making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes. 20
If one or more of these arguments is successful, then critics of abortion could justifiably claim that their position has been shown to be more